Chapter 1: Accidentally Entering a Kidnapping Scene. Xiaoqing, the bustling eastern district. The city's large screen, which is currently playing an advertisement, suddenly switches the picture. An urgent news bulletin is now being broadcast. Actress Qian Yingxue, known as the National Goddess, was on her way to the 25th Dasha Film Festival Awards ceremony when she was abducted by criminals. The vehicles coming and going seem to have all been attracted by the large screen and have slowed down. Damn it! Goddess, how could you be kidnapped? Who the hell dared to kidnap our Xue? Xue, where are you? I'll come and save you. Damn it, I quit this shitty job. I'm resigning to become the personal bodyguard of the goddess. The drivers were outraged, and the wide road was filled with noise. Suddenly, a speeding motorcycle rushed into the slow traffic. When Xianjia, wearing a helmet and a black suit, skillfully navigated the motorcycle through the slow-moving traffic, startling the cars around him as they honked their horns. Shit! Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Driving a motorcycle in a suit? What a bumpkin! Behind the motorcycle, 3 luxurious black sedans were in hot pursuit. The people in the cars stuck their heads out the windows and yelled profanities. Little brat, don't run! You can't touch the Shao family's young master? Stop immediately, do you hear me? If anything happens to my young master, you'll pay with your life. When Xianjia let out a frustrated sound. Didn't he just knock his young master flying in the boxing ring? Why be so petty? He's been chasing me for 8 blocks. Practice makes perfect, and if you can't take a loss, don't play. Mount Woman is connected to mountain after mountain. The moonlight spills over the rushing water beach. The phone suddenly rang, and when Xianjia jumped in surprise. He quickly reached into his pocket with his left hand and pressed the answer button. Immediately, when Xianjia's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Brother, where are you? The parents' meeting is about to start. I'm almost there. There was a bit of traffic. Oh, I'm at a green light. I have to go. Bye. Hello? After hanging up the phone in a panic, Moonhyun let out a sigh of relief. He then put the accelerator to the floor and drove into a small, crowded street. Moonhyun, male, 24 years old, unmarried. The person he had just spoken to on the phone was his younger sister, Moonhyun, 15 years old, in her 3rd year of middle school. The two have no parents and live together in a large courtyard house in the poor western district of Xiaoqing. When Xianjia goes to Shangsai Middle School, the best school in the eastern district. Although when Xianjia's excellent grades exempted her from the high tuition fees at Shangsai Middle School. The usual school fees for activities and class fees are not a small amount. In addition, Moonhyun is currently growing, and she needs to eat well. The most critical thing is that she is about to go to high school, which will require a huge expense. No matter how hard life is, you can't let your children suffer, and you can't let your children's education suffer. So Moonhyun has a lot of part-time jobs in addition to his regular job as a bookstore clerk. For example, he occasionally goes to underground boxing matches to earn some extra money. When Xianjia honked his horn frantically, and the people on the narrow street hurriedly avoided him, but in the next second, they were still hit by the car that was chasing them. The person who was hit flew to the windshield with a crack, blocking the driver's view. The pavements around the street were also overturned by the car, and fiery red chilies were flying all over the sky. Shit! When the car finally exited the small street, the motorcycle that had been fleeing frantically in front of it had already disappeared. Shit! There were still 20 minutes until the start of the parents' meeting. When Xianjia frantically searched his brain for the shortest route to Dashenkai Middle School, and finally chose a remote path. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned factory. Xianjia finally woke up from her coma, and then found herself tied up in a chair. She tried to struggle twice, and the ruby bracelet on her wrist made a crisp sound. 2 kidnappers, one tall and one short, came forward with leering smiles. The short one waved his chin, his eyes full of lewdness and meanness. Don't waste your energy, save some for later. Someone will take you to a nice place later, and then, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to struggle. Damn, why isn't the backup here yet? If they don't come soon, the cops will be here. Xianjia didn't say a word, just lowered her head, and her shoulders began to shake slightly. The tall man was taken aback, and then sneered. Oh, you're crying already? Ha ha. Xianjia smiled and looked up, her dark eyes without a trace of light, her beautiful face full of mockery. The 2 kidnappers couldn't help but shiver. What is she smiling at? Is this woman crazy? The roar of the engine echoed in the air as Moon Hyun-chul sped along the winding road. Suddenly, Moon Hyun-chul was startled and slammed on the brakes. It turned out that there was a car parked abruptly at the corner ahead. Park in the middle of the road? What kind of quality is that? And a burly man in a black suit was gracefully getting out of the driver's seat. After this job, I'll wash my hands of it and go back to my hometown to get married. However, at this critical moment, the brakes on the motorcycle failed. The motorcycle, like a runaway horse, charged straight at the man at breakneck speed. When Xianjia shouted in a panic, "Get out of the way!" The man turned his head at the sound and his eyes widened in horror. There was only a dull thud as the man was instantly knocked flying. The man's body traced a graceful parabola through the air before landing heavily on the abandoned factory next to him. He fainted on the spot. The loud noise startled the two kidnappers in the factory, who looked up in confusion. What was that noise? The next second, the door to the abandoned factory was slammed open by Moon Hyun-chul, who had been thrown out. Boom! The door fell with a crash, and Moon Hyun-chul fell to the ground amidst a pile of miscellaneous waste, raising a cloud of dust. Sigh. Moon Hyun-chul gasped in pain. My back. My butt. It hurts. The two kidnappers looked at each other in confusion. After exchanging glances, the tall one quietly took out a pistol, while the short one took out a dagger and cautiously stepped forward. Moon Hyun-chul took off his helmet with difficulty and shook his dizzy head. When his clean and handsome face appeared, Xianing Xue narrowed her eyes slightly. The tall man hid his pistol behind his back and asked tentatively, "Are you the person who will come to our rescue?" When Xianjia, whose vision had returned, blinked. What rescuer? When he saw the two fierce-looking men in front of him, who were obviously not good guys, and the weak and vulnerable woman tied up next to them, when Xianjia instantly understood the situation. What the hell? A kidnapping scene. Chapter 2, A Fierce Battle in an Abandoned Factory. When Xianjia hurriedly climbed out of the pile of miscellaneous items and straightened his tie. So, I'm the contact person? It can't be the one he just knocked flying, can it? At that moment, the silent Xianing Xue weakly spoke up, her tone full of helplessness and pleading. Where exactly are you taking me? Please, let me go. I'll find a way to pay you no matter how much it is. Her expression was completely devoid of the calm and composure she had previously displayed, replaced instead by a face full of worry and deep fear. But when Xianjia met her gaze, he seemed to catch a subtle, barely perceptible emotion in her eyes. When Xianjia's heart stirred, and he instantly understood something. Was this woman leading him to act according to her plan? When Xianjia understood intuitively, instantly getting into character, and then let out a light laugh, deliberately lengthening his tone. Where are we going? The two kidnappers immediately turned their surprised gazes to the person in front of them. They saw the person in front of them slowly walk up to Xianing Xue, looking down at her condescendingly, his eyes betraying a hint of frivolity and teasing. He slowly bent down, gently lifting Xianing Xue's chin with two fingers, forcing her to look at him. At the same time, he lowered his voice and spoke in a threatening tone. If you go, you'll find out. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. The two kidnappers were awestruck. There was no mistake, this evil aura, these skilled hands, definitely belonged to the same type of person as them. Xianing Xue tilted her head away, trying hard not to let her tears fall. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes already reddened, and her slender eyelashes kept trembling due to the fluctuation of emotions, as if they would collapse at any time. When Xianjia turned around and gave the two men an unhappy look as he commanded. What are you doing? Untie her so I can take her with me. The two kidnappers glanced at each other again and walked over angrily. But they didn't untie Xianing Xue immediately. The taller one sneered at Wen Xianjia. By the way, you haven't said the password yet. Password? Right, the password. You haven't forgotten it, have you? When Xianjia cleared his throat and said calmly. I'm getting old, my memory isn't so good anymore. The tall man waved his hand understandingly. I understand, let me give you a hint, odd changes, even changes. Look at the quadrant with the symbol? That's right. When Xianjia was marveling at his own ingenuity when the tall man suddenly gave a sinister smile. Then he quickly pulled out a pistol and held it to Moon Hyun-chul's forehead, asking angrily. Where did you little brat come from, daring to trick us? Moon Hyun-chul's heart suddenly felt a sharp shock. What's going on? Isn't this the password? The short man next to him laughed and covered his stomach, bending over. Ha ha, idiot, the real password is no password. Shit. Fooled. Feeling the cold touch on his forehead, Moon Hyun-chul quickly raised his hands in surrender and smiled awkwardly. Guys, I was just passing by. Seeing Moon Hyun-chul admit defeat so quickly, the tall man let his guard down with a mocking smile. Is that it? I thought plainclothes cops were coming. It scared the hell out of me. At the moment the tall man was distracted, when Xianzhe's eyes flashed, and then with lightning speed, he brought his hands together and grabbed the tall man's gun-wielding wrist. The tall man let go of the gun in pain, and it fell into Xianzhe's hands. Xianzhe quickly turned the gun around and put the muzzle against the tall man's forehead. The situation instantly reversed. The action was so fast and precise that no one present could react. The short man was a little overwhelmed, and the tall man was shaking with fear. You. When Xianzhe's eyes were cold, with a casual smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't just point a gun at someone, it's easy to go off. The tall man suddenly remembered something and shouted at the short man. Don't be a wimp. There's no bullet in the gun. Xianzhe was taken aback, and then quickly pulled the trigger a few times. Shit, there really isn't one. Beat him to death for me. The fierce battle between the righteous passerby and the evil kidnapper thus began. Xianzhe couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he's an extremely vicious kidnapper. He's in a completely different league from that Shao family young master who was knocked flying by one punch. Just as Moon Hyun-chul had finally managed to knock the tall man unconscious with the butt of his gun, the short man quickly seized the opportunity and stabbed him in the back with a dagger. At the last minute, Chen Yingxue raised the chair high and smashed it down hard on the short man, who was trying to sneak up on him. Boom! A chair leg snapped off, and the short man fell to the ground. Moon Hyun-chul looked back in disbelief. It turned out that in the chaos, Chen Yingxue had somehow broken free. Chen Yingxue casually threw the chair down and, breathing heavily, praised. Not bad. Xianzhe's tense nerves seemed to relax a little, and he responded with a smile. You're not bad either. And just then, a faint siren sound came from afar. Xianzhe was overjoyed and quickly said to Chen Yingxue. The police are here. Let's go out first. Chen Yingxue nodded. Okay. What a relief. When she had regained consciousness earlier, she had pressed the positioning transmitter on her bracelet. Her agent and assistant had received the signal and immediately reported it to the police. Xianzhe remembered the motorcycle helmet he had just casually thrown away and hurriedly turned around. You go first, I'll find something. But after taking a few steps, he noticed that his suit had been slashed open at some point. Oh no, this suit was borrowed. It was said to be authentic high-end goods, and this will bankrupt him? TSK, looks like I need to find some part-time work. Chen Yingxue did not hurry to leave, but picked up the dagger that the short man had dropped on the ground and examined it carefully. She extended her long, slender fingers and touched the blade, seemingly testing its sharpness. Suddenly, Chen Yingxue's eyes darkened, and she quickly raised the dagger and slashed it hard at the short man's eyes. Ah! Fresh red blood burst out, followed by a sharp and intense scream. Xianzhe turned around in surprise. When he saw the short man covering his blood-spurting eyes in pain, his eyes instantly widened. What are you doing? However, the next scene shocked him even more. Chen Yingxue raised the dagger and pressed it against her slender neck, then she slashed hard. A long wound immediately appeared on her white skin, and bright red blood quickly flowed out. Xianzhe looked at the crazy woman in front of him in disbelief. Is this woman crazy? Has she gone insane after being tied up for so long? At the same time, the shrill sound of a police siren was getting closer and closer. Chen Yingxue trembled, dropped the dagger, covered her bleeding neck, and her pretty face crumpled into a mess. Xianzhe finally came back to his senses and rushed over to help her. He then placed a hand on her cold hand to help stop the bleeding. Hey, why did you suddenly want to die? Chen Yingxue's lips began to turn pale, but the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Then she slowly closed her eyes in his arms. Hello? Wake up! No one in there move. The entrance was quickly surrounded by police officers with riot shields and guns. Xianzhe, as if he had seen a savior, shouted. Hurry over, someone is hurt here. Xianzhe, who was still in shock, finally let out a sigh of relief when Chen Yingxue was hurriedly loaded into an ambulance and sent away. He was thinking about going home to change his clothes and then going to the parents' meeting when cold handcuffs were placed on his hands. You are now under arrest for suspicion of kidnapping and intentional injury. The righteous-looking policeman said sternly. Sir, come with us. Wen Xianzhe's heart stopped. Chapter 3, Damn crazy bitch got me into trouble. The news that Qianing Xue had been rescued quickly spread throughout Xia City. Hashtag Qianing Xue rescued hashtag. Hashtag Qianing Xue seriously injured hashtag. Hashtag Qianing Xue in intensive care hashtag. Hashtag Qianing Xue in critical condition hashtag. Entries about Qianing Xue also topped the search. For a while, the internet was full of news reports about her. The Grand Xia Film Festival, which had been attracting so much attention, completely lost its buzz due to Qianing Xue's absence. Is there a hero called City Wall? Damn it, what the hell are the organizers doing? They let a live person get snatched. These string beans are too old. My poor Xue, what kind of torture did you suffer? The criminals are inhumane. Have you done your homework? Microblogging, damn it, a blood-written petition signed by 10,000 people, death penalty for all the criminals. Follows was Z's example, I second the motion. Inside the detention center. For the nth time, when Xianzhe finished telling his story. The older policeman looked at his notebook and solemnly confirmed once again. You say you're innocent, so why were you at the scene? When Xianzhe, who was mentally exhausted, took a deep breath and answered again. I was just driving my motorcycle on the road, following the traffic rules. Suddenly, a parked car blocked my way. Then a man got out of the car. I tried to apply the brakes, but they didn't work. Then I hit him and flew into the air. I flew through the factory gate and landed right there. Stop, stop, stop. The younger policeman interrupted him. The senior police officer immediately gave the young police officer a big push. Don't interrupt the suspect's statement. Although Moon Hyun-chul really wanted to give the senior police officer a big thumbs up, the word suspect was a bit harsh. The senior police officer continued. You said you were going to the parents' meeting at Sangjae Middle School, so what were you doing in the outskirts of the Eastern District? That road is rugged and has many curves, so no one would normally take it. Moon Hyun-chul's heart suddenly sank. Because I got up early, I wandered around the eastern part of the city for a few rounds, and in the end I found that I was running a bit late, so I had to take a shortcut. He definitely couldn't say that he was being chased by the Shao family. If he also discovered the underground boxing ring, then he would really be finished. The older policeman stared at his face thoughtfully and nodded. Okay, just one last question, who caused the injury on the victim's neck? Moon Hyun-chul gritted his teeth and answered irritably. She cut herself crazy. The younger policeman couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He then received a severe reprimand. Have you forgotten all the professional training you've had? To be honest, Moon Hyun-chul also wanted to laugh. Because this was really ridiculous. Who the hell would cut their own throat with a knife? If it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. Even if someone is crazy, they go crazy by attacking other people, not themselves. Oh, no, she did attack other people. So, is she really crazy? Moon Hyun-chul finally couldn't hold back any longer, stood up irritably, and asked. When can I go back? I really have an emergency. The older policeman motioned for him to sit down, then replied solemnly. According to your confession, we cannot release you yet. You and the other two suspects are equally suspected of this kidnapping and injury case. Moon Hyun-chul was desperate, but he could only sit down and try to calm down. He said. Don't just ask me, go ask that woman. You always believe what she says, don't you? After the victim is out of danger and in a stable emotional state, we will go and take her statement. If her testimony matches yours, then you will be acquitted, and you will receive a bravery award and a silk banner from us, and the Xiaoqing TV station will also interview and report on you. When Xianzhe's heart eased slightly. Hey, the silk banner and interview are not necessary. Suddenly, when Xianzhe seemed to realize something, his heart tightened, and subconsciously he asked. What if she accidentally dies? The two policemen were silent. Finally, the older policeman looked him in the eye and said with a sigh. If the victim unfortunately passes away, then even if what you say is true, this case will be difficult to handle. The parent-teacher meeting had long since passed, and Moon Hyun-chul didn't expect to be able to go to school. He was given temporary use of a mobile phone, and under the watchful eye of the police, he called Moon Hyun-ah's phone. He wanted to apologize to her first, and then make up a lie to get by. He couldn't tell her that he didn't go to the parents' meeting because he had mistakenly entered a kidnapping scene and was then arrested as a suspect, could he? However, the phone was hung up after just 2 rings. Moon Hyun-chul had a bad feeling, so he borrowed a phone from the police station and dialed again. When the phone connected, Moon Hyun-chul quickly said, "Yeah, it's me." The next second, the phone was hung up mercilessly. Won Seonja froze for 2 seconds. It's over. She's really angry this time. Adolescent children are always extra sensitive, and the number of times he and Won Seonja fought increased with age. Although he was able to find a way to appease her every time, this time he had no idea what to expect. Because the next time they met, there was a good chance that there would be a steel window between them. Throughout the afternoon and evening, when Seonja pondered and reviewed what had happened today, he finally came to the conclusion. 1. It's all the fault of that damned Shao family young master, who is so stupid and loves to play around. If he hadn't been chased by his henchmen, he wouldn't have taken that small path, wouldn't have ended up at the kidnapping scene, and wouldn't be in jail here. 2. It's all the fault of the damned person who was supposed to pick him up, for not obeying the traffic rules and parking in the middle of the road. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit him and knocked him flying, and he wouldn't have ended up at the kidnapping scene. 3. It's all the damned kidnapper's fault. Why did he have to be an outlaw? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to get involved in the kidnapping scene. For, of course, the one most to blame is that damned crazy woman. It was clear that they were out of danger and the police were here, but she had to stab herself in the neck. The rescuer had been lying on the roof the whole time, and the tall man had passed out, and the short man had cut her eye, so he wasn't sure what the situation was. Only that woman can testify that he did not cause her injuries. But what if she suddenly goes crazy and insists that he cut her? The more Moon Hyun-chul thought about it, the more frightened and angry he became. Damn it, he really was screwed by this crazy bitch. But even so, he had to beg all the gods and Buddhas to let her not die. At 2 a.m., Moon Hyun-chul woke up in his hard bed in the detention center. He had just dreamed that the woman had died, and he had been sentenced to life imprisonment. Moon Hyun-ah looked at him with disappointment and hatred in her eyes. "I don't have a murderer like you for a brother." Moon Hyun-chul's face turned pale, his chest heaved, and he wiped the cold sweat from his head with trembling hands. He remembered the woman's pale face and the blood that was as red as a river. He raised his hand tremblingly, and the hot and sticky feeling was still on his hand. He suddenly realized with horror that the woman might really be dead. Just as Moon Hyun-chul began to plan how to escape from prison and how to escape from Xiaocheng with Moon Hyun-ah, the police finally came with news that Chen Xue had already come out of danger and had woken up. Chapter 4, Why is this woman still wearing 2 faces? At 4 a.m., after completing all the formalities, Moon Hyun-chul finally left the police station. Humph, that woman still has some humanity left in her. The first thing she did after waking up was to notify the police that he must be acquitted. If she really had died, the first thing he would do after escaping from prison would be to scatter her ashes. The police also said that he might be called back to give a statement, so he should keep his phone on. Moon Hyun-chul stood in front of the door, taking a deep breath. Then, he slowly took the key out of his pocket and inserted it into the door lock. With a slight click, the door opened. As soon as the door opened, the light in the living room quickly came on, and Moon Hyun-chul subconsciously narrowed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze fell on the sofa, where Moon Hyun-ja sat expressionless, her eyes fixed straight ahead, like a statue. With a guilty heart, Moon Hyun-chul walked up to her and said hello. "Ha, Hyun-ja, why aren't you asleep so late? Staying up late will give you acne." Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Moon Hyun-ja's eyes were red. Moon Hyun-chul's heart instantly ached. When Xianya slowly turned her head, and their gazes finally met, her voice was tinged with a touch of grievance and oppression. "I was the only one in the class whose parents didn't show up." While the other students were bragging about their grades to their parents, begging for rewards, and discussing where to go for dinner later, she could only hang her head and sit silently in her seat, forcing herself not to look at the happy expressions on their faces, not to listen to their laughter. She kept telling herself in her heart, "Don't expect, don't hope, all the beautiful words related to parents will never belong to you." When Seonja was full of guilt and was about to apologize when Seonja suddenly stood up and said, "Don't apologize, brother, I know, you just suddenly got a job, you didn't mean to not come to school, I'm not angry, and I don't blame you, I'm just a little bit regretful. I'm sorry for not answering your phone call on purpose before, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been angry." As he spoke, tears rolled uncontrollably down his face. Then he burst into tears. Wah. When Xianjia felt like a boulder had been placed on his chest, suffocating him. He embraced her, his voice full of remorse. I'm sorry, Xiaoya. He knew that she had always been sensible and rational. But sometimes, he was also afraid of her sensitivity and her knowledge. She has suffered far more than her peers should have to. When Xianya looked up at him from his arms, her face streaked with tears, and asked with a sob. If I weren't here, would you not have to work so hard? You could have a quiet job, hang out with friends, have a girlfriend, get married, and have a family of your own. Instead, you are tied down by me, working hard every day to make money? When Xianjia felt his heart being torn apart. He took her shoulders in his hands and looked at her with a firm but gentle gaze. No, Xianya. I did all this not just for you, but also for myself. You are the most important person in my life. Without you, I would be all alone in the world. I never feel that I'm working hard, because everything I do is worthwhile. I don't want any easy job, any friends, or a family. You are my everything. I only want you to be happy. I can do anything for you. When Xianya's tears, which had finally stopped, flowed down her face once again. She clutched his clothes tightly and sobbed uncontrollably. I'm sorry. 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 And you can ask me for 3 things, and I'll do anything you want. Tomorrow I'll go to the school and apologize to the teacher. It's just a parent-teacher meeting, no big deal. After Moon Hyuna finally fell asleep, Moon Hyunchul quietly took the suit, which was covered in dust and blood, into the bathroom to wash it. After washing it for a while, Moon Hyunchul felt despair. It's over, not only is the suit torn, but the blood stains won't come out. This time, I'm really going to go bankrupt. When Xianjia painfully covered his head. In a way, this suit was a victim to save that woman, so can't I ask her for compensation? Right, the police said that woman's name was Qian something? And her face always felt a bit familiar. When Xianjia wiped his hands, took out his phone, and wanted to see if there were any related reports. However, after opening the phone and looking at it for less than a minute, Moon Hyunchul was shocked. Holy shit! It's Qian Xue. How could it be her? Moon Hyunchul usually doesn't like to surf the internet. He mainly goes online to look for part-time jobs, so naturally he doesn't know much about these celebrity gossip. But he still knows about Qian Xue. After all, she's on billboards everywhere, it's hard not to know her. But I didn't recognize her? This is ridiculous, isn't it? When Xianjia frowned, trying to think of a reason. Maybe it was because of the urgency of the situation, or maybe she looked even more beautiful in person than in the video. Cough, no. When Xianjia still felt a little uncomfortable, so he looked up some more information about Qian Xue. Qian Xue, female, 24 years old, actress, second daughter of the Qian Group. She has been in the industry for 10 years, with superb acting skills, numerous awards, and strong business acumen. She is known as the youngest movie queen of the new generation. Her works cover a wide range of genres, from period dramas to modern dramas, from romantic comedies to suspense films, and she has interpreted every role perfectly. In recent years, she has become popular across the internet for her classic portrayal of the villainous female supporting character. Although she often appears on screen as a villainous woman and comes from a wealthy family, in real life she is gentle and kind, approachable, and even a little timid. This strong contrast endeared her to many actors and attracted the love of many fans, and she was even voted the national goddess for a time. Legend has it that as long as you look into the eyes of Qian Xue for 3 seconds, even a dog will fall in love. When Xianjia looked at her more and more and felt something was wrong. Gentle? Kind? Shy? What the hell? He remembered the lunatic woman from earlier who had been extremely resourceful, picking up a chair and smashing it over the kidnapper's head, then blindfolding the kidnapper with a knife before inexplicably plunging the knife into her neck. Then he looked at a recent video interview with Qian Xue. In it, she was smiling sweetly and harmlessly. Good grief! How can this woman have 2 faces? VIP ward. Qian Xue, who had been out of danger, was transferred from the intensive care unit. Her pale face had regained a hint of blood color. She breathed slowly with an oxygen mask, her neck wrapped in thick bandages. Looking at the information sent by her assistant, she extended her slightly cold fingers and gently and meticulously stroked the face on the screen. Bit by bit, inch by inch. It was as if she were tracing his contours and engraving them deeply into her soul. Wen Xianjia. 12 years, I finally know your name. How wonderful, wonderful fate, and we are connected again. Chapter 5, An Encounter in the Cold Winter. 12 years ago, it was an unusually cold winter. With heavy snowfall, like countless white feathers, hovering and falling in the air, as if the whole world was sealed by ice and snow. Not far from the orphanage, by a wide river, 3 vicious teenagers surrounded a thin young girl. They were all children from the orphanage, but had never met before. The girl's lips trembled slightly from the cold and fear. What are you doing here? She tried to break free from the 3 slightly older children, but was immediately pushed hard by the leader. You bitch, you're the one who snitched, aren't you? Who the fuck told you to stick your nose in other people's business? The boy, who looked no more than 12 or 13, displayed a maliciousness that belied his age. It turned out that they had deliberately tricked a 3-year-old girl into eating some rat poison yesterday, and the girl had immediately told her teacher at the orphanage. The 3 boys had then been severely reprimanded and punished. The leader of the group grinned evilly and threatened. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will I be able to live up to the whipping we got yesterday? The girl was terrified. She fought back as hard as she could, her voice shaking with fear. Let go of me. The leader of the group immediately gave her a loud slap, and the girl fell to the ground. Then, grabbing her by the hair, he gave her a mocking smile. Go ahead and tell on the teacher. Isn't that what you like best? The girl cried helplessly, tears running down her reddened cheeks. She shook her head quickly, trying to explain her innocence. However, the vicious boy was unmoved. His gaze turned to the nearby surface of the river, which had already formed a thin layer of ice, and a wicked smile curled the corner of his mouth. You'll soon find out what happens when you meddle in other people's business. The girl looked in the direction of his gaze, shaking her head in horror and her voice trembling. No, don't do this. Before she could finish speaking, she was pushed into the cold river. The girl could not swim, and she desperately struggled in the water. Help, help! The 3 teenagers on the shore covered their stomachs and laughed unrestrainedly. Gradually, the girl lost her strength, stopped struggling, and began to slowly sink in the bone-chilling river water. Someone save me. Soon, she came to a desperate realization. No one was going to save her. She was going to die soon. It's fine, just let me die, no one cares about me anyway. Just as the girl's consciousness was about to fade, a thin but strong hand grabbed her. A strange boy jumped into the cold river and saved her. After getting out of the water, the girl coughed non-stop and her body kept shivering from the cold. The strange boy immediately took off his jacket and put it on her. Then he got up and walked towards the 3 teenagers. The one in charge of the group cocked his chin arrogantly and said provocatively, Hey, do you fucking like to meddle in other people's business too? In an instant, he was punched to the ground by the teenager. The other 2 were shocked. Boss, are you okay? The teenager in charge of the group quickly got up from the ground, touched his nose which was bleeding profusely, and sneered. Damn, you dare to hit me? You've got balls. He said, and then charged at the strange teenager, and the other 2 followed without hesitation. The girl was so cold that she was stiff and couldn't move her legs at all. She could only wrap her coat tightly around her body and watch the fight in front of her helplessly. Although the strange teenager looked gentle and refined, he was unafraid to fight 3 opponents. Moreover, his strikes were extremely vicious and precise. In no time, the 3 teenagers were beaten to the ground, bleeding and wailing in pain. The young man casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked up to the girl. The girl looked up, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. The young man's expression was cold. I'm avenging my sister, picking you up is just a bonus. It turned out that the little girl who was tricked into drinking the sewage was the young man's younger sister. Hurry back and give me back my clothes. The girl tried to move, but found that her legs were completely stiff and she could only shake her head apologetically. I can't get up. The young man frowned slightly, but still reached out and pulled the young girl up. The young girl stumbled a few steps forward and almost fell, but fortunately the young man was quick-witted and helped her in time. The young girl leaned against the young man's chest, blushing and lowering her head in embarrassment. I can't seem to move my legs. The young man gave an impatient huff. What a nuisance. Despite his complaints, he turned around and picked the girl up on his back. Although the boy's back was thin, it made the girl feel more secure and warmer than ever. She carefully lay on his back and whispered again. "Thank you." The boy usually had a gloomy look on his face, and no one wanted to play with him, and the teacher didn't like him either. This was the first time he had been thanked so sincerely, and he couldn't help feeling a little awkward. His ears turned slightly red, and he scolded. "Can you stop being so servile? No wonder those three brutes picked on you." The girl was taken aback and asked timidly. "So, what should I do?" "Just be like me," the boy said casually, but quickly dismissed the idea with a self-deprecating laugh. "Never mind, just don't be like me, they all say I'm crazy, a nut." The girl was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. "Anyway, if someone bullies you and makes you unhappy, just get even," the boy said to himself again. Come to think of it, there's actually nothing bad about being crazy or a nut. At least no one will dare to mess with you. After taking the girl back to the orphanage, the teacher hurriedly took her to change out of her wet clothes. The boy, on the other hand, quickly left to find his sister. The girl had a high fever from catching a cold and lay in bed dazed for more than half a month. During this time, she thought countless times about the young man who had saved her from the icy river. What was his name? How old was he? He seemed about the same age as her. She had never seen him before. When had he come to the orphanage? If it wasn't for him, she would be dead by now, right? She had to get better quickly so that she could thank him properly. When the young girl had finally recovered, she asked her teacher about the young man, but the teacher said with a happy face that he had been expelled. That kid didn't look like a nice person at all. He didn't know how to use his hands, and his eyes were so fierce, he might be a potential murderer. The girl's mind went blank. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses, and a feeling of bitterness and regret welled up in her heart. Has he already left? We didn't even get to have a proper conversation. Will he and I ever meet again? Xianing Xue dreamed again of that cold winter 12 years ago. Everything in her memory had become a little blurry, except for the indifferent and delicate face of the young man, which was still clearly reflected in her mind. Xianing Xue couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at the corner of her mouth. She knew that as long as she saw him again, she would be able to recognize him. And he had saved her again, just as dependable as he was back then. But she was no longer the timid little girl she had been back then. Now, she had the strength and the means. Since fate had reunited them, this time, she would never let it slip away again. Chapter 6, Xianing Xue wants to see you. The only thing Xianzhe was grateful for was that no one knew that he had been arrested the day before, and the Xiao family had not continued to trouble him. The motorcycle was still being repaired, and he didn't know if it could be saved. For the time being, when Xianzhe could only ride his bicycle to work at the bookstore. While waiting at the red light on the sidewalk, when Xianzhe heard two white-collar workers next to him discussing on their cell phones. "Hey, look at the trending topic, the Xianing Xue you like has finally been rescued." "Oh, that's great. If anything happened to that goddess, I'd go and fight those thugs with a cleaver. Gee, just look at the photos of the wounds, the murderer is so cruel, it's not human." "Yeah, how could you do that to someone so weak and innocent?" As soon as the green light came on, when Xianzhe hurriedly rode off. Shit, how can I hear about that woman everywhere? Now, whenever he heard her name, he felt terrible. He didn't even want to think about asking her for compensation for the suit. He definitely didn't want to see her again. Recalling yesterday's experience, Moon Hyunchul still felt like it was unreal. It was truly magical that someone like him could actually have dealings with the legendary Qianyang soul. If she really was as pure and good as people said, he felt like he was quite lucky. But in reality, she was just a crazy woman. Oh, God, please don't let me meet her again. After arriving at the bookstore and changing into his work clothes, the owner immediately instructed Moon Hyunchul. "We got a new shipment today, go to the warehouse and count it." Once in the warehouse, Moon Hyunchul felt his breathing come to a halt and his heart give a sharp thump. The new goods were Xianing Xue's photo album. After standing there for 2 seconds, Moon Hyunchul gritted his teeth and forced a smile to his lips. "Ha, it's okay." And began to count the items like a machine with no emotions. "It's just a photo, it's not her in person." After the inventory was complete, the boss told Moon Hyunchul to display Qianing Xue's photo album in the most conspicuous location in the bookstore. Then he put the poster of Qianing Xue that came with the book at the entrance of the bookstore. After doing all this, when Xianzhe felt that his character had been greatly tempered. Looking at the bookstore that had been given a new look, the boss nodded with great satisfaction. Looking at Xianing Xue, who was smiling sweetly, when Xianjia felt a chill in his heart. The thought that he would have to work with so many Chen Yingxus for a long time in the future made Xianjia feel like the sky had fallen. What a sin! VIP ward of Xiaocheng Central Hospital. Xianing Xue sat on the hospital bed, timidly retelling the events of the crime. The two policemen at the head of the bed took careful notes. During the fight, I don't know whose dagger fell to the ground, and the short kidnapper immediately charged at me ferociously. I was so scared that I picked up the dagger on the ground and slashed at him with my eyes closed. Then I heard a scream. The tall kidnapper snatched the dagger from my hand and said, with a terrified expression on her face and her lips quivering uncontrollably. She raised her trembling hand and touched her bandaged neck. The agent hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Do you want to take a break first?" Xianing Xue gritted her teeth and shook her head slightly. "It's okay, I can continue." 3 days later, the official account of the Xiaocheng police issued an announcement regarding the kidnapping of actress Xianing Xue. Peace in Xiaocheng. Announcement. On April 21, 20, actress Xianing Xue was on her way to the Dasheng Film Festival when she was kidnapped by suspects Zhao and Lu to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the Eastern District. In a critical moment, Mr. W, an enthusiastic citizen, entered the factory by mistake and immediately came forward to save the victim, and engaged in a fierce fight with the criminals. During the fight, the criminal suspect Lu crazily slashed the victim's neck. Mr. W was not afraid in the face of danger and successfully overpowered the two criminal suspects. The police quickly arrived at the scene and took the victim to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. After intensive rescue, the victim has been taken out of danger and is currently recovering in the hospital. The suspects Zhao and Lu have been taken into police custody. The police will continue to investigate the case in depth, and the suspects will definitely be severely punished by law. At the same time, we highly commend and sincerely thank Mr. W, an enthusiastic citizen, for his courageous actions. We hope that the general public will actively learn from Mr. W and promote positive energy in society. Notice is hereby given. Xiaocheng Public Security Bureau. April 21, 20. You ate my wireless headphones. Finally, an announcement has been made. Can those marketing accounts that spread rumors that Zhu Yingxue has passed away be controlled? At Pinyin Xiaocheng. My heart is as strong and indestructible as iron. What, Mr. W? That's the hero who saved Xue, my adoptive father. As General MacArthur said, within 3 minutes, I want to know all the information about this Mr. W. Don't get me wrong, I just want to go and give him a silk banner. Tiger's ass, me too, me too. How can a hero not even have a name? It's so heartbreaking. When the sea cat was a kitten, I was afraid that you idiots would bother him, that's why I didn't reveal any information, you know? Xianjia has been anxious about compensation for the expensive suit for the past few days. He looked up the brand of the suit. Holy shit, it's 20,000 yuan. He's going to die paying for it. Just when he was at his wit's end, he received a call from the police. Is this Moon Hyun-chul? Come to the police station when you have time to collect your bravery award and a silk banner. Moon Hyun-chul immediately rushed to the police station. When he received the envelope full of red banknotes, Moon Hyun-chul's hands trembled with excitement. This is 50,000 yuan. Even if he spent 20,000 yuan on the suit, he would still have 30,000 yuan left. At that moment, when Xianjia felt that the pain and misunderstanding, fear and anxiety he had suffered over this period of time were all forgivable. On the way home from the police station, when Xianjia received an unfamiliar call. Hello? Is this Mr. Wen Xianjia? This is Miss Xianing Xue's assistant. Miss Xianing Xue would like to meet with you. Chapter 7, So Easily Molested. After the caller introduced herself, there was a slight pause before Moon Hyun-chul answered. Oh, hello? Regarding the other day, Ms. Xianing Xue would like to thank you in person. Could you please tell us your current address, and we will send someone to pick you up? Moon Hyun-chul was silent for a few seconds before replying. No, just tell me the address, I'll come myself. After hanging up the phone, Moon Hyun-chul immediately regretted it. Shit. Am I crazy? Didn't we agree that I didn't want to see her again? Why did she just show up on my doorstep? He couldn't explain why he had just agreed to this. Along the way, Moon Hyun-chul kept reassuring himself. Yes, no matter what, he still had to see her to put an end to this matter. He was her rescuer, And she wouldn't repay his kindness by turning against him, would she? Besides, to be honest, the other day when she tried to kill herself and others, she was probably just temporarily insane from panic. In any case, there's no need to be nervous. When they got to the hospital, Moon Hyun-chul stopped by a nearby fruit supermarket and bought a fruit basket. After all, he was going to visit a patient, and it would be rude to go empty-handed. When they arrived at the entrance to the hospital's inpatient department, Moon Hyun-chul saw a crowd gathered around, and a few people being kicked out by the hospital security guards. Although this is a hospital, it doesn't admit mental patients. The people who were kicked out got up in a flurry, cursing and swearing. "Why won't you let me in? I just want to go see Qianingshue." "Is that wrong? Look, this is her favorite dish, spicy fragrant pot. The goddess has lost too much blood and needs a blood transfusion. I'm here to donate blood. Can you bear the responsibility of delaying the best treatment time? Shue, are you okay? I won't leave until I see for myself that you're safe and sound. Uncle, please let me in. Please, I just want to take a quick look to make sure Shue is okay, and then I'll leave immediately." The onlookers whispered to each other, and when Xianjia carefully walked around the side. TSK, so you're a fanatical fan of Qianingshue. What a crazy guy. As soon as he entered the first floor lobby of the hospital, a young woman with short, neatly cut hair and wearing short-sleeved jeans politely greeted him. She was Qianingshue's assistant, Lin Qian. After a brief introduction, Lin Qian led Wen Xianjia to Qianingshue's ward. Slowly pushing open the ward door, with a light creak, the view naturally drew the eye forward. Qianingshue was standing quietly with her back to the door. The sunlight shone through the clear window and enveloped her. She was wearing a white dress, and her slender figure looked so fragile. As the breeze blew, her silky hair swayed gently. What a picture of tranquility! When Xianjia walked in a little nervously, Lin Qian smiled and said, "I won't disturb you too," and then slammed the door shut. The sound of the door closing was not loud, but it still startled Wen Xianjia. Damn it! Why do I have an ominous feeling? Qianingshue slowly turned around and smiled happily. "You're here." Wen Xianjia simply replied. Why do you make it seem like we know each other? But she seems pretty normal now, she shouldn't suddenly go crazy and stab me with a knife. When Xianjia walked up and placed the fruit basket on the glass table next to him, saying, "I just bought it. Eat more fruit during your recovery." The next second, a cool, soft touch came from his chin. When Xianjia was shocked and quickly looked up, he saw Qianingshue extend her slender fingers to hook his chin, with an elusive smile on her face. When Xianjia quickly took a step back, widening the distance between them, his face full of disbelief. Qianingshue let out a light laugh, then took a step forward, narrowing the distance between them again. Then she said understandingly, "Didn't you do the same to me that day? I just want to know what it feels like." Memories surfaced, and when Xianjia shifted his gaze awkwardly, chuckling nervously, and explaining, that day was pure acting, I wasn't trying to take advantage of you." Then he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, how's your injury?" As he spoke, he once again turned his gaze back to Qianingshue. Qianingshue lifted her hand and touched the bandage on her neck. Her tone was flat as she said, "The wound is not actually deep, the sutures are perfect, and the stitches will be removed in about a week." When Xianjia frowned and finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. "So, why did you do it?" Qianingshue's face still maintained a light smile. "The kidnapped movie star was rescued unharmed, the suspect was arrested without a hitch. Don't you think this story is a bit boring?" "What?" When Xianjia didn't quite catch what she was saying, Qianingshue turned around and looked out the window at the growing crowd of onlookers at the entrance to the hospital department, and said, "The audience doesn't want to see such a dull story, so some exciting plot twists had to be added. This way it will be memorable, won't it?" When Xianjia felt a little confused. Was she trying to make this incident more influential and more controversial? Qianingshue turned around, then pointed at the white bandage around her neck and laughed. "And thanks to this wound, the Qian Group's stock price has risen a lot again. It's a bargain, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, when Xianjia's eyebrows tightened, and his fists, which were hanging by his side, unconsciously tightened slightly. "But aren't you afraid that you might die as a result?" Qianingshue looked a little surprised. People don't die that easily." Then she laughed meaningfully. "Even if you are covered in wounds, your face is unrecognizable, and you are decaying from the inside out, a person can still survive. When Xianzhe's mood was a little bit subtle, and he continued to ask, "Why did you take that man's eyes?" Xianxue tilted her head slightly, as if remembering something, and then said with a sudden realization, "Ah, because from the beginning, he has been looking at me with a disgusting look." Her expression and tone became cold, but her attitude was so casual, as if she was talking about an annoying bug. When Xianzhe finally realized clearly that her crazy actions were not a result of mental disorders caused by panic. On the contrary, she had always been very clear-headed. She didn't take the kidnapping seriously at all, but instead was thinking about how to make the most of this encounter. She was truly terrifyingly calm. And her two kidnappers were nothing compared to her. However, Xianxue pursed her lips slightly, then took a step forward and walked slowly to Moon Hyunchul's side. She stood in front of him, gazing deeply and quietly into his eyes. "You've never once shown that kind of look. On the contrary, your eyes are very clear and clean, and I can't help but fall deeply in love with them." As she spoke, she slowly raised her delicate white hand and moved closer to his face. When Xianzhe was startled and subconsciously wanted to back away, but Xianxue grabbed his wrist. "Don't move, let me touch you, okay?" When Xianzhe swallowed and, against his better judgment, acquiesced to her strange request. Xianxue's lips curled up in satisfaction, and then she gently touched the corner of his eye. He could feel the temperature of her fingertips, slightly cool, but with a strange sense of heat. He smelled the faint jasmine fragrance coming from her, fresh and elegant, lingering faintly around the tip of his nose, quietly stirring his heartstrings. In the sunlight, he could even clearly see the fine fuzz on her delicate face. He also saw the frenzy in her eyes. It was an unconcealed burning passion, like a burning flame that could burn everything to the ground. Her lips were getting closer and closer, and her warm breath lightly sprinkled on his face. Her weak, slightly cool fingers slowly moved to his ear, and Xianxue slightly narrowed her eyes and said softly, "Your ears are so hot." At this moment, when the atmosphere was charged with the utmost ambiguity, when Xianzhe suddenly woke up from a dream, quickly broke free from her grasp, and turned around. "Ha, it's getting late, so I won't continue to disturb you. I'll take my leave." Then he quickly opened the ward door and left like he was escaping. Lin Xian at the door hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Wen, are you leaving? I'll give you a ride." When Xianzhe's mind was buzzing. Although it was hard to believe, from his years of experience with women, he knew that woman definitely had a crush on him. Chapter 8, Shock. The true face of the national goddess is. When Xianzhe's figure disappeared completely down the corridor, and Xianxue in the hospital room remained calm and composed. It was as if everything was expected. However, a barely perceptible trace of loss appeared in the depths of her eyes. Sure enough, he had completely forgotten her. Moreover, he had also changed a lot compared to before. He had become more composed, more handsome, and also more attractive. Xianxue slowly raised her hand, and the warmth of his fingertips remained. She placed her fingers by her lips, stroked them gently, then closed her eyes, as if savoring something. Restraint, forbearance, what a wonderful character. Just then, a flustered figure rushed into the ward. "Who do you think you are, meeting with an amateur in private?" The person who had just arrived was Xianxue's manager, Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian's eyebrows were flying in anger, but Xianxue ignored him and continued to mutter thoughtfully. "Tell me, if I pinned him down, would he resist? I don't think so. After all, such a patient man would just grit his teeth if I really screwed him, and then pretend nothing happened. If we meet again, I just need to look remorseful, and he'll definitely soften, and be fooled and screwed again. Ah, will he cry? Just thinking about him crying in humiliation and shame makes me even more excited." Zhao Qian's eyes involuntarily widened, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Xianxue, however, ignored him, narrowed his eyes and continued. "But even if he cries and begs me, I will never let go. I want him to get used to and accept my existence. I want him to completely become mine." Zhao Qian finally came back from his shock. He quickly drew the curtains and then took out his detector and quickly swept the room. After confirming that there were no listening or recording devices, he let out a relieved sigh. But what if he is even more stubborn than I think, and is determined to escape? Do I have to use some special means to make him give up completely, for example, getting rid of everyone he cares about and making my presence the only thing in his world? Zhao Qian was exasperated. Stop it, stop it. If you get photographed by some paparazzi, your image as a national goddess will be completely ruined. Just then, the ward door opened unexpectedly. Zhao Qian was so startled that his heart suddenly squeezed, and he almost passed out on the spot. Mr. Huan also walked too fast. It turned out to be Lin Qian, who returned panting. After seeing who was coming, Zhao Qian's suspended heartbeat resumed. He patted his chest lightly, then immediately jumped up and gave Lin Qian a backhand. How many times have I told you to knock before entering the door? You little girl deliberately tried to scare me to death, didn't you? Lin Qian quickly rubbed her head in pain, complaining. I'm sorry, Uncle Qian. As soon as the words fell, there was another backhand. How many times have I told you to call me Brother Qian? I'm only in my 30s, okay? And it was you, you little brat, who brought that boy over, wasn't it? You can't call that boy, he's Shue's savior. You have to call him Mr. Wen. What savior? Even if Jesus came down to earth, he couldn't meet her alone, do you understand? The two in front of them were arguing, and Xianningsue casually took an apple from the fruit basket, took a bite, and chewed slowly. It's sweet. Zhao Qian, you're so good at matchmaking? Forget being a celebrity assistant, just switch careers and become a matchmaker, I guarantee you'll do well. Lin Qian, oh, Shui just wants to say thank you to Wen in person. Qian, you're so dirty-minded. Zhao Qian pointed at himself in disbelief. Me dirty-minded? Ha, I'm famous for my gentlemanly demeanor in the entertainment industry. Then he glanced aside. I wonder who has the most despicable thoughts here. Lin Qian hurriedly reported, Shuejie, this old deng said you have despicable thoughts. Zhao Qian immediately became anxious. Hey, I didn't name anyone. Wait, who is this old deng? Xianningsue sneered indifferently, and then finally turned her gaze to the two people in front of her. Okay, stop fighting. How about taking this opportunity to show the world the true face of the national goddess? I guarantee you that this is more sensational news than kidnapping and being seriously injured and hanging by a thread. No way. Yes. Zhao Qian and Lin Qian said almost at the same time. The next second, Lin Qian received the third hand-delivered letter from Zhao Qian today. Then she sniffed her nose, silently moved to the corner and squatted down to draw circles. Zhao Qian turned his head and glared fiercely at Xianningsue, who was leisurely eating an apple, as if he wanted to devour her with his eyes. Then he immediately revealed a bitter smile, put his hands together in a salute, and said in a voice with a hint of a sob. Grandma, I beg you, for my sake, don't make such jokes anymore, okay? I can't stand the shock. Xianningsue just looked at him for a moment, and Zhao Qian's hair stood on end. Xianningsue let out a light laugh and comforted him. Yeah, it was just a joke, don't be so nervous. Zhao Qian felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and he wanted to immediately kneel down and thank his benefactor. Ha, nervous? I'm not nervous. Xianningsue casually threw the core of the apple she had eaten into the trash can, and her dark eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't worry, I'll play my role as the national goddess perfectly. At least, until I win this year's Best Actor award, Xianningsue will remain flawless. Zhao Qian happily applauded. Haha, that's right. Then he took a pear from the fruit basket, and an icy, piercing gaze immediately fell upon him. Zhao Qian instantly froze, and Xianningsue stared at him, coldly saying, Put it down. Zhao Qian obediently put the pear back in the fruit basket carefully, and laughed dryly. Ha, I just remembered that pears contain too much potassium, I won't eat it. Chapter 9, Hurry up and find a girlfriend. After leaving the hospital, Wen Xianzhe was in a state of being out of his body. In his days, he even rode his bicycle onto the overpass, almost causing a traffic accident. Fortunately, he woke up in time and hurriedly ran away, just avoiding being caught by the traffic police on duty. Otherwise, it would be another day trip to the police station. From Wen Xianzhe's past experience, the way that woman looked at him and her actions towards him were not innocent. But when he thought about the other party being the national goddess Xianningsue, the dream lover of thousands of innocent young men, he began to doubt his judgment. That legendary Xianningsue is interested in him? If he says it out loud, people will just think he's paranoid. The more Wen Xianzhe thought about it, the more entangled and annoyed he became, and he finally decided to consult a professional. West District, the One-Way Love Bar. At the bar, a young man with yellow hair and a young woman with big red curls were sitting. The man was wearing a blue shirt with the buttons on the collar casually undone, looking unruly and uninhibited. The woman was wearing bright, heavy makeup and a pair of suspender shorts, revealing her fiery figure. The yellow-haired man raised his glass and gave the woman with the big waves a faint smile. Maybe you don't believe it, but my hair is naturally this color. The woman covered her mouth in surprise, and the man with the blonde hair cocked his head with a smug grin and continued. I'm not from Summer City, my hometown is in beautiful country. Although my father is from Summer City, my mother was born and raised there, so I also have half of beautiful country's blood. And this yellow hair is the best proof. As he spoke, he gently ran his hand through his hair, as if to prove to the woman that it was real, not a wig. The woman nodded in belief, then asked, So, why didn't you stay in your hometown? The man put down his glass and sighed wistfully. That's a long story. Then his tone changed and he gave a deep, affectionate smile. But we can go to a quiet room and I'll slowly tell you. The woman was stunned, then smiled coyly. Just as she was about to say yes, she suddenly saw a tall figure walk into the bar. The woman froze, and the man hurriedly looked in the woman's direction, his breathing catching for a moment. The man quickly stood up and smiled awkwardly at the woman. My friend is here, he doesn't like bars, I must take him out, next time. The woman, however, acted as if she hadn't heard him, still staring ahead with pink bubbles in her eyes. The man instantly felt cold. Damn, just now he clearly wanted to go to the room with me. Women are indeed all fickle. Fan Qingjie, a good friend of Moon Hyun-chul, was the professional Moon Hyun-chul was looking for. The two sat at a roadside barbecue stand at night. Fan Qingjie, while skewering a skewer, accused. I really can't believe you, 6. You come just when I'm about to start my happy time. Are you trying to get on my nerves? And I already told you, no interruptions during hunting season. When Xianjia turns to the kebab grilling boss and shouts. Boss, 50 more kebabs. Okay. Fan Changjie's face changes instantly, and he says happily. Oh, wow, you're so generous today. Did you strike it rich? When Xianjia turned his head and said, speechless. What are you talking about? I've always been generous. I want to ask you a few questions, just consider it a consultation fee. Fan Changjie seemed to have thought of something immediately and teased. Oh? Could it be that some rich girl has fallen for you again? Ahem. When Xianjia coughed quickly, and Fan Changjie's face was full of a devious smile. Tell me, who is it? Xianing Xue seems to have a crush on me. Fan Changjie almost spat out the beer in his mouth, coughed for a long time, and his face turned red. You're dreaming. No, buddy, how did you learn to daydream too? Does Xianing Xue know you and start to fancy you? When Xianjia was not angry, but calmly stated. For some reason, I have met her twice. Met twice? Matchmaking by the god of marriage? When Xianjia was speechless, believe it or not. Fan Changjie wiped his mouth, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. Man, I admit you are quite attractive, it is not an exaggeration to call you a lady killer, and indeed, so far, many rich young ladies have pursued you, but... Fan Changjie changed his tone and said seriously. But she's Qianing Xue, the national goddess. Do you think she hasn't met any men before? Even if she has met you twice, there's no reason for her to fall for you, is there? Qianing Xue has been in the industry for 10 years with no scandals, she's a peerless, cold goddess. She's not going to give in just because of you. Fan Qingjie continued as if he had suddenly come to his senses. Ah, I see, because you usually not only have to work part-time to earn money to support your family, but also take care of your younger sister's daily life. It's really hard, lonely, and you long for someone to understand you, care about you, and love you. That's why you have such an unrealistic dream. When Xianjia's brows furrowed, and Fan Changjie sighed. Take my advice, hurry up and find a girlfriend. Not only will she be a haven for your tired heart, but most importantly. He suddenly smiled meaningfully. It can help relieve a lot of your stress. When Xianjia stared at him speechlessly. I have my own way of relieving stress, I don't need a girlfriend. Fighting in underground boxing arenas is not just for making extra money. Fan Changjie gave a lewd smile. Oh no, no need for a girlfriend. If you find a girlfriend, I'll make fun of you. Chapter 10, I gradually understood everything. When Xianjia had figured it out. Whether Qianing Xue really liked him or it was just his own delusion, it didn't matter anymore. After all, they would never meet again in the future. So quickly erase that woman from his memory, his life must get back on track. Thank goodness, the motorcycle, which was riddled with problems, was still salvageable. To celebrate its rebirth, Moon Hyun-chul named it Phoenix, after the mythical bird that rises from the ashes. Moon Hyun-chul drove Phoenix to the Western District Hospital. Unlike the modern and imposing Shawching Central Hospital, the Western District Hospital looked a bit shabby. But although small, it had all the essentials. The facilities and medical equipment in the hospital were relatively old, but at least they still worked. Won Xianjia carried a thermos and went to the third floor of the inpatient department, where he walked straight into one of the wards. There were 4 beds in the room, and the patients in 3 of them were playing a passionate game of Fight the Landlord. The middle-aged woman in the bed by the window was quietly sitting on the bed, staring blankly out the window. "Have you had lunch yet, Lan Ma?" Won Xianjia smiled and walked up to the woman, who was daydreaming, and greeted her. The woman was startled and quickly looked back. When she saw Won Xianjia, she instantly flashed a kind smile. "Not yet." Yin Lan, a woman who lives alone and lives below Won Xianjia. She is sincere and kind to others, and the neighbors around her, regardless of age or gender, call her Lan Ma. She once had a 17-year-old son, but he died in an accident 10 years ago. Usually, she makes a living by making handicrafts. Last month, she suddenly fainted at home, but fortunately Won Xianjia took her to the hospital in time. After examination, the doctor said it was due to low blood sugar, which was also her old problem, and she needed to be hospitalized for rest. Won Xianjia placed the thermos on the bedside cabinet and smiled apologetically. "I've recently encountered some things, so I haven't been able to visit you much." Before the words had finished, Yin Lan's face showed concern, and she asked with concern. "What is it? Is it serious?" "You must remember to tell the neighbors if you have any difficulties, everyone will help you, don't try to bear it alone." I know, it's not a big deal. I've taken care of everything, so don't worry." When Xianjia pulled out the folding table at the foot of the bed, skillfully set it up on the bed, then opened the thermos and took out the food inside. "I cooked some of your favorite dishes, try it." After finishing the meal, Yin Lan sighed with satisfaction, exclaiming, "I don't know whose daughter is so lucky to have such a virtuous husband as you." When Xianjia froze as he tidied the tableware, and laughed nervously. "Ha! Ha ha." Yin Lan continued to praise him sincerely. "Look at you, you respect the elderly and love the young, you are hardworking and capable, you cook well, you are strong, and you are very handsome." What was that saying? Oh yes, high-quality human male, hee, isn't that what you are? When Xianjia was embarrassed and quickly picked up the pace of cleaning, with his toes curled up against the floor. "Ha, Lan Ma, you're teasing me again." Yin Lan said seriously. "What teasing? I'm just telling you the truth. Don't keep rejecting the girls who are after you. If you meet the right one, don't wait any longer. The doctor said you can be discharged in a few days, and I'll come pick you up then." After tidying up, Moon Hyun-chul quickly changed the subject. Then he gave a stiff smile, backed away, and left the room. "I still have work to do, so I'll go now. Take care of yourself, bye." "Hey, you." Moon Hyun-chul's life seems to be back on track. It's still 15 minutes until closing time, and there are not many customers in the bookstore. Moon Hyun-chul yawns, and the other clerk on duty starts brushing his teeth. Still, he's doing it out loud. Although the sound isn't loud, Moon Hyun-chul can hear him clearly. Pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shui. Wow, don't tell me I'm the last one to know that you can mix concrete with noodles. Although the man in front of him is only 20 years old, he only has less than 3 months left to live. His colleagues sometimes cry bitterly, sometimes laugh so hard they fall over. When Xianjia just hopes that his boss won't do a surprise inspection, otherwise he might get into trouble. The national goddess Qianning Xue is about to make a strong comeback, and the reporter interviewed her manager. Hearing that name, when Xianjia had a shock and almost had a heart attack. Fortunately, his colleague quickly scrolled past the video, and when Xianjia let out a sigh of relief. But then, his colleague took the initiative to search for a collection of Qianning Xue's works. His colleague was so engrossed in watching the videos that he completely forgot that there was someone else there, and muttered hungrily. Why reward him? I want to be trampled and ravished by the goddess too. When Xianjia, the rebel, winced. He quickly glanced at the time, and there were still 2 minutes left before he could go home. Calm down. Although he didn't want to know what his colleague had seen, a corner of his heart was like being gently pulled by an invisible hand, driving his eyes to glance at his colleague's phone screen involuntarily. On the screen, the cold female villain played by Qianning Xue was exuding a chilling aura. The male protagonist, who has infiltrated the enemy camp but unfortunately revealed his identity, is being ruthlessly trampled on by her. She lowers her head, her cold, frosty gaze falling on the protagonist like she's looking at rubbish. The protagonist struggles, saying, "If you've got the guts, just kill me." Chen Yingshua's mouth curls up slightly as she slowly crouches down. Her slender hands grasp the protagonist's hair with force, forcing him to look up at her. Then, as if she were playing with her prey, she gently wiped the blood from the corner of the protagonist's mouth. That seemingly gentle action looked particularly frightening against the backdrop of her cruel smile. "You know what? You look much cuter in this pitiful state than usual." For a moment, Moon Hyun-chul felt his heart tighten. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, as if he had been struck by something. It's just like the taste. This is the Chen Yingxue he has seen before. When Xianjia gradually understood everything. No wonder she was able to interpret the cold-bloodedness and evil of the villain so vividly, and no wonder her vicious villain was well received. It turned out to be a fucking cameo appearance. After leaving the bookstore, when Xianjia went to deliver takeaways for a few more hours, the Phoenix, reborn from the flames, had greatly improved its combat effectiveness. When Xianjia sped along the whole way, delivering each order ahead of schedule, and the customers were moved to tears. This delivery was awesome. When Xianjia returned home at 10 p.m. When Xianjia's room door was slightly ajar, and the room was still lit. The child, is she asleep while doing her homework again? When Xianjia entered the room quietly, carrying the fried chicken and fries that the fried chicken restaurant owner had given him. Sure enough, Moon Hyuna was slumped over her desk, still clutching a gel pen with a cartoon rabbit on it. Moon Hyun-chul set the bag of fried chicken down to one side and carefully removed the homework that Moon Hyuna had been leaning on. "Let me see, how well have you mastered the new material?" However, the next second, Moon Hyun-chul's gaze was drawn to the photo that was pressed under the homework. Moon Hyun-chul looked at it intently and his eyes widened. This is a picture of Chen Yingxue. Chapter 11, If Chen Yingxue and I fell into the water, who would you save first? While Moon Hyun-chul was shocked, Moon Hyuna also woke up. When she saw Moon Hyun-chul in the room, she immediately sobered up and hurriedly stood up. "Brother, how can you just enter my room like this?" Moon Hyun-chul held the photo in his hand and asked sternly. "How come you have a picture of this woman?" When Xianya snatched the photo away angrily and said, "Why can't I have photos of Shui Shui? She's my idol." "Shui Shui? Oh, idol?" When Xianjia's brain shut down a little at this intimate term. When Xianya nodded as she hugged the photo and explained seriously. "Yes, when I was sad and confused, and felt like I couldn't continue studying, Shui Shui was there for me and got me through those difficult times." As she spoke, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a very happy expression. When Xianjia's CPU almost burned out. "What? Haven't I always been there for you when you're sad and upset? When has that woman ever done that for you?" When Xianya was a little speechless and explained. "Oops, it's her drama and gentle personality and wonderful qualities that have accompanied and inspired me." When Xianjia pursed his lips and grinned. Gentle personality, wonderful qualities. Do those two words have anything to do with that woman? That woman almost made you a murderer and almost sent you to prison, do you know that? Looking at Moon Hyuna's lovelorn expression as she gazed at the photo in her hands, Moon Hyun-chul felt heartbroken. "Silly sister, you like no one else, but you have to like such a hypocritical woman who is not what she seems. If one day you find out her true face, you will be thunderstruck and doubt your life? Chen Yingxue, an innocent girl has been cheated by you, you really hurt people deeply." Seeing that when Xianjia has a shift expression, when Xianya frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Brother, don't you never read gossip about celebrities and never comment on them? But it seems that you have a lot of opinions about Shui Shui." Suddenly, she gave an expression that seemed to see through everything. "Are you saying that?" When Xianjia hurriedly said with a guilty conscience. "Hey, no, I just want to remind you to be sensible about your idol, and to focus on your studies." "Are you saying that you are also her fan, and you even share the same attitude towards her?" "No." When Xianya looked surprised, while when Xianjia looked confused. "What?" "Hey, it means refusing to share a common interest, liking an idol very much, wanting to have her all to yourself, not wanting to discuss her with others, and thinking that anyone who also likes her is a rival in love." When Xianjia felt a chill run down his spine. "Huh? Are you kidding me? Listen carefully, I'm not her fan, and I don't like her either." When Xianya ran her hand along her chin, narrowed her eyes, and stared at him with a vacant expression. "Huh? Really? But your reaction is obviously a forced denial after being told what you were thinking. When Xianjia threw the bag of fried chicken in front of her and turned his head away in annoyance. Believe it or not. Stop it, it's getting late, hurry up and eat, then quickly wash up and go to bed. 2 days later. When Xianjia is organizing his closet in his room when Xianjia suddenly rushes in, flustered. Brother, do me a favor. When Xianjia turns around and asks in a light tone. What? When Xianjia jumps up to him, with a flattering smile. Hey, it's like this, didn't Shui get discharged from the hospital yesterday? What does it have to do with me? Moon Hyunchul interrupted her somewhat impatiently. Moon Hyuna puffed up with anger and crossed her arms. Oh, don't interrupt, just listen to me. Ever since her idol Cheon Yang Sol was exposed, Moon Hyuna has become increasingly unrestrained at home. She always deliberately plays videos related to Cheon Yang Sol in front of Moon Hyunchul. Or when there was nothing to do, she would talk about which drama, which character, or which interview of Shui. Her words were full of admiration. Xianjia never expected that after accepting the colleague's outrageous flirtatious remarks at the bookstore during the day, he would have to accept his sister's criticism when he returned home in the evening. It was simply double torture. Seeing that Xianjia no longer said anything, Xianjia continued. The first thing Shui did after being discharged from the hospital was hold a fan meeting, but not everyone could go. After all, there was limited space, so the studio selected 200 lucky fans through a Weibo lottery. Xianjia raised an eyebrow. So you're one of the 200 lucky fans? Xianjia applauded happily. Bingo! You got it right. Everyone who goes can take a photo with Shui alone and get Shui's autograph. Wow, what did I do in my past life to deserve such good luck? Seeing Xianjia's face full of adoration, Xianjia was a little speechless and turned around to continue organizing his closet. Oh, just go then, why are you telling me so much? Xianjia returned from her beautiful dream to reality, walked around to his side, and said with a grievance. Humph, you think I don't want to go? But that day we're going to do community service. I can't go. Xianjia laughed a little schadenfreude. Oh, that's a real shame. But that smile soon froze on his face. You're not thinking of asking me to go instead, are you? Xianjia applauded happily again. Bingo! You got it right again. You're worthy of being my brother, we really are soulmates. I refuse. Xianjia refused without saying a word, and Xianjia looked confused. Why? Xianjia closed the wardrobe and walked towards the locker again. I have to tidy up the room and get rid of all the unnecessary things. I'm very busy and don't have time. Xianjia hurriedly followed and continued to persuade. Oh, just put that aside for now. I'll help you tidy up later. Xianjia resolutely refused. No, I can do it myself. Then he began to organize things. Xianjia continued to launch an offensive. Brother, are you really not going? Shui herself is much more beautiful than in the photos, so can't you just go to see a beautiful woman? Xianjia paused, then continued to be indifferent. I don't like to see beautiful women. Upon hearing this, Xianjia sneered. Huh, as if I didn't know? You obviously watch beautiful women on TikTok every day. And there are all kinds of styles. Xianjia became anxious and quickly retorted. It was just the homepage, I accidentally swiped it, and the system pushed it to me. After that, Xianjia carried on with all kinds of coquettishness, but Xianjia just had 2 words for it. No way. Seeing that she was being too soft, Xianjia finally changed her strategy and went for the hard sell. She put on a stern expression, crossed her arms across her chest, and raised her chin, saying, Didn't you say that you would unconditionally agree to my 3 requests? This is one of them. Xianjia's heart sank at these words. Ha! I did say that, didn't I? Seeing Xianjia waver, Xianjia pounced on him. What, you want to renege on your promise? You want to go back on your word? You want to become a hypocritical lord who tells lies? A single question from the soul made Xianjia's conscience feel a strong sense of condemnation. No, you must keep your promises. But the person he was going to meet was none other than that terrifying madwoman. After a lot of internal struggle, Moon Hyunchul finally relented. Good. Sound is very quiet, Moon Hyuna did not hear clearly. What? Moon Hyunchul looked up at her. I said yes, I'll go. Moon Hyun-ah jumped up in delight. Yes. Then happily rubbed against Moon Hyun-chul's arm. I knew you were the best. Love you. Wen Xianjia rubbed her hair and laughed dryly. Ha, how much do you love me? If I and Qianing fell into the water, who would you save first? Wen Xianjia suddenly looked up, blinked her round eyes. I can't swim, but you can. You can just save Shui while you're at it, right? Save her ass. If she fell into the water, he would just set off fireworks to celebrate. Although he really wanted to answer like that, Moon Hyun-chul held back. He changed the subject, then invited Moon Hyun out of the room and leaned quietly against the door to calm down. Ha, I actually have to meet that woman again. What a sin. Chapter 12, A Crazy Fan Meeting. The Art Gallery at the End of Summer. The venue for the fan meeting of Qianing Shui. When Xianza arrived early, after all, the sooner it ended, the sooner he could go home. He deliberately wore a black cap and a black mask today, so he shouldn't run into any acquaintances. The most important thing was that he must not be recognized by that woman. Before setting off, Wen Xianza was repeatedly told by Wen Xianya to take a few more photos of Qianing Shui. It would be best to record some videos as well. Her remaining days would depend on these. Looking at the men and women on the scene, who could hardly hide their excitement, Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but marvel that Qianing Shui might really be something. Otherwise, why would these innocent young men and women be so infatuated with her? Luckily, he was already a reliable adult and would never be charmed by this enchantress. Wen Xianjia, who was immersed in his own world, completely failed to notice the three girls around him whispering about him. Oh my, is it really okay to be wrapped up so tightly? Could it be that they are here to harm Shui again? Don't be so rash. Look at this figure, look at this temperament. Maybe it's one of the idols here on a private visit. After all, many newcomers to the entertainment industry have openly said that they are fans of Qianing Shui. Oh my train of thought has opened up. Hey, why don't we go up and ask for an autograph? Just as the three girls decided by rock paper scissors who would go up and ask for an autograph, Moon Hyun-chul suddenly walked away. He had just seen an acquaintance strutting into the entrance. It was Xiao Qiqing, the young master of the Xiao family, who had been knocked flying by him in the underground boxing ring before. Xiao Qiqing had a big pompadour, an overly large suit, and shiny leather shoes. He was holding a bouquet of fiery red roses, with a look of ecstasy on his face, as if he were here to propose. Wen Xianjia hurriedly walked in the opposite direction. What a narrow escape. Why are people all over the world fans of Qianing Shui? I'm really impressed. Just then, the host's voice came over the hall's loudspeakers. Miss Qianing Shui is ready, and all fans present are asked to line up according to the rules. Wen Xianjia had made a mistake. The order of the queue was based on the numbers drawn in the Weibo lottery, and his number was in the last 10. In other words, he would have to wait until the end of the suffocating fan meeting before he could leave. After everyone had formed a queue, Qianing Shui finally made her slow entrance to the stage amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. She was wearing a white chiffon shirt with a thin black ribbon tied around the neck in a small bow. Her sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing her slender wrists, which were adorned with a few exquisite silver buttons. The black straight-cut skirt at the bottom of her outfit had a slightly flared hem, which rubbed gently against her steps as she walked, like black petals swaying in the wind. A black silk scarf was wrapped around her neck, with one end naturally draped and the other skillfully looped around her neck and tied loosely at the side. Not only does it cover the scar from her recent injury perfectly, it also adds a touch of charm to her. She flashes a sweet smile at the audience, then waves her hand, and the crowd immediately erupts in cheers. Snow, snow, wave hey. Howling, creeping, menacingly, twisting, spasming, shivering, creeping, menacingly, screaming, hissing, poking one's head out, crawling around, howling, tilting one's head, shivering, twisting. Xiao Qiqing, in particular, was howling with such hysteria that, "Sister, you are my only sister. My father's bank card password is XXXX, will you marry me?" The calm Wen Xianjia seemed a bit out of place in the midst of all this. In order to make himself seem less outstanding, he could only clap stiffly. The fan autograph photo session was progressing much more slowly than Wen Xianjia had imagined. He had thought it would just be a matter of signing an autograph and taking a photo, but it seemed that those fans all had the attribute of being chatterboxes, and they went on and on about a whole bunch of things to Qianing Shui. There were rainbow farts, cheesy romantic lines, and complaints about recent life disappointments. There were also talks about their own dogs and cats, and even inexplicable mentions of the awards they received in primary school. The crucial thing was that Qianing Xue actually listened to all of it. When she heard the rainbow farts and cheesy romantic lines, she would show a shy expression and say thank you. When she heard someone complain, she would nod sympathetically and then smile, encouraging the other person. When she heard someone talk about their dog or cat, her eyes would sparkle and she would look enviously. And when she heard someone talk about the awards they had received, she would cover her mouth and laugh softly, then say something complimentary. When Xianzhe was amazed. He even began to wonder if this was really how she was. And was the so-called other side she showed when she was with him just an act? Finally, it was Moon Hyunchul's turn. He quickly handed over Moon Hyuna's notebook and then, in an extremely unnatural manner, pressed the brim of his cap down. This action made the security guards on the scene instantly nervous. Two burly security guards stepped forward and said to Moon Hyunchul, "Fan, please cooperate with us and take off your hat and mask." Moon Hyunchul secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This is bad. They're not going to mistake me for some kind of suspicious element, are they?" As he was torn between worry and confusion, Qianing Xue raised her hand to signal the security guard to step back. The fans who came to the scene have all submitted proof of identity in advance, so there is no need to be nervous. The security guard was still a little uneasy. But Qianing Xue smiled and gently asked the heavily armed fan in front of her, "Maybe this fan is just sick and doesn't want to infect me with a cold, right? Is she giving him an out?" When Xianzhe didn't have time to think about it too much and immediately nodded in cooperation. The security guard had no choice but to retreat to his position. Qianing Xue flipped open the front page of her notebook, then tilted her head slightly and asked with a smile, "So, what do you want me to write?" When Xianzhe lowered his voice and said, "Someday you will realize your dreams and become dazzling." Qianing Xue nodded, then repeated it while writing down this blessing for the fan. "Someday, you will realize your dreams and become dazzling. Okay, your name is Sweet Pineapple Bun." This is Moon Hyunjin's favorite dessert and also her online nickname. These few words exhausted Moon Hyunjin's lifelong courage. Qianing Xue laughed softly, and then quickly wrote down both the other person's name and her own. What a cute name. Moon Hyunjin took the notebook Qianing Xue handed him, whispered a thank you, and then turned to leave. But Qianing Xue quickly grabbed the hem of his clothes. "Wait, you haven't taken a photo together yet." The rest of the fans at the scene couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, is this really a fan? I can't feel his love for Xue at all. In him, I can't feel the same breath as us at all. Could it be an undercover agent sent by the other side, deliberately trying to disgust our goddess? Gee, I think it's really a celebrity in plain clothes who came here, because he's afraid that the longer he stays, the easier it will be to expose his identity, so he can't wait to leave. Ha, you're really good at making up stories. Your main task right now is to delete the Tomatillo novels on your phone, okay?" Qianing Xue had no intention of letting go, and when Xianzhe also realized that his performance was too out of place, so he had to honestly go back and take a group photo. When Qianing Xue waved goodbye to him with a smile, he knew that he could finally leave with peace of mind. Like hell. Chapter 13. It was quick, she was walled in the blink of an eye. After the autograph session was over, the host excitedly announced, "Now, we will draw one lucky fan, who will get the opportunity to have lunch with Miss Qianing Xue." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate outburst of screams from the audience. "The organizer is so nice. Ah, pick me, pick me. If I'm picked, I'll go streaking on Sangxi Enkyo tonight." Xiao Yuanchang was so excited that he reverted to a primitive state, clenching his fists and quickly pounding his chest. Oh. When Xianzhe felt a thump in his heart and an ominous feeling welled up. The assistant took a cardboard box, and the host explained. The box contains 200 numbered balls, and the numbers on the balls correspond to the numbers you have just queued up. Now, I will randomly pick a ball from the box. Just as the host was about to put his hand into the cardboard box, Qianing Xue, who was sitting nearby, spoke. "I'll do it." The host turned his head in confusion, and Qianing Xue walked up, smiling. "I want to decide for myself who the lunch partner will be today." The fans in the audience all agreed. If you could be personally chosen by the goddess, it would be completely predestined and impossible to resist. The host nodded and stepped back, giving Qianing Xue the authority to draw the ball. Qianing Xue stuck her hand into the cardboard box, stirred it a few times at random, and then took out a small ball. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide, necks stretched out, waiting for the answer to be revealed. When Xianzhe prayed to the gods and immortals, asking them not to play any more tricks at a time like this, and not to let it be him, Xianing Shui revealed the number on the ball bit by bit. 190. Xianing Shui smiled and shook the ball in her hand, the number on it clearly visible. It's a fan of number 190. When Xianzhe felt like he'd been hit by lightning, and his mind went blank. His heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally died. When he looked into Xianing Shui's smiling eyes, when Xianzhe felt a chill run down his spine. Is it still not too late to run away? When the answer was announced, the scene was in an uproar. Xiao Qiqing fainted from anger, and the medical staff on the scene quickly carried him away. Everyone looked around to find out who was the one who had stepped in dog shit. Suddenly, a college-age boy said loudly, "Wait, 190, isn't the 10th last one the guy who almost forgot to take a photo with the goddess?" The crowd suddenly realized, and their attention instantly focused on Wen Xianzhe. No way. How could it be him? Shit. This kid definitely stepped in shit today. Let's congratulate this bee. Welcoming 198 pairs of envious, jealous, burning stares, Moonhyun Chul felt like he was on the receiving end of a spear. Shit, I've never even won a second bottle of wine, so why is today so lucky? Bah, this is totally bad luck. While everyone was talking, Xianing Shui had already excused herself on the grounds of feeling unwell. The host picked up the microphone and gave his closing speech. Thank you all for coming, and that's the end of today's event. Please take your personal belongings and leave in an orderly manner. When Xianzhe was about to take the opportunity to sneak away, but the host mercilessly shattered his illusions. Lucky fan number 190 over there, please follow me backstage to get ready. In the backstage lounge, when Xianzhe thought the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why was he the one picked? How could there be such a coincidence? Could it be that? Recalling the several times that Xianing Shui had locked eyes with him, a terrible thought appeared in Moonhyun Chul's mind. She has recognized me? Moonhyun Chul hurriedly looked up and down at himself in panic. He was wrapped up so tightly and had deliberately changed his voice when speaking, so there was no reason for her to have noticed. Just as Moonhyun Chul was racking his brains, the door to the restroom opened. The person who had arrived was Xianing Shui's assistant, Lin Qian. When Xianzhe was shocked and quickly stood up. Lin Qian smiled, walked up, bowed politely, and then made a gesture of invitation. Let's go, Mr. Wen. When Xianzhe's blood instantly froze. Damn, even she recognized him, let alone Xianing Shui. When exactly did it all come crashing down? The dining venue was located inside the art museum at the end of summer. Lin Qian took Wen Xianzhe to the corresponding floor in an exclusive elevator. The elevator door slowly opened, and Wen Xianzhe cautiously stepped out, taking a look around. The temperature was a bit low, there was no one around, and the lighting was particularly dim. It gave him the feeling that a woman's scream would soon be heard, and then the scene of a murder would be discovered. Lin Qian did not step out of the elevator, but just smiled at him and said, "I hope you have a pleasant meal." Then the elevator door closed. Silence quickly fell around him, so quiet that he could hear only the sound of his own breathing. When Xianzhe's heart instantly rose to his throat. Crap, I'm about to eat a meal with a severed head. Even so, he could only grit his teeth and take a step forward. A sudden burst of crisp footsteps sounded out, making it particularly clear in the quiet space. It was the sound of high heels tapping on the floor. One after the other, with an inexplicable sense of rhythm. When Xianzhe turned sharply around, only to see Xianing Shui standing quietly not far behind him. Her figure was slightly blurred in the dim light, but she exuded an aura that was impossible to ignore. "You're going the wrong way." Her soft but unmistakable voice came from afar. As she spoke, she took elegant steps forward, each one like a blow to Wen Xianzhe's heart. Xianing Shui stopped in front of Wen Xianzhe and removed his mask and cap in one go. Wen Xianzhe subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face, as if he were making a last-ditch effort. Xianing Shui, however, mercilessly pushed his hand aside, her mouth curling up into a slight sneer as she said, "How long are you going to keep trying to deceive yourself?" When Xianzhe could only give up his fearless cover-up, let go of his hand, and with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes, asked, "How on earth did you recognize me?" Jianing Xue raised the corner of her lips, her gaze slowly moving down, finally resting on his hand. "Your hands are very special. They are big, with long fingers, well-defined joints, and a nice color and shape. They are almost works of art. I recognized them immediately when you handed me the notebook." Moon Hyunchul looked down at the culprit in disbelief. "What? It was this? I should have worn gloves." Seeing Moon Hyunchul's face full of remorse, Jianing Xue let out a light laugh. "But I recognized you when I arrived at the scene." She raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of smugness in her eyes. Moon Hyunchul was full of shock, and Jianing Xue continued to smile, saying, "After all, your outfit is so distinctive and eye-catching that the gaze is immediately drawn to you, and..." The smile on the corner of her mouth grew even wider. "You know, this outfit perfectly outlines your figure and makes your waist look especially thin. People can't help but want to." Say, as her hand slowly and gently climbed up the side of his waist, her fingers stroked up and down his waist. The touch, which was both close and distant, brought a tingling itch. When Xianzhe's hair stood on end, and his body felt as if it had been electrocuted. He jerked his hand away. His face flushed, and he said, embarrassed, "Hey, don't touch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianing Xue pressed him against the wall and kissed him. Jianing Xue's eyes were full of anger, and she slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a slightly dangerous smile. "What do you think would happen if I screamed now?" When Xianzhe's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Jianing Xue responded in a cold tone. Shocked, a crazed fan plots against his idol? How do you like the headline for this news? Is it eye-catching enough? When Xianzhe's heartbeat quickened, and he finally understood. She actually wanted to turn the tables on him? This crazy woman. When Xianzhe forced himself to calm down. Yes. She wasn't joking, she really could do it. Damn it, he could have punched her away, but now he was forced to submit to her lust. Aunt can bear it, but uncle can't, I have to fucking bear it. He tried to calm his pounding heart, gritted his teeth, and helplessly asked, "What do you want?" Seeing that he no longer resisted, Jianing Xue's face showed a look of smug satisfaction. She raised her hand and gently squeezed his chin, edging closer to his lips. "I want you." Chapter 14, a lunch date that sent shivers down the spine. "I want to get you." Jianing Xue's voice was low and hoarse, and her eyes flashed with a fiery and complex light. When Xianzhe's entire body instantly froze, his mind went blank, and it felt as if his thoughts had stopped functioning at that moment. What did she say? Want to get me? His heartbeat, which had just calmed down a little, was now racing like a runaway horse. He could even hear the thumping sound of his own heartbeat clearly. He was now convinced that he had not been wrong the other day, that she had indeed fallen for him. It was not his imagination. When Xianzhe panicked and turned his head away, avoiding her moist red lips that were getting closer and closer. His lips trembled slightly as he stuttered. "Why?" Jianing Xue turned his face back slightly with a little force. "Because you look delicious." Delicious? What the hell is that term? When Xianzhe's eyes were full of horror and confusion. No, with her level of insanity, maybe she really wants to eat him. Physically. This terrifying thought made him shudder. He tried to hide back as hard as he could, his body leaning back as hard as he could, wishing he could shrink directly into the wall. Ha, ha. I'm not delicious at all, I never bathe. He panicked and looked for excuses, but Jianing Xue obviously didn't believe him. Really? She leaned closer to his neck and sniffed lightly. The warm breath sprayed on his skin, bringing a strange feeling. But you smell so good, it makes me even more hungry. The voice was soft and ambiguous, and when Xianzhe felt his blood rise, and his cheeks instantly became hot. No. No, no, no. I want to eat you up right now. Just as Jianing Xue's lips were about to touch his skin, when Xianzhe gritted his teeth, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and pulled the two of them apart, which was getting a little too close. Ha, I'm starving too, when's dinner? Inside the luxurious private room. On the sumptuous dining table, when Xianzhe buried his head in his rice, concentrating on eating. Jianing Xue sat elegantly across from him, knife and fork in hand, slowly cutting up her steak. Her eyes occasionally fell on Xianzhe, with a look of adoration. When Xianzhe occasionally looked up and caught a glimpse of Jianing Xue's commanding presence, which immediately made him seethe with anger. Damn, I should have brought a voice recorder and recorded all this crazy bitch's rebellious comments, then posted them online to completely humiliate her. Let everyone see the true face of their goddess. But the food is really delicious. I wonder if I can ask her to pack a takeaway for Xiaoya to take back with her later. Just as he was thinking this, the two of them's gazes inadvertently collided. A sweet smile immediately appeared on Qianing Xue's face. Wen Xianzhe quickly averted his gaze, as if he had done something wrong. To cover up his panic, he picked up the orange juice at hand and gulped it down. Qianing Xue rested her chin in one hand and laughed lightly and meaningfully. Did you just drink it so defenselessly? An ominous feeling suddenly welled up in Wen Xianzhe's heart. His brows furrowed as he looked at the bottom of the empty glass. His face instantly turned pale, and his body involuntarily stiffened. He stood up abruptly and said, his voice trembling. You actually drugged me. Qianing Xue leisurely inserted a freshly cut piece of steak, brought it to her mouth, and blew on it lightly. Haha, how could I? I just wanted to have dinner with you. After saying this, she put the beef into her mouth, chewed it slowly, and a look of immense satisfaction spread across her face. It's delicious. Wen Xianzhe couldn't believe it. You really didn't drug it? Qianing Xue smiled, her eyes clear and sincere. Why would I lie to you? I never lie. Wen Xianzhe sneered inwardly. I'd rather believe you never lie than believe I'm the first emperor of Qin. Wen Xianzhe felt his body and found that nothing strange had happened. He then sat down with a lingering fear. However, his heart was still full of vigilance, and he dared not relax in the slightest. Qianing Xue seemed to read his mind and comforted him, saying, Okay, I really didn't lie to you, and even if I really did drug you. The straightforward gaze flowed over his body, and she casually picked up a grape, slowly peeling the skin, and said, You won't be the one who suffers, will you? That's not true. I'm afraid I'll wake up with a missing kidney. Wen Xianzhe dared not speak his anger, and could only laugh dryly. Ha. After the meal, Qianing Xue spoke bluntly. Let's continue our previous conversation. I want to have you. Are you willing to give yourself to me? Wen Xianzhe's eye corner twitched. Isn't this nonsense? Who would want to? He had had many women chase after him, but this was the first time he had met someone so crazy. He also very firmly refused. No. Qianing Xue gave a slight smile, got up and walked towards him. In that case, I'll just have to use force. Wen Xianzhe was shocked and quickly stood up and backed away. Hey, when it comes to relationships, it's all about mutual consent. Qianing Xue was unmoved and continued to walk towards him with a smile on her face. Whether it's sweet or not, as long as it quenches your thirst, that's all that matters. Wen Xianzhe had retreated to the door, and he twisted the doorknob, but it didn't budge. Damn it! He really was in a wolf's den. Qianing Xue didn't wallop him this time, but instead, she put her hands behind her back, leaned slightly forward, and said in a measured tone. And, I didn't say I wanted to talk about relationships with you, I want you. Your body, your soul, and naturally, your emotions as well. A cruel smile curled the corner of her mouth. You have no room to refuse. Wen Xianzhe clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. She's crazy. Just as he decided to go all out and fight to the death with this crazy woman, Qianing Xue suddenly let out a light laugh. What? Scared? Wen Xianzhe was taken aback, and Qianing Xue poked him in the nose with a smile. You look so cute when you're nervous and scared. Wen Xianzhe flinched, and Qianing Xue backed up, widening the distance between them. It's okay if you can't make a decision for a while, I'm in no hurry, go back and think about it. The door was open from the outside, and when Xianzhe couldn't believe it, she actually let him off the hook like that? Qianing Xue waved at him with a smile. Looking forward to our next meeting. Chapter 15, No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your lungs out. After leaving the Xiamo Art Museum, Wen Xianzhe's mind was still buzzing. What should he do? Qianing Xue was rich and powerful, and she was also a genuine crazy woman, and he was simply no match for her. This was not a problem that could be solved by punching her and knocking her flying. He wasn't actually going to give in to her, was he? But he still hadn't figured out whether she meant to eat him in the physical sense when she said she wanted to eat him. No, the most important thing now is to quickly buy a voice recorder. If there is a next time they meet, he definitely wants to show her what regret is. As he was thinking this, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Ha, 190, having lunch with Xianningshua, was it fun? The voice carried a hint of teasing and ill will, interrupting Wen Xianzhe's thoughts. He stopped in his tracks and looked back. It turned out that Xiao Qiqing had followed him with a group of his henchmen. When he saw the face of the person in front of him, Xiao Qiqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then, as if remembering something terrifying, he jumped back in fright. Shit! It's you! Wen Xianzhe was shocked and quickly touched his face. Shit, I forgot my hat and mask. Recalling the punch in the underground boxing ring, Xiao Qiqing's momentum weakened a lot, but he still raised his chin and mocked. Ha, I didn't expect to run into you here, what bad luck. You're also worthy of liking Xianningshua? Wen Xianzhe was speechless, his face showing some impatience, and asked. What's the matter? What's the matter? I still haven't settled the score with you for that punch last time. Xiao Qiqing blurted out. But realizing that this made him seem petty and vindictive, he quickly corrected himself. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not a person who can't take a joke. They went after you that day on their own, and I didn't say anything. The men behind him quickly straightened up and responded in unison. Yes. It was all our own initiative, and had nothing to do with the young master. Xiao Qiqing smiled and raised an eyebrow. Do you believe me now? Wen Xianzhe smiled. Of course I believe you. After all, Master Xiao fainted on the spot, so he naturally didn't have the chance to give any orders. One of Zhao's subordinates immediately angrily stepped forward, pointed at Wen's nose and yelled. Hey, are you mocking our master? Do you want to die? Ha! Xiao kicked him away. Who told you to speak? Get lost. Then he straightened his loose suit and continued. Hey, there was a reason why I lost to you last time. Wen Xianzhe, full of curiosity, asked cooperatively. Oh? What was it? Xiao Qiqing suddenly looked up at the sky, a look of melancholy on his face, as if he were remembering some sad past. That day, ever since I woke up in the morning, I had had an ominous feeling, always thinking that something big would happen today. When I stood in the boxing ring, the ominous feeling reached its peak. Yes, I was distracted at that time, so you took advantage of the situation, understand? Wen Xianzhe looked disdainful, and the little guy who had just been kicked by Xiao Qiqing stepped forward again, eagerly saying. Our young master was careless at that time, he didn't dodge, are you fucking retarded? Can't you understand that? After saying that, he was kicked away by Xiao Qiqing again. Damn it, do I need to explain? Get out. Wen Xianzhe nodded with a sudden realization. Oh, I get it now. Xiao Qiqing's anger dissipated a little, and he continued to reminisce with a smug chuckle. I'm glad you understand. I didn't realize it until I woke up, but Xianningshua had been kidnapped. So that ominous feeling I had back then was actually referring to this incident? Is this what they mean by telepathic? If it weren't for these incompetent idiots getting in my way, I would have gone and rescued the beauty long ago, and would Mr. W, the so-called concerned citizen, even have a chance to play a part? Speaking of which, Xiao Qiqing quickly covered his chest, looking pained and remorseful. When you reach a certain point of speechlessness, you want to laugh, like Wen Xianzhe now. Ha, this chance to rescue the beauty was given to you, do you want it? Oh, you really want it? Then it's fine. Xiao Qiqing suddenly let out a relieved sigh. However, seeing that the kid saved Xianningshua in my place, I would like to thank him in person if I get the chance. Oh? Really? In fact, now is the perfect opportunity to thank that kid. Do you want this opportunity? Oh, if you don't want it, that's fine. Xiao Qiqing put his hands in his pockets and strode forward in an arrogant manner. Hey, digressing, to put it simply, last time was an accident, I didn't even show my true strength, so I want to spar with you again. Wen Xianzhe followed Xiao Qiqing to the nearby gym. Xiao Qiqing waved his hand and directly booked the whole place. The boxing ring is too far away, let's just make do here. Wen Xianzhe looked at the group of vicious-looking thugs behind Xiao Qiqing and smiled awkwardly. Young Master Xiao, although you are magnanimous and do not hold a grudge, these brothers of yours will not. If I accidentally hurt you again, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave the gym today. Xiao Qiqing laughed disdainfully. What's there to worry about? He turned around, pointed to Wen Xianzhe next to him, and said to the group of younger men in front of him. Let me ask you, am I, Xiao Qiqing, someone who cannot afford to lose? No. That's right. So no matter what the outcome of the competition, don't make things difficult for this person here, got it? Got it. Very good. Now, everyone, get out of here, except for one referee. The little guy who had been kicked by Xiao Qiqing immediately excitedly stepped forward and volunteered. Me. I'll stay behind as the referee, young master. This person's name was Zhao Lu, and Xiao Qiqing frowned and looked him up and down. You? Okay. Xiao Qiqing turned to Wen Xianjia and asked. Are you relieved now? Wen Xianjia shrugged. Of course. He had already carefully observed the surroundings just now and had long since planned his escape route. Even if Xiao Qiqing went back on his word, he would be able to escape in time. Before the subordinates left, Xiao Qiqing suddenly added with a twinkle in his eye. And, no matter what happens inside, don't open the door, do you hear me? Yes. After everyone had left, the door was slammed shut and locked with a loud bang. In the middle of the ring, the two men quickly put on their boxing gloves. Xiao Qiqing's face wore a smile of excitement and evil. He rubbed his hands together while laughing arrogantly at Moon Hyunchul. Scream all you want, scream as loud as you can, but it's a pity that no one will come to your rescue even if you scream your lungs out. At Zhao Lu's command, the two sides quickly took their positions. Xiao Qiqing couldn't wait to start his provocation and made several feints. However, Wen Xianjia didn't even bother to dodge, calmly watching his performance with a calm expression. Xiao Qiqing felt his pride being greatly insulted. He gritted his teeth, a surge of anger welled up in his heart, and he desperately swung a punch recklessly. Unfortunately, Wen Xianjia just sidestepped, easily avoiding this seemingly fierce blow. Then, he swung his fist with all his might, and it hit Xiao Qiqing's face with pinpoint accuracy. History always repeats itself. Xiao Qiqing felt a tremendous force hit him, and his body flew out again, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Xiao Qiqing let out a scream, and Wen Xianjia cursed inwardly. Shit, I didn't even use much strength. Zhao Lu quickly went over and helped Xiao Qiqing up, his face full of anxiety and concern. Young master. Are you all right, young master? Xiao Qiqing shook his head to try and clear his mind. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation slowly trickle down his nose. He raised his hand to feel it, and when he saw the blood on it, he let out a terrified scream. Xiao Qiqing was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Hey, calm down. You promised not to make things difficult for him, so put the knife away. Wen Xianjia was just marveling at how this young master was still human when Zhao Lu suddenly gave a cold smile and put the knife at Xiao Qiqing's neck. You're the one who should calm down, young master. Chapter 16, A Fierce Battle in the Gym. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Xiao Qiqing felt a chill spread from his neck to his whole body in an instant. He spoke incoherently in horror. Zhao Lu? What are you doing? Wen Xianjia was also confused. What's going on? Is this to avenge the previous two kicks? Zhao Lu held the knife steadily at Xiao Qiqing's neck with one hand, while with the other he grabbed his shirt collar and lifted him up with just a little force, as if he were lifting a rag doll. Zhao Lu sneered. What are you doing? The young master's brain really isn't working very well, or is he still pretending to be stupid even though he's about to die? As he spoke, he brought the knife closer to Xiao Qiqing's neck by a fraction. Xiao Qiqing hurriedly begged for mercy. No. Let's talk about this. I'll give you whatever you want. Zhao Lu paused slightly. Xiao Qiqing's hopes were momentarily restored, but Zhao Lu suddenly gave a cold smile. Haha, who cares about your stinking money? I want your life. Ah! Xiao Qiqing let out a scream. Then his eyes rolled back, his legs went limp, and his whole body, as if it had no bones, fainted. Zhao Lu kicked the unconscious Xiao Qiqing, his face full of disgust. Damn, he really is a waste of space. Hey, where do you think you're going? Wen Xianjia froze stiffly. He turned around mechanically and smiled awkwardly. Ha, big brother, I just don't want to get involved in your personal grudges. Zhao Lu shook his finger and said seriously. No, it's not a personal grudge between me and him, but your personal grudge with him. Wen Xianjia frowned in puzzlement, and Zhao Lu stepped over Xiao Qiqing's body and said as he walked forward. Here's the thing, you lost the duel with Master Xiao and became enraged, so you killed Master Xiao. And I, as Master Zhao's loyal servant, fought you to the death. In the end, of course, I succeeded in avenging Master Xiao. Wen Xianjia was shocked. He was going to kill Xiao Qiqing and then kill him and even frame him? Good guy, I'll fucking call him a good guy. Zhao Lu placed the dagger on the tip of his tongue and licked it quickly, smiling wickedly. You're next, Wen Xianzhe. Wen Xianzhe gritted his teeth and strode towards Zhao Lu. Asshole, Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu was a little incredulous and laughed with his hands spread out. Ha, walking towards me? You didn't choose to run away, but instead actively approached me? Wen Xianzhe confidently moved his wrist muscles. If I don't get closer, how can I beat you down? Zhao Lu clenched his dagger, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Ha, then come a little closer. When the distance was narrowed to a certain extent, the two sides quickly attacked and launched a fierce duel. The two sides fought back and forth, and the scene was at a stalemate for a while. At this time, Xiao Qiqing, who had fainted on the ground, carefully opened one eye, his eyes rolling rapidly as he observed the situation around him. He had never been unconscious at all, it was all an act. After confirming that the two fighting men were some distance away, Xiao Qiqing immediately got up from the ground and fled, sprinting straight towards the door. Open the door. The little followers outside the door were enthusiastically playing a game of poker. 3 pairs and 1 pair. Ha 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 ha. I only have 1 card left, and if I lose this time, I'll shit in a handstand. Suddenly someone looked up and said in surprise. I think I heard the young master's voice. The others also looked up quickly, pricking up their ears to listen carefully. Open the fucking door, I'm going to die in here. Shit. Everyone was shocked, and they were about to open the door when Zhang Shangfeng, one of Xiao Qiqing's longest-serving lackeys, hurriedly stopped them. Wait. Did you forget what the young master said earlier? No matter what happens inside, don't open the door. But the young master is inside, begging for help. Who said the person begging for help is the young master? Upon hearing this, the others were shocked. Zhang Fengshan laughed with satisfaction. Is the young master the type of person who would cry for help when beaten? Don't you believe in the young master's strength? The others looked at each other, and Zhang Fengshan continued to reason and analyze, confidently saying, It's obviously that kid surnamed Wan, imitating master's voice on purpose and shouting to trick us into opening the door. Everyone suddenly realized, and at that moment, there was a loud knocking on the door. It was followed by an even angrier and more urgent shout. Where the hell is everyone? I'm going to be chopped to death. Open the door. Open the door. If I die, I won't let you guys off even if I become a ghost. Zhang Fengshan snorted, pointed his thumb at the door, and said disdainfully. Listen, how can it be our young master screaming so pitifully and so shamefully? The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhang Fengshan knocked on the door, deliberately mocked with a strained voice. Ha, just scream all you like, but it's a pity that no one will come to your rescue even if you scream your lungs out. The crowd burst into laughter. Come on, continue, this is making me a local tyrant. Zhao Lu noticed Xiao Qiqing trying to escape and became distracted. Wen Xianzhe took advantage of the situation and gave him a hard punch in the stomach. Zhao Lu felt a sharp pain in his stomach and his body involuntarily bent down, emitting a painful groan. When Xianzhe slowly walked up to him, his hollow, dark eyes seemed unfocused. His face did not show any expression, and he just raised his hand and punched again and again. Zhao Lu was beaten up, his face was bruised, his eyes were filled with stars, and his face was covered in blood. Looking at Wen Xianzhe's indifferent expression, Zhao Lu felt a great fear in his heart. This kid is crazy, he really intends to beat him to death. Zhao Lu clenched his teeth and ran desperately towards the door. Forget it, it's fine if I just kill this useless young master. He took the knife and stabbed Xiao Qiqing, who was lying on the door begging for help. Wen Xianzhe's eyes regained a glimmer of clarity, as if he had come back to his senses. He hurriedly shouted anxiously. Be careful. Hearing the shout, Xiao Qiqing quickly turned his head. Ah! At the last minute, he narrowly avoided the knife, but his cheek was still cut. Zhao Lu then stabbed several more times in a row, but unfortunately missed. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Wen Xianzhe slammed a heavy punch in his face. Zhao Lu flew through the air. The people outside the door were still playing cards, and the door slammed open with a loud crash. They quickly moved out of the way, and, still in a daze, saw Zhao Lu lying on the ground, barely breathing, Wen Xianzhe maintaining his punching stance, and Xiao Qiqing on all fours. Seeing Xiao Qiqing's disheveled and miserable appearance, the people were shocked. Young master? Are you all right? Xiao Qiqing's chest was rising and falling violently, his face pale, and his forehead covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, he let out a sneer, and everyone shuddered. Young master? Xiao Qiqing picked up the knife that Zhao Lu had dropped on the ground and staggered to his feet. He raised the knife and roared as he lunged at the crowd. I'll kill you all, Chapter 17, Between Heaven and Hell, There Is Only One You. The police, who had finally arrived at the scene, took Zhao Lu away. Although Xiao Qiqing only had a slight injury to his face, he jumped onto the stretcher at once, throwing a tantrum and demanding that the ambulance take him to the emergency room, and it was the one where Qianingshui had stayed. Then he told his minions to get lost and never show their faces in front of him again. The minions chased after the ambulance, crying out at the top of their lungs. Master! Will we see you again? Master, your world is without us now. It's okay, you be happy. Master, 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 how can we live without you? Master, take us with you, master. Finally, things came to an end, and when Xianzhi returned home. With all the commotion, Xiao Qiqing would surely not come looking for trouble again. As for Zhao Lu, it had nothing to do with him anymore. However, when Xianzhi did not feel completely relaxed. Recalling the moment when he beat Zhao Lu to death, he was still a little afraid. He had also fought many matches in the underground boxing ring, and as long as his opponent was no longer able to continue fighting, he would definitely stop. After all, he just wanted to make some extra money, but he had no desire to kill. But this time, it was as if he had lost control, and he was completely out of his usual composure. He couldn't hear Zhao Lu's terrified pleas for mercy or Xiao Qiqing's desperate shouts. There was only a seductive voice, like a spell, echoing in his head, luring him step by step towards the abyss of darkness. Kill him, kill him. You can do it, right? Suddenly, fragments of vague memories began to flash before Wen Xianzhi's eyes. The lifeless man lying on the ground, the sharp scalpel still dripping blood, the woman in a white coat covered in blood, beckoning to him. He couldn't see her face clearly, only the horrible smile curling up the corners of her mouth. Hurry up and come over here, Xiaozhe, give your mother a hand. Oh. I won't do it, absolutely not. His teeth clenched together, making a rattling sound, and his whole body trembled. Hyun take? A voice full of concern suddenly sounded, like a ray of warm sunshine, instantly pulling Moon Hyun take back from the terrifying darkness. His vision refocused, and he saw Moon Hyun squatting in front of him, looking at him anxiously. Hyun take, what's wrong? It was as if Moon Hyun Shul had suddenly gone from hell to heaven. The feeling of relief was so great that he took a deep breath. Yes, the past no longer mattered, nothing mattered. As long as Sioya was still there, as long as she was still by his side, he would fight to live on no matter what. He slowly lowered his hands and tried to force a smile, reassuring her. It's nothing. Moon Hyanja reached out and gently ran her fingers through his hair. Why are you sweating so much? At this moment, Moon Hyunchul's face was pale, his entire body was completely wet with cold sweat, and a few strands of hair were damply stuck to his forehead. He smiled awkwardly. Ha, it's just a little hot. It's only April, spring, where is it hot? Moon Hyunal was full of confusion, and Moon Hyunchul hurriedly explained. Oh, I just went for a 1,000-meter run. Moon Hyunal obviously didn't quite believe it. Really? Since when did you become so athletic? Ha, I've always been a sports fan, okay? You think you are like me? You just eat and sleep, and you've gained a lot of weight, haven't you? You've gained a lot of weight. Moon Hyunal retorted angrily, then grabbed the monkey doll on the sofa and smashed it over Moon Hyunchul's head. Moon Hyunchul was not to be outdone, and picked up the feather duster next to him. Good, you don't know anything about respecting your elders, do you? I'll teach you a lesson today. When Xianya quickly ran away with a smile. Ah, come on, come on. I'm scared. After a while of playful fighting, when Xianya's expression suddenly froze, as if she had remembered something important. Hurriedly, she asked. Right, have you got Shueishue's autograph yet? When Xianye also paused, slightly stunned. Then he put down the feather duster, took out a notebook from his bag, and handed it over expressionlessly. Take it. When Xianya couldn't wait to open the front page of the notebook and quickly read the words that Xianingshue had written to her. To sweet pineapple bun, someday, you will realize your dreams and become dazzling. Suddenly, when Xianya's movements froze, her eyes instantly widened, and her voice trembled with excitement. What a lovely name! I look forward to our next meeting. By Qianing Xue. When Xianya took off in place with excitement, then rolled around on the floor. Xue said my name was lovely and she looked forward to seeing me again. When Xianja also recovered from his shock and desperately covered his forehead. Damn, when did that woman add that sentence? It was unnecessary. At dinner time, Moon Hyun's mind was completely focused on the meal, and she kept pestering Moon Hyun-chul about the fan meeting. What else did Seol say to you? Her eyes were full of curiosity, and Moon Hyun-chul answered helplessly. Nothing much. She said she wanted to eat you up. Is Seol super gentle and patient with her fans? Moon Hyun-ah continued to press. It seems like. Moon Hyun-chul replied perfunctorily, but inside he was screaming like crazy. I'm super perverted and super rebellious towards your brother. Is Seol herself even more beautiful than in her photos? Moon Hyun's questions came one after the other, as if there was no end to them. Probably. Moon Hyun-chul replied ambiguously. But inside he had to admit, this one was true. Seol. Moon Hyun wanted to continue asking questions, but Moon Hyun-chul interrupted her quickly. Okay, forget about her. Can you just focus on eating? I'm exhausted after running around all day. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, and when Xianya pursed her lips, unable to but shut up and bury her head in her meal. Meanwhile, in the workroom, Lin Qian handed a file to Qianing Xue with both hands. The identity information left by fan number 190 when he received the prize was that of a 15-year-old girl named Wen Xianya. Qianing Xue sat lazily in her office chair and took the information, flicking through it casually. A faint smile curled the corner of her mouth, but a hint of loss flashed in her eyes. I told you, why would you suddenly be interested in meeting me? So you were entrusted by someone else. Chapter 18, The Lost Notebook. Shangsai Middle School, the best middle school in Xiacheng. To get into this school, you either have to be extremely smart or come from a wealthy or noble family. During recess, the students streamed out of the classrooms and gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to play and fight. In the classroom of grade 9 class 3, when Xianya couldn't help but secretly take out the notebook with Qianing Xue's signature from her bag again. Looking at the words on it, an indescribable joy welled up in Wen Xianya's heart, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Just then, a figure quietly circled behind her. Taking her by surprise, he snatched her notebook away. What are you looking at so intently? It can't be a love letter from a handsome guy, can it? Zhang Xiaoman, Wen Xianya's best friend and classmate. She winked mischievously and asked with a gossipy look on her face. When Xianya quickly reached out to grab it, her face showing a mixture of shyness and anger. Love your head. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Xiaoman's gaze fixed on the title page, and her face revealed an expression of disbelief. Wait, this is. Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. Qianing Xue's autograph? Holy cow, you actually have Qianing Xue's autograph, and it's even signed. You're awesome, sis. When Xianya quickly made a hand gesture to silence her, lowering her voice. Keep it down. Zhang Xiaoman quickly sat down next to her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is it really Qianing Xue's autograph? How did you get it? When Xianya carefully put the notebook away and put it back in the drawer before reluctantly explaining. Of course it's real. I can't be that bored as to imitate Qianing Xue's handwriting and lie to myself, can I? As for how I got it, well, of course I got it at the fan meeting yesterday. As she spoke, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, her face beaming with pride. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes widened at the news, her face full of envy. The fan meeting yesterday? You actually won a place? No way, sir, you're just too lucky. Is this the top-level strength that can get the last multiple-choice question right every time in an exam? When Xianya's math grades are almost full marks every time, and she is the math representative in her class and the teacher's favorite student. She shook her head proudly. Well, there's nothing I can do about it, I can't stop the luck when it comes, maybe this is also the fate between Xue and me. Seeing her smug look, Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help rolling her eyes, but suddenly she noticed something was wrong. Wait, didn't we do community volunteer work yesterday? How did you get to the site? Ah, this is. When Xianya just wanted to explain, but Zhou Xian beside her couldn't help snickering. Haha, how did you get there? Of course I snuck out. No wonder I didn't see you yesterday. You skipped volunteer work and went to see your idol, didn't you? Zhou Xian is the leader of the class. Her father donated a new air conditioner to every classroom in the school, so she is pampered by the teachers. She has always had a hard time with Wen Xianya, and now she is really looking for trouble again. Wen Xianya's face instantly turned gloomy, and she denied. I didn't sneak away. Yesterday, I was in the office with Teacher Wang counting tools. If you don't believe me, just go ask her yourself. Zhou Xian was even more displeased when she heard this. They had worked like dogs yesterday, but Wen Xianya only had to stay in the office? Damn it! She suppressed her anger and sneered. Oh, I see. That's right. After all, Xianing Xua's studio posted the group fan photo from yesterday, and I looked at it carefully, but there was no you in it at all. As she spoke, she looked at Wen Xianya with feigned surprise. Then where did your autograph come from? Wen Xianya looked at her coldly and didn't answer. Zhou Xian, seeing this, sneered even more smugly. You didn't write it yourself, did you? Looking at the two titans with such powerful auras, Zheng Xiaoman on the side was so nervous that she didn't dare to make a sound. Should I not be here? Wen Xianya suddenly raised the corners of her mouth and sneered. Can't I find someone to go for me? By the way, have you finished your math homework? You're the only one in the class who hasn't handed it in, and Teacher Wang has been nagging me about it. Ah, so you can't do it? I can teach you for free. Zhou Xian's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. She glared at Wen Xianya fiercely. It's none of your business whether I can write or not. Then she stormed out of the classroom. Moon Hyana, what do you think you are? Are your grades that impressive? My father donated air conditioners to the entire school. All the students have to walk on the other side of the street when they see me. All the teachers have to say hello to me. But you? What gives you the right to treat me like this? Damn it! Damn it! After school, the campus gradually returned to tranquility. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the corridor, lengthening the figure of Wen Xianya as she anxiously searched for something. The notebook with Xianing Xua's autograph had disappeared without a trace. Her school bag had been turned upside down, and every corner of the drawers had been carefully searched. But the notebook had vanished as if by magic, without a trace. Just then, Wen Xianya's gaze inadvertently met Zhou Xian's. Zhou Xian's face wore an unconcealable mocking smile, and her eyes seemed to say, See, this is what happens when you mess with me. Wen Xianya's heart sank, and she walked quickly towards Zhou Xian, her voice tinged with trembling anger. Did you take my notebook? Zhou Xian gave a contemptuous smile and pushed Wen Xianya away forcefully. Who do you think took it? Whose fault is it that you didn't keep your things properly? After saying this, she deliberately glanced at the trash can in the corner. Wen Xianya's heart tightened, and she was almost certain that the notebook was in that trash can. Without thinking, she immediately rushed towards the trash can. Zhou Xian saw this and a smug smile curled the corner of her mouth as she quietly left the classroom. However, the trash can had already been emptied, leaving only a few stray pieces of paper. Wen Xianya's heart sank to the bottom. She quickly pulled herself together, rushed out of the classroom and ran towards the garbage station. The garbage station was full of all kinds of rubbish, emitting a pungent stench. Wen Xianya covered her nose and mouth, endured the discomfort and began to search through the rubbish. The notebook contained not only Xianing Xua's blessings for her, but also a precious gift that her brother had queued for a long time to get for her. She couldn't lose it, absolutely not. As the sky gradually darkened, all that was left was the busy figure of Wen Xianya and the characteristic noise of the garbage station. Even the garbage station owner noticed the persistent girl. He stopped what he was doing and asked with concern. It's almost dark. What are you looking for, young lady? Let me help you. Wen Xianya shook her head. The sweat and tears mingled together, blurring her vision. No, thank you, sir. I can find it myself. The old man shook his head helplessly and sighed. Forget it, I'll deal with this rubbish tomorrow. You go home first, your family must be worried. Wen Xianya felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She looked up at the sky, the sun had completely set and a few stars began to twinkle. She suddenly remembered that today was the day that Lan's mother was discharged from the hospital, and her brother had specifically told her to go back early. Thinking about this, her heart was full of conflict. In the end, Wen Xianya could only reluctantly nod her head and decide to go home first. Seeing this, the old man comforted her. What are you looking for? I'll keep an eye out for you. When Xianya looked at the old man gratefully and choked as she said, It's a notebook with a light blue cover. The old man nodded kindly and said, Okay, go home quickly. Don't be too sad, my child, you'll find it. When Xianya nodded and turned to leave the garbage station, she clenched her fists and a gloomy, murderous gleam flashed in her eyes. If she really couldn't find the notebook, she would never let go of Zhou Xian. Chapter 19, The Past of the Brother and Sister 1. When Xianya went home first and took a shower in the bathroom, changing into a clean set of clothes, the house was filled with the aroma of food, and Yilan was carrying a plate of freshly fried dishes out of the kitchen. Upon seeing Wen Xianya, a look of concern appeared on her face, and she walked quickly over, her tone tinged with worry. Xianya, why are you so late today? Is there something going on at school? When Xianya smiled slightly, shook her head, and replied in a relaxed tone. It's nothing major, I just had to stay behind to help with the homework revision, so I came home a little late. At dinner time, the table was full of various dishes that Wen Xianya had specially prepared to celebrate Yilan's discharge from the hospital. Yilan took a bite and praised. Xianya, your cooking skills are really getting better and better, this dish is even better than the ones in restaurants. Wen Xianya smiled modestly and said, I secretly learned a few tricks from the chef. Then he thought for a moment and said seriously to Yilan, Mom Lan, why don't you move in with us? That way, when I'm not home, you can keep Xiaoya company and take care of each other. Yilan heard this and her smile contained a touch of helplessness. I really want to come, but your house is on the 7th floor, and I'd be exhausted climbing up and down every day. When Xianja realized at once that he had overlooked this practical problem, and a look of shame came over his face. Yilan saw this and smiled, and put a chicken leg in his bowl. You two should come to my house more often in the future, so that I can show you what I can do. My home cooking is also superb. When Xianja nodded with a smile and agreed. When Xianya was stunned for a moment, but she quickly agreed, although it seemed that her thoughts were not really there. After the meal, Yilan slowly left accompanied by her brother and sister. After seeing off Yilan, Wen Xianja turned to Wen Xianya and asked tenderly, Who made our little Ya unhappy today? Why do you seem so preoccupied? Wen Xianya forced a smile. It was just a quarrel with a classmate, no big deal. Wen Xianja's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he looked a little nervous. You had a fight with a classmate? What kind of fight? Leave it to me, don't try to be brave. Wen Xianya tried hard to pull a smile. I know, brother, I won't be as impulsive as I was back then, I'm really tired, I'm going to bed first. After saying this, she fled back to her room. Looking at the closed door, Wen Xianja was silent for a long time, and finally could only sigh helplessly. 12 years ago. Wen Xianja, who had just been kicked out of the orphanage, didn't care. After all, no one there liked him, and the food was terrible. He proudly told Wen Xianya how he had single-handedly taught the 3 bullies who had been picking on her a lesson, leaving them with bruises and bloody heads. Not only that, he had also saved a girl in the process. If he hadn't been afraid of leaving a psychological scar on the girl, he would have killed those animals long ago. When Xianya listened with wide eyes, sparkling with excitement, she praised him with all her heart, saying, Brother is so awesome. Then she asked worriedly, Where will we live from now on? When Xianja patted his chest and reassured her confidently, Don't worry, let's go to the rescue center first. Once I find a job and earn enough money, I'll buy you a big house. However, when Xianja soon came to terms with reality. At that time, he was full of youthful enthusiasm and thought that there was nothing he couldn't do. He went looking for work with confidence, but was repeatedly rejected. After all, who would hire a 12-year-old child? The harsh winter passed, and they were once again evicted from the shelter for various reasons. With no way out, the brother and sister found an abandoned building. Although it was dilapidated, it became their temporary haven. When Xianja collected discarded furniture from all corners of the city and decorated their new home little by little. With his hard work, the dilapidated shack gradually took shape. Although it leaked in the summer and the winter, it was finally a place to live. After numerous attempts to find work, a kind restaurant owner took pity on the siblings and agreed to let them help out in the restaurant. Moon Hyunchul was responsible for washing dishes in the kitchen, while Moon Hyuna helped with the vegetables. Whenever anyone asked, the owner always laughed and said that they were just the children of relatives visiting. During this period, the siblings got a lot of free food from the kitchen and grew a lot taller. However, the good times didn't last long. 3 years later, the restaurant owner closed the restaurant for some reason and returned to his hometown, and Moon Hyun-chul lost his job. He started to take odd jobs here and there, whether it was carrying bricks or plaster at construction sites, or moving goods. As long as he could earn money, he was willing to do it. At first, because he was young and impetuous, he often got into conflicts with people, and every time it ended with him knocking the other person to the ground. Until one day, he happily bought a roast chicken home, only to find the house in a mess. He called out in alarm, "Moon Hyun-ah." And Moon Hyun-ah cautiously climbed out of the cupboard. Moon Hyun-chul quickly checked to see if she was hurt, then hugged her tightly. Moon Hyun-ja told him that a few strange uncles had broken into their home, smashed many things, and threatened to come back tomorrow and kill him if they found him. At that moment, Moon Hyun-chul felt an unprecedented fear for the first time. He was not afraid of death, but if he died, what would happen to Hyun-ja? So, he hurriedly took Moon Hyun-ja and left the small home they had lived in for 4 years. From then on, Won Seon-ja learned to be restrained and patient. Although sometimes it was still hard to resist the urge to solve problems with his fists, the thought of his sister and the possible consequences always made him grit his teeth and hold back. At the age of 16, he used the money he had saved over the years to rent a small 2-bedroom house in the Western District, which is where he lives now. He began to try various part-time jobs, dealing with all kinds of people, and gradually learned the rules of how to get along with others. The impulsive and reckless teenager was long gone. In his place was a calm and reserved young man. One day, when the siblings were crossing the street together, Moon Hyun-ah saw a group of chattering elementary school students being led by their teacher on a spring outing, their eyes full of envy. She took hold of Moon Hyun-chul's shirt and timidly asked, "Brother, can I go to school?" When Seon-ja looked at his sister's face full of expectation and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Yes, Xiaoya was already 7 years old and old enough to go to primary school. He crouched down and smiled at her, saying, "Yes, let's go to school tomorrow, okay?" However, when they arrived at the nearby primary school the next day, when Seon-ja realized that going to school was not as simple as he had imagined. Not only were there various procedures and documents required, but most importantly, a guardian was also needed. The siblings could only return home with regret. After researching a lot and asking many people, Moon Hyun-chul finally found a feasible solution. 2 years later, when he turned 18, he could become Moon Hyun-a's guardian. During this time, he also had time to prepare the necessary documents. He carefully told Moon Hyun-a, "Can we wait 2 more years? The content of the first and second grades is particularly simple, and my brother can teach you at home, even better than the school teacher." When Xianya hung her head in frustration. But after a while, she looked up and smiled, saying, "Okay, brother is the best, better than the teacher." 2 years later, the 18-year-old guardian enrolled the 9-year-old girl in the 3rd grade of elementary school. When Xianya finally got to experience the school life she had always dreamed of. However, this joy did not last long. Because she did not have a mother or a father, she was a very unusual presence in the class. Although she was smart and learned quickly, she did not get along well with her classmates. Her classmates liked to talk about what gifts their parents had bought them, what big meals they had taken them to, and which amusement park they had visited for the day. Moon Hyun-ah could only listen in silence. When she returned home, she suddenly asked, "Hyun, where are our parents?" Moon Hyun-chul was taken aback, and Moon Hyun-ah repeated what her classmates had been talking about. Seeing the sadness in her eyes, Moon Hyun-chul could only smile and tease her. "I'm your brother, I'm also your mother and father. I can do the things your mother and father can do for you." Moon Hyun-ah immediately asked with a smile. "Really?" Moon Hyun-chul nodded seriously. "Of course it's true." Moon Hyun-ah spoke in one breath about the gifts she wanted and the big meals she wanted to eat. Moon Hyun-chul smiled and patted her head. "As long as you're good, I'll promise you all of it." When Xianya nodded vigorously. "Yes." However, the next day, when Xianju was called to school by the homeroom teacher in an intimidating manner. When Xianya had a fight with a classmate. Chapter 20: The Past of the Two Siblings 2. When Xianya had a fight with a classmate and knocked out the other person's front tooth. The cause was that the classmate stole her eraser and said that she didn't have her parents to back her up anyway, so he could bully her if he wanted to. So without saying a word, Moon Hyun-ah picked up her pencil case and smashed it into his face, shattering one of his front teeth. When the other parents saw Moon Hyun-chul, he became even more furious. "Where are the parents? What's the meaning of letting such a little brat come here?" Moon Hyun-chul said coldly. I am the parent. Your child snatched my sister's things first, and I don't mind arguing with a child, but as parents, you haven't taught him well, so shouldn't you apologize? The other parent's eyes widened. What did you say? We apologize? That brat knocked my son's tooth out. Pay for the medical expenses. The homeroom teacher impatiently pushed his glasses. Both children are at fault. We called you parents here to solve the problem, not to argue. Since you can't solve the problem, I'll make the decision. I'll take your children back first, and they don't need to attend class in the afternoon. Go home and educate them properly. When they got home, when Xianya still had a pouty mouth and looked aggrieved. When Xianya gently comforted her. Xianya, don't be sad. Although you were a bit impulsive today, I know that the other person was the one who deliberately bullied you. You were just too angry. But you are a good boy, right? Good boys don't lose their temper so easily. We could have actually solved this matter in a smarter way, you know? You can tell the teacher and let her help you sort it out. Or you can go home and tell your brother, and he can go teach that kid a lesson for you. You should know that your brother will always be on your side. Looking up at her brother's tired but gentle expression, Moon Hyun's eyes gradually filled with tears. She whispered apologetically. I'm sorry, brother, I won't be impulsive anymore. Moon Hyun stroked her head and smiled. Well, that's my good sister. After that, Moon Hyuna really calmed down a lot. Although her classmates still called her the violent girl, they were afraid to provoke her again. Whenever she was very angry, she pinched her thigh and tried her best to endure it, telling herself not to cause trouble for her brother. Moon Hyun was also introduced to a big boss as a bodyguard. Although the work was dangerous, the salary was very high. The lives of the brother and sister finally became better. In the blink of an eye, Moon Hyuna was 12 years old and in the 6th grade. Her grades were always top of the class, and her homeroom teacher happily told Min Hyun-chul that if she kept it up, she would definitely be able to get into the best middle school in Wazone. Sangjae Middle School. However, just as Min Hyun-chul began preparing Min Hyuna for middle school, he received some bad news. Min Hyuna had gotten into a fight again. This time, she had given the other person a concussion. The boy repeatedly mocked her, calling her a bastard, a slut, and saying that she would end up selling sex. Moon Hyuna had been putting up with it until she couldn't anymore. She broke the pen in her hand and drove the tip into the boy's face. As the boy let out a scream of pain, Moon Hyuna immediately grabbed his neck and smashed his head against the desk again and again. The surrounding students were so scared that they quickly fled the classroom. When Xianya had an expression of indifference on her face, her eyes were red, and she completely ignored the boy's pleas for mercy. The homeroom teacher arrived at the scene and was shocked by the scene before her. She quickly stepped forward, but she was unable to stop the crazed young girl. In the end, it took the combined efforts of 2 gym teachers to stop when Xianya. The students who witnessed the scene were too afraid to come to school the next day, saying that there was a mental patient in their class. The parents of the boy demanded a huge compensation and shouted that Moon Hyuna should be sent to prison. The parents also signed a petition to boycott Moon Hyuna coming to school, saying that they could not let their children be in the same class as such a lunatic. The school could only temporarily suspend Moon Hyuna from school. The class teacher felt deeply sorry but could do nothing, and could only persuade Moon Hyun-chul to take her to the hospital to see a psychiatrist. This time, Moon Hyun-chul could no longer find gentle words to comfort her. Why did you hit her so hard? You promised me you would never fight again. The little girl tilted her head in disbelief. Because he was so annoying. It's fine if he yells at me, but he said he knows your boss, who is his father's best friend, and he's going to make him fire you. How can there be such an annoying person? I want to kill him, I really want to kill him. And the other students and teachers in the class, I hate them all. When Xianzhe was astonished and couldn't believe his ears. When did his obedient and well-behaved younger sister become like this? Moon Hyuna continued. Didn't you do the same thing? Brother, when we were at the orphanage, you also taught those bullies a lesson. If there weren't any outsiders around, you would have killed them, right? Moon Hyun-chul's face suddenly changed, and he shook his head in horror. No, I never wanted to kill them. I just said that on purpose. I never wanted to kill them. Seeing Moon Hyun-chul's terrified expression, Moon Hyuna's face suddenly revealed a teasing smile. It was exactly the same expression as the woman in his memory. At that moment, Moon Hyun-chul's blood seemed to have congealed. He froze in place, and it took a while for him to come to his senses. His face was pale and he was sweating, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. The next day, Wenxianjia took Wenxianya to the hospital. The psychologist's words were even more like a bolt from the blue for Wenxianjia. After evaluation, your sister has a very serious tendency towards antisocial personality. Wenxianjia couldn't believe it. How could this be? She's usually very obedient and sensible, she must have been provoked by that boy, that's why she. The doctor calmly interrupted him. Have you ever considered that the person you see every day is just a facade? She has been suppressing her emotions and feelings until this time, when she could no longer bear it, and she exploded. Wenxianjia was stunned, and the doctor continued to analyze and explain. The formation of a sociopathic personality is often related to many factors such as family environment, growth experience, and genetic factors. Are there similar problems in your family? Or, did she experience any traumatic events during her growth? Hearing these words, Wenxianjia's heart instantly froze. Upon the doctor's repeated questioning, he described their experiences with a pale face. They grew up without parents and stayed in an orphanage. Then they were kicked out and have been wandering ever since. Now they finally have a small family. Despite this, he has always taken good care of her. Although those were hard times, she never showed that she was unhappy. The doctor squinted his eyes and said with a complex expression, "Your situation is really unique, but from your description, the way you educated her is very healthy and scientific. Many parents may not be able to be as patient and careful as you. Then, the biggest possibility for your sister's condition is familial inheritance." The cold answer was like a death sentence, and a violent ringing in the ears quickly filled Wenxianjia's mind. Even his vision began to gradually distort, and the face of a coldly smiling face kept appearing in front of his eyes. It was the existence he most wanted to avoid in his memory. No way. How could it be Xiaoya? How could she be the same as that woman? Watching Wenxianjia's near collapse, the doctor couldn't help but sigh. However, the one who should receive treatment now is not your sister, but you. Wenxianjia looked up in surprise, and the doctor continued. Over the years, the pressure you have endured will not be less than hers, but you are more tolerant, so it seems that you are still the same as a normal person. But there is a limit to how much one can endure. One day, you will reach your breaking point, and you will become even more terrifying than your sister. The siblings were silent the whole way home from the hospital. It wasn't until they arrived that Moon Hyunja asked with a stubborn, bitter smile. What did the doctor say? He said I'm crazy, right? Moon Hyunchul didn't answer, just silently gazing at her despairing eyes. After a while, he smiled tenderly. How could that be? The doctor just said that you've been under a lot of stress lately and need to rest and adjust. Usually, I'm the one who's too strict with you, making you carry everything on your shoulders and not letting you vent. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not noticing how you feel and making you suffer so much. A wave of sadness washed over her, and Wenxianjia's eyes instantly welled up. She looked at her brother in disbelief and retorted, her voice trembling. Why are you apologizing? You clearly didn't do anything wrong. It was me, I lost control and hit that person, I'm the one who said I wanted to kill him, I'm the one who's to blame for everything, I'm a monster. She screamed, her tears flowing like a broken string. All her grievances, fears, and self-blame exploded at that moment. Wenxianjia saw this and quickly came forward to hug her tightly. She also grabbed his clothes tightly and wept loudly. Wenxianjia knew that this time she had really gotten into big trouble, even though she didn't want to. Recalling that moment, she kept telling herself to calm down. She couldn't get angry, she couldn't lose her temper, and she definitely couldn't cause her brother any trouble. However, when the annoying buzzing in her head kept echoing, and when anger and despair intertwined to form an impenetrable net that strangled her, she still lashed out. At that moment, she had only one thought. Kill him and shut him up, only then would her world be peaceful again. I'm sorry, brother. I'm always so angry, I can't control my emotions. I'm a bad child. In her brother's arms, Moon Hyuna kept apologizing, her voice full of self-blame and remorse. Moon Hyunchul patted her back gently, tenderly reassuring her. It's okay, Hyuna. When I was your age, I was just as impulsive and irritable. No, I was even worse than you. I fought 3 people by myself. But look at me now, I've grown into a reliable adult, haven't I? You just have a small hole in your heart. If we work hard together, you can become as strong and reliable as your brother, right? Hyuna couldn't stop sobbing, and answered in a hoarse voice. Okay. Since then, Moon Hyun-chul has quit his job as a bodyguard and devoted all his energy to his sister's treatment and company. He took Moon Hyun-ah to the psychiatric department every other day, and he bought many psychology-related books and studied day and night to find the most suitable treatment for his sister. He kept comforting and educating her, patiently guiding her out of the darkness. After 6 months of hard work, Moon Hyun-ah finally passed the psychological assessment. Her emotions have become more stable, she is no longer easily angered, and she no longer hates everything around her. She has even become more cheerful and lively, and even the doctor is surprised at this complete transformation. However, the doctor still solemnly told Moon Hyun-chul, this kind of illness cannot be completely cured overnight, and her psychological condition needs to be monitored at all times to prevent a relapse. The day he was discharged from the hospital, the sun was shining and the breeze was not dry. When Xianya stepped on the fallen leaves on the road while proudly raising her chin and said to her brother, "Wow, I'm really amazing, I easily overcame such a terrible mental illness." When Xianya heard this and smiled helplessly, teasing, it wasn't easy for me anyway, I've almost used up my 6 months' savings, my hair is falling out, and the kids downstairs call me uncle when they see me." When Xianya made a face at him disdainfully, then said with conviction, "Whatever, I'll be able to earn money in the future, so I can pay you back double, okay? I'll take the best exams for middle school, high school, and university, find the best job, earn the most money, and raise my brother up big and strong." When Xianja looked at her smug expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, you said it, don't go back on your word." Chapter 21, Uninvited Guests. Afterwards, when Xianya studied at home for 2 weeks and successfully passed the entrance exam for Shanxi Middle School. When Xianja also found a job in a bookstore. Accompanying Wen Xianya during her treatment for half a year, he was also healed through this experience and learned to calm his mind through reading. Later, he came into contact with an underground boxing ring. This was not only an opportunity to make quick money, but also a rare opportunity for him to release himself. After entering junior high school, the pressure of studying became even greater. There was always a hint of worry in Moon Hyun-chul's heart. At first, he was on tenterhooks every day, fearing that Moon Hyun-ah would have another attack one day due to stress or emotional fluctuations. But there were only 2 months left in junior high school, and she had not only caused nothing in these 3 years, but also consistently ranked among the top in her class and received numerous awards. Looking at Moon Hyun-ah's closed door, Moon Hyun-chul was worried, but kept reassuring himself. She was no longer the impulsive, irritable girl who needed constant care. He could no longer interfere in her life. She could only truly grow up if she learned to face things alone. Early the next morning, Moon Hyun-ah went straight to the garbage station when she arrived at school. No matter what, she would find the notebook. When she arrived at the garbage station, out of breath, the same man from the previous day was waiting there. As soon as he saw Moon Hyun-ah, he beamed a warm smile on his face and said happily, "Little girl, you're here early. Don't worry, I found the notebook you were talking about." An indescribable feeling of excitement welled up in Moon Hyun-ah's heart. She could hardly believe her ears. Really? The man took a blue notebook wrapped in a transparent plastic bag from a corner next to him and handed it to her. His eyes were still a little triumphant. "Is this it?" When Xianya took it with trembling hands. The familiar cover and texture confirmed to her instantly that this was her lost treasure. She nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. "This is it. Thank you, Grandpa. You are really my savior." The old man laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need to thank me. I helped you look for it for a while yesterday, and I didn't expect to find it right away. It seems that I'm not so unlucky after all, and neither are you. Keep it well, and don't be so careless as to lose it again." Looking at the wrinkled but still kind face of the old man, and the rubbish station behind him that had almost been turned upside down, Wen Xianya's nose involuntarily started to run. Seeing Wen Xianya's emotions getting a little out of control and her eyes beginning to redden, the old man looked a little at a loss. "Oh, what's the matter? Why are you crying?" Wen Xianya said chokingly. "Thank you so much, I really don't know how to thank you." The old man was taken aback, but then he gave a relieved smile. "If you really want to thank me, then in the future, collect all the mineral water bottles from your class, so that when I collect the rubbish, I don't have to bother turning it over." When Xianya wiped away the tears with the sleeve of her shirt and forced a smile as she nodded. "Yes, I will." When Xianya hugged the notebook she had recovered tightly, but her emotions gradually became more complicated. She carefully placed the notebook in the innermost part of her school bag and walked towards the direction of the teaching building with a cold expression. Zhou Shen, you should be glad that you have escaped. If there is a next time, I will definitely not let you go. Wen Xianzhe's workplace is a bookstore. It's close to closing time, so there are not many people in the store. Wen Xianzhe is just about to enjoy the rare moment of peace when his colleague suddenly pulls out his phone and starts watching a video of Qianing Shui. Oh, the little white flower-like goddess is so adorable. Goddess, don't cry, I'll protect you. Unable to resist his curiosity, Wen Xianzhe leans slightly to take a peek at his colleague's phone screen. The video's title was Top Secret Heartthrob. Only die-hard fans have seen Qianing Shui before. The content was of an early, non-yet blackened Qianing Shui playing the part of a certain gentle but strong heroine. The heroine's father was a respectable and highly respected martial arts master, and she was naturally the much-respected young martial arts master. The story began with the master being assassinated by a mysterious person. It was winter, and the snow was falling. At her father's funeral, the heroine played by Qianing Shui wore a plain white dress, like a fragile and pure lily. At that time, Qianing Shui looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, not yet fully blossomed, with a hint of childishness in her face. She stood quietly, her eyes filled with glistening tears, her lips pursed, her slender body trembling slightly. Her eyes were red, and she must have cried many times. The breeze was light, and her silky hair fluttered gently with the snow, adding to the poignancy. Finally, a tear quietly slipped down her face and rolled down her fair cheek. She raised her chin, and despite the constant flow of tears, her spine remained straight, her eyes full of stubbornness and unyielding. This pitiful but feigned strength really inspired a desire to protect. Wen Xianzhe's heart suddenly started pounding uncontrollably. He quickly and nervously looked away, trying to calm his inexplicable restlessness. Suddenly, a slender figure entered the bookstore with graceful steps. Wen Xianzhe reflexively looked up and smiled. Welcome. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. He saw the person wearing a fashionable sun hat and large sunglasses, with a snow-white silk scarf tied around his neck, curiously looking around the layout of the bookstore. The slender fingers gently swept over the rows of Qianing Shui's photo albums, and a pleasant smile slowly curled the corner of the person's mouth. Wen Xianzhe quickly walked out from behind the cash register. While his colleague was still engrossed in the video of Qianing Shui and hadn't come back to his senses, he quickly took the man's hand and hurriedly walked into the staff room. Chapter 22, This is a public place, so please behave. Wen Xianzhe quickly closed the door, leaned against it, and panted slightly. Then he turned his head and angrily asked, "What are you doing here?" Qianing Shui pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth. "How did you recognize me?" Wen Xianzhe laughed angrily. "Are people all stupid? Who the hell can't tell? You think everyone is as stupid as the ancient people in the TV series, wearing nightclothes and a black cloth over their faces so that acquaintances can't recognize them? The point is that you haven't even covered your face." Qianing Shui smiled and took off her sunglasses, revealing her exquisite face. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes with a hint of mischief, and repeated his question. "What are you doing here?" She leaned closer to him on tiptoe. "Of course it's because I miss you." The distance between the two of them instantly narrowed, and the faint aroma of jasmine from her body came flooding towards him. Wen Xianzhe's breathing caught, and he quickly reached out to block her lips, which were getting closer and closer, and sternly admonished. "This is a public place, mind your image." Qianing Shui pushed his hand away and took a step forward, and the tips of their shoes immediately came into intimate contact. She grabbed his shirt with one hand and pulled it down forcefully. Then she whispered in his ear. "Public place? Here, it is obviously an intimate space just for you and me." The warm breath blew in his ear, bringing a tingling sensation, and Wen Xianzhe's body trembled involuntarily. Her other hand was still drawing circles on his chest, and the gentle touch brought a tingling sensation, as if a tiny electric current was passing from her fingertips to his whole body. Wen Xianzhe's ears and cheeks instantly turned red. He gritted his teeth and pinched her restless hand to stop her from misbehaving. "You better leave quickly and don't disturb me at work." Qianing Shui took advantage of the situation to straighten out the collar of his shirt, which she had crumpled. "But it's almost closing time. I actually came to pick you up." "No need." Wen Xianzhe rejected without hesitation, his attitude very firm. Qianing Shui immediately looked up at him, her clear, watery eyes shining, with an expression of grievance. "I even brought you a present." Saying this, she took out a beautifully wrapped paper bag from her shoulder bag and asked with a smile. "Sweet pineapple bun, is it a dessert you like?" Hearing this familiar name, Wen Xianzhe instantly felt guilty. Qianing Shui unhesitatingly shoved the paper bag into his hands. You don't need to be polite. Her tone was gentle but also carried an irresistible charm. Wen Xianzhe knew that if he refused now, she would definitely go crazy. For example, she would slap the paper bag in his face on the spot, or tear open the packaging and shove the pineapple bun directly into his mouth. So he could only half push and half pull to accept it, and then he smiled bitterly and said, "What exactly do you like about me? Can I change?" Qianing Shui laughed lightly, looking at him with tenderness in her eyes. "I like everything about you, your face, your voice, your body, everything about you." As she spoke, she couldn't help reaching up to touch him again, so Wen Xianzhe quickly took her hand and killed her piggy hands in the cradle. Wen Xianzhe gritted his teeth and continued to speculate. "I mean, could it be that because I saved you, you're going back to the old ways and offering your body to me? These period dramas are really doing people a disservice. She's acted in so many of them that she's been corrupted and deeply affected by them." He remembered that he had seen on his colleague's phone a few days ago a certain malevolent female villain played by Qianing Shui. In the early stages, she was a poor little white flower who, because she was saved by the protagonist, said she would give her body to him. But the protagonist was a righteous man, and saving her was just a trivial task, so he didn't expect her to repay him. The poor little white flower thought that the protagonist disliked her, so she desperately fought back. Eventually, she successfully cultivated peerless martial arts, fought back and became a Black Lotus, and forcibly slept with the protagonist. When the protagonist woke up from the bed in a panic, naked, the Black Lotus gently caressed his trembling lips and said lovingly, "Do you know how I have spent all these years? Every day and night, every moment, I have been thinking about you. I have violated you, dragged you down, and made you mine. Now, you finally belong to me." Wen Xianzhe couldn't help but shiver. Sigh. He wouldn't end up like this too, would he? Qianing Shui looked at him coldly for a moment, then the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. "Yes, but it's you who has to give yourself to me, not me to you." Wen Xianzhe blinked and understood what she meant. Does that mean that not only did she save her, but she also has to give herself to her? What a modern version of the farmer and the snake, repaying kindness with hatred. Yes. This crazy woman really is unreasonable. Watching his angry and annoyed appearance, Qianing Shui smiled mischievously. "There's another reason. You look a lot like an old friend of mine. You're both good-looking, gentle, and reliable." When she talked about this old friend, it was as if she had suddenly gone back to a happy memory. Her eyes were full of nostalgia, and her tone had become very gentle. Suddenly, Qianing Shui's bright eyes gradually dimmed. Unfortunately, there is someone in his heart who no one can replace. Wen Xianzhe frowned and thought carefully about her words. Then a light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly realized that this so-called old acquaintance was actually her white moonlight. And he looked a lot like her white moonlight. But that person already had someone they liked, and they wouldn't like her anymore. Wen Xianzhe suddenly came to his senses. He now finally knew why she was so enthusiastic and crazy about him. The relationship was treating him like a substitute. "Fine, you can't get the main character, so you'll tease me with this high imitation, right?" Wen Xianzhe was furious and sneered mockingly. "Huh, so you can't use force, just tie him up and keep him locked up for 10 days or so, and teach him a good lesson, and see if he dares to say no again." Qianing Shui blinked in disbelief. "Is that what you think?" Realizing that he had said something that only an extrajudicial madman would do, Wen Xianzhe quickly corrected himself with a dry laugh. "Haha, I'm just kidding. We all need to be good citizens and obey the law." But Qianing Shui lowered her eyes and thought seriously, as if she was really judging the feasibility of the plan. Wen Xianzhe felt a flurry of panic. No way, if she really did that, he would be abetting a crime. So he hurriedly explained. Don't think about it, no one likes to be tied up. If you do this, he won't like you, he'll hate you." Qianing Shui looked up at him for a long time, then asked coldly. "Have you ever thought about changing jobs?" Wen Xianzhe was puzzled. Changing jobs? Qianing Shui looked up at the room while saying with a sense of regret. "Yes, don't you think working here is a waste of your talent?" Wen Xianzhe was relieved to see that she finally stopped thinking about kidnapping. Then he snorted in disdain. "Huh, what do you know? Do you understand the value of employee benefits, such as buying genuine books at cost?" Qianing Shui ignored his mockery, tilted her head to the side, and gave a sweet smile. How about you come work for me? Chapter 23, You kid, you eat too well. When Xianzhe frowned slightly and asked in puzzlement. Work for you? Xianing Xue nodded lightly and replied with a serious expression. Yes, this is a job that countless people would kill for. When Xianzhe's face showed a hint of disdain, as if he was not interested in this so-called enviable job. Xianing Xue walked slowly around Wen Xianzhe while speaking with great seriousness. There are many advantages to this job. First, the daily salary is 3,000. Wen Xianzhe's eyes widened instantly. 3,000? His monthly salary at the bookstore is only 2,800. Seeing his reaction, Xianing Xue smiled contentedly and continued. In addition, the working hours are relatively flexible, so you won't feel overstressed. What's more, my team is very professional and will definitely allow you to learn a lot of knowledge and skills. What's more important is that you will have many opportunities to meet with elites from various industries and expand your personal connections. As she spoke, she counted on her fingers, carefully listing the various benefits. In addition, there are also first-class welfare benefits, regular team-building activities, generous bonuses, and so on. Like my latest work, I can know in advance the recent activity schedule, as well as photo albums, signed photos, co-branded merchandise, and other related products, which I can take freely. Xianing Xue's mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. When Xianzhe suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, secretly muttering in his heart. Who cares about those things? But suddenly, a familiar and warm face flashed through his mind. In an instant, Wen Xianzhe actually wavered. The most important thing is. Xianing Xue suddenly stopped in front of him, gently placed her hands on his shoulders, and slowly leaned close to his body. Being able to work with the world's most gentle and beautiful Xianing Xue is the most attractive condition, isn't it? Xianing Xue slightly raised her eyes, and those captivating eyes looked straight at him. Stared at by these ardent eyes, suddenly, Wen Xianzhe suddenly had a strange illusion. Strange. Hadn't he seen her somewhere before? The soft body pressed against his, Wen Xianzhe's heart beat faster involuntarily, a subtle feeling spreading in his heart. He didn't push her away immediately as he had done before, but instead, inexplicably, lifted his hand and placed it on her waist. In an instant, both of them couldn't help but freeze for a moment. When Xianzhe came back to his senses and quickly let go of her hand as if he had been electrocuted. I'll think about it. Xianing Xue's face also flushed with a strange red, and she took a step back, casually fixing her hair. Oh, then you think about it. Then she suddenly remembered something and took out an exquisite card from her bag and handed it to him. This, take it. When Xianzhe reached out and took it, and it turned out to be her business card. Xianing Xue quickly regained her usual composure and gave a gentle smile. Give me a reply by 6 p.m. the day after tomorrow at the latest. My patience is limited, and if you make me wait too long, you will be responsible for the consequences. When Xianzhe cautiously walked out of the staff room, feeling very sneaky. After confirming that there were no other customers in the store and that his colleagues were still engrossed in Xianing Xue's video, he waved his hand behind him. Xianing Xue didn't seem to care at all, remaining calm and carefree. Suddenly, my colleague seemed to sense something, and he jerked his head up. When Xianzhe was startled, and his steps froze. When he saw the woman in front of him wearing sunglasses, my colleague's eyes widened in disbelief. Xianing Xue? When Xianzhe's heart stopped, and his brain buzzed. Oh no! It's over! His colleague was about to excitedly walk up to her when he suddenly saw Wen Xianzhe standing next to her, looking as guilty as sin. His clothes were disheveled, his eyes were darting around, and there seemed to be some smudges on Xianing Xue's lipstick. His colleague was instantly struck by lightning, thunder, and petrification. They just walked out of the staff room together, didn't they? The goddess, with that guy? No, it's impossible, right? That kind of thing doesn't happen. Moon Hyunshul's mind raced, wondering if he should go over there and punch him out right now, and then when he woke up, tell him. You were just dreaming, and Xianing Xue never came here. Xianing Xue was not at all flustered. She gently placed her hand over her mouth, looking flattered. Do I look like Xianing Xue? Then she took Moon Hyunshul's arm, leaned on his shoulder and said intimately. This guy is a huge fan of Xianing Xue. He kept begging me to make up like Xianing Xue and go out with him for a day. I had no choice but to agree. This time, it was the colleague who was dumbfounded. Yes, Xianing Xue's imitation makeup is indeed very popular, and there are even quite a few people who have mixed in with the super big internet celebrities by playing the gimmick of a low-profile version of Xianing Xue. But this is the first time he has encountered someone who looks so much like her. Xianing Xue pouted her rosy lips at Wen Xianjia and said coquettishly, "My dear, now that you have such a kind and understanding girlfriend, you must never let any more of those bad women trick you." Wen Xianjia also smiled embarrassedly in agreement. "Haha, of course." Xianing Xue raised the corners of her mouth and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "I'll go first, don't forget our weekend date." After Xianing Xue had left in style, his colleague grabbed Wen Xianjia by the collar and let out a terrifying scream. "Damn you, Wen Xianjia! You've eaten too well, too." Wen Xianjia's eyes were spinning. "Calm down." His colleague was jealous and envious, his back teeth grinding together as he continued to output excitedly. "And you're a fan of Xianing Xue too? No wonder you keep checking my phone every day, because you don't want to use up your data allowance? Ha, starting tomorrow, you have to use your phone to show me videos of the goddess." On the way home with the pineapple buns, Wen Xianjia suddenly remembered something important. At the fan meeting, Xianing Xue said that all the fans who won the tickets had registered their real information backstage. So could it be that she already knew that he had actually gone to the event instead of Wen Xianjia? Wen Xianjia was shocked and quickly opened the paper bag. Inside were indeed 2 pineapple buns, and one of them had a sticky note attached. He tore off the sticky note and read, "One for each, just write you're welcome, carrot carrot." Wen Xianjia's hanging heart finally died. She really knew, so she deliberately said something like autographed photos, joint merchandise, and other strange benefits. It turned out to be something else. But even if it was for Moon Hyun-ah, he wouldn't sell himself out just for this kind of benefit. But even if you put that aside, the other benefits are also hard for normal people to refuse. Just the condition of a daily salary of 3,000 has completely blown away all the advantages of working in a bookstore. But this is obviously not a proper job. Although the woman didn't say it explicitly, everyone knows. Moon Hyun-chul bit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. When Xianjia took the paper bag that Wen Xianjia handed her, opened it, and said with delight, "Wow, it's a pineapple bun, and it's still warm." Then she couldn't wait to unwrap it and take a big bite, closed her eyes in contentment, and muttered indistinctly, "Steamed housey." Seeing Wen Xianjia's so happy expression, Wen Xianjia also revealed a relieved smile. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." After finishing the pineapple bun, before she could wipe her mouth, Moon Hyun-ah quickly pulled a report card out of her bag and handed it to him proudly. The results of the first monthly exam. Moon Hyun-chul took the report card and quickly skimmed it. He saw that she had nearly full marks in all subjects, ranked first in her year, and was assessed as having excellent comprehensive abilities. As long as she could maintain this, there would be no problem at all in entering the high school section of Sangjae Middle School. Wen Xianjia nodded and praised her exaggeratedly. "Well, that's amazing. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Wen Xianjia rubbed her chin, looking like she was thinking hard. "Tomorrow is Saturday, I want." Wen Xianjia thought she would ask him to take her to an amusement park or something, but Wen Xianjia just smiled playfully at him and said, "I want my brother to rest at home for a day and not go anywhere." Wen Xianjia was surprised, and Wen Xianjia continued, "Don't work so hard. If you collapse, I won't bother taking care of you." Wen Xianjia's nose grew a little bit sour. He took a deep breath, smiled, and patted her head. "Okay, I promise, I won't go anywhere tomorrow." Chapter 24, I was born by my mother. The next day, Wen Xianjia really didn't go out, and slept at home all day. Great. On the third day, Sunday, with a voice recorder in hand, Moon Hyun-chul set off to the address on the business card that Xianing Xue had given him. It was the Light and Shadow Media Company. Moon Hyun-chul had decided. He accepted Xianing Xue's invitation. When Wenya would be entering high school in a few months, and he needed the salary to support her through high school. Besides, even if he didn't agree, that woman would definitely find a way to harass him. This time she was able to go to where he worked, and next time she might just go straight to his house. Why not take this opportunity to agree to her request, so that she would calm down a bit? Wen Xianjia couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Really, if she had the time and perseverance, couldn't she just use it on her true white moonlight? Why make things difficult for him, the poor and innocent worker? What a sin! Wen Xianjia cried out in his heart, and could already imagine what he would suffer after starting work. That woman groped him every time they met, obviously coveting his body. Some unsuitable images appeared in his mind, and Wen Xianjia's face instantly flushed with a strange red. Could it be that she has any special fetishes? Wen Xianzhe gritted his teeth, determined to bear the humiliation. So what? It's just a little fun, right? For Xiaodao's future, what's a little sacrifice? Wen Xianzhe was truly shocked when the magnificent building came into view. The towering building, modern design, and huge glass curtain wall reflecting the dazzling sunlight all demonstrated the powerful strength and extraordinary status of this media company. A group of noisy people gathered at the entrance of the building, with the sound of their chatter rising and falling. Several burly security guards were keeping order at the scene. This is no place for you to hang out, so get lost. The security guard shouts were particularly loud in the noisy environment. The scene was in chaos, with people's emotions running high and their demands varying. I just want to visit your company's building. I'm not here to cause trouble, so why won't you let me in? Damn it, my dog ran in there, let me in to look for it. Yang Li, you bitch, you cheated me out of my money for plastic surgery and now you want to debut? Piss off. I have a video of you and me fucking on my phone, I'll post it to your fan group. Get the hell out here and pay me back. I'm here to apply for a trainee position, please let me in, I promise to be the first to sign your autograph when I debut. Hello, I'm a blogger for Polipala with 20,000 followers. This is my homepage as proof. I'd like to invite Miss Qianingshui to come and film an episode of Male God and Female God Rush Forward. Could you contact her for me? No? Damn it, wait, I'll just get my fans to rush you. People shoved and jostled, and the sounds of arguing and swearing mingled together. Wen Xianzhe kept shaking his head. Good grief, it was even more chaotic than the vegetable market in front of his house. He looked down at the exquisite little card in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little worried. But then again, Xianingshui only gave him her business card, could he get in with this? Just as he was wondering, a familiar figure burst into his line of sight. Xiao Qiqing, dressed in a white suit, stood out in the crowd. He tried hard to squeeze through, but he couldn't get past the others at all. Then he was accidentally pushed out of the crowd and fell to the ground with a cry of ouch. Who pushed me? Do you know who my father is? However, the moment he looked up, he saw Wen Xianzhe not far away. His expression of pain instantly turned to surprise. Xiao Qiqing quickly got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and quickly walked up to Wen Xianzhe. Xiao Qiqing raised his chin, his eyes scanning Wen Xianzhe's body up and down, his face full of contempt. You're not here to see Qianingshui too, are you? Wen Xianzhe carefully put the business card in his pocket. No, I was just passing by. Xiao Qiqing smiled triumphantly as if he could see through everything. Ha, I don't believe it, but don't think about it, they won't let you in. Wen Xianzhe turned around and wanted to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Xiao Qiqing suddenly remembered something and slapped his head, quickly pulling him back. Wait, you need to go somewhere with me first. Xiaocheng Public Security Bureau. It turned out that Xiao Qiqing wanted Wen Xianzhe to go with him to see Zhao Lu, who had been detained. Of course, in return, Xiao Qiqing gave him a good escort fee. In the waiting room, Wen Xianzhe asked wordlessly. So, why didn't you let your little brother come with you? Xiao Qiqing crossed his arms and laughed with disdain. I fired that bunch already. Geez, they're not reliable in a pinch, and it makes me angry just thinking about them. Then he turned his head to Wen Xianzhe and asked casually. You seem to have some skills. Are you interested in working for me? Wen Xianzhe smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid not. Xiao Qiqing was taken aback and asked seriously. Why, are you not happy? Are you afraid that you will not get enough money? Do you know who my father is? Wen Xianzhe's eyes suddenly became dark, and a cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Of course I do. It's just that young Master Xiao doesn't seem to worry at all that I'll become the next Zhao Lu. Xiao Qiqing was instantly terrified by the sinister expression, and his body leaned backwards hastily. No, I've changed my mind, I don't want to hire you. Wen Xianzhe smiled, while Zhao Lu was led out by two policemen. In the meeting room, the two were separated from Zhao Lu by a glass window. Although Zhao Lu had only been with Xiao Qiqing for less than a year, Xiao Qiqing had been very satisfied with this little follower. He still found it hard to accept that the guy who had once followed his ass around, squealing master like a puppy, had almost let him reopen. Xiao Qiqing's father, Xiao Donghu, was one of the wealthy people of Xiaocheng, and had made his fortune mainly through some shady businesses. For example, the underground boxing ring that Wen Xianzhe frequented was secretly protected by the Xiao family. In addition, there were also casinos, loan sharking establishments, smuggling operations, etc. Zhao Lu's original name was Zhao Liang, and Zhao Lu's father was once just an ordinary clerk. Once, the three of them lived a simple and peaceful life. However, Zhao Liang's father came into contact with gambling by accident one day, and it was out of control from then on. His mother could not bear the changes in the family and resolutely left home. Under the pressure of huge gambling debts, his father finally chose to commit suicide. Zhao Liang, who was only 16 years old, was left alone to face a ruined family and a future without any light. The house was mortgaged, all his possessions were taken away, and Zhao Liang had to drop out of school and start living a wandering life with no food in his stomach. During those difficult times, he went through a lot of hardships and learned a lot of skills. He vowed that he would make the culprit, Xiao Donghu, pay a heavy price. So, he carefully planned and lurked around Xiao Qiqing, the young master of the Xiao family, in the hope of obtaining insider information about the family. But what he never expected was that although Xiao Dong loved Xiao Qiqing to the extreme, he completely prevented him from getting involved in any family affairs. Zhao Liang simply couldn't find a breakthrough from this line. Furious, the thought of killing this stupid young master came up in his mind countless times. Finally, on the day he met Wen Xianzhe, he seemed to see an excellent opportunity. Xiao Qiqing frowned and asked, "Zhao Lu, I have no grudges against you, why do you want to kill me?" Zhao Lu sat in his chair, looking impatient. "Why? Ask your father." Xiao Qiqing's eyes widened in horror. "My father told you to kill me?" When Xianzhe, Zhao Lu, the police on the scene. Zhao Lu gritted his teeth and sneered. "Is such a stupid pig's brain really your father's?" Xiao Qiqing frowned, his expression extremely serious. "Of course not, I was born of my mother." Zhao Li quickly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and slammed on the glass window, yelling at Xiao Qiqing in a state of collapse. "Get the fuck out of here, I don't want to talk to you. Get the fuck down here. Shit, why the fuck did I think about killing you back then? Just let you die of stupidity? What a fucking waste of time. Shit." Zhao Lu went on and on, saying a lot of things, such as a good-for-nothing who could only rely on his father, good-for-nothing, stupid as a pig. The people who fawned over him usually did so either because of his money or because they looked up to his father. He was so bad at boxing that he could even pick his feet. If it wasn't for the guys letting him off the hook, he would have died a long time ago, etc. The police officers on the scene quickly took Zhao Lu, who had lost control of his emotions, away from the scene. Xiao Qiqing walked out of the police station in a daze. He felt like his worldview had collapsed. So that's how Zhao Lu and the others see me? Wen Xianzhe quickly sifted through the chicken soup he had drunk in his head and patiently comforted him. "Don't pay attention to what others think, just be yourself and believe in yourself. And don't hang out with those shady people, it's better to hang out with your friends more often." Xiao Qiqing was taken aback, and then he let out a loud cry. "Oh, I don't have any friends." Wen Xianzhe was dumbfounded at the sight of the middle-aged man in front of him crying like a child throwing a tantrum. "Ah, this thing called friends, just go out and make some. What am I, a kindergarten teacher, actually comforting a child here?" Xiao Qiqing took out a handkerchief from his pocket, blew his nose hard, and then asked, "Really?" Wen Xianzhe nodded. "Really, making friends is as simple as drinking water." Xiao Qiqing seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Then you." He spoke with great expectation, but then stopped in a hurry. Looking at him with a look of wanting to speak but stopping, Wen Xianzhe asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong with me?" Xiao Qiqing ultimately did not finish saying that sentence, raised his head, and turned around smartly and left. "Nothing, I'm leaving." Wen Xianzhe just felt inexplicable. "Forget it, at least the money is in place. I don't know if there are fewer people under the building now." At the same time, in the top floor office of Light and Shadow Media, Xianningshue looked at the time again. 5 p.m. There was still an hour left before the deadline for her and Wen Xianzhe to meet. A cold look instantly appeared in her pretty eyes, and the wound on her neck began to itch. Xianningshue pinched her neck irritably. "Wen Xianzhe, do you have to exhaust my patience?" Chapter 25. You're a bad guy. The noisy crowd under the Light and Shadow Media building had indeed dispersed. Despite this, the patrolling security guards did not let down their guard. They surveyed the area with fierce expressions, making sure they did not miss any dangerous people trying to enter the building. Wen Xianzhe took a deep breath, holding the exquisite business card in his hand, and then took a step towards one of the security guards who did not seem so intimidating. "Hello, I'm here to apply for the job." Wen Xianzhe handed the security guard his business card. The guard's gaze shifted from the tree by the roadside to Wen Xianjia. He didn't take the card immediately, but looked at Wen Xianjia up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. An applicant for the trainee position? Wen Xianjia smiled awkwardly and shook his head. No. The guard took the card and glanced at it casually, but his eyes instantly widened and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Isn't this the exclusive business card of Qianing Xue? How does this kid have it? The security guard looked up again, carefully examining Wen Xianjia, and then quickly put the business card into a verification machine next to him. The machine beeped and gave off a soft green light. It's not even a fake, it's the real thing. Although the security guard was full of doubts, he quickly regained his composure, respectfully returned the business card to Wen Xianjia, and made a gesture to invite him. Please follow me. The security guard led Moon Hyun-chul to a luxuriously decorated elevator and explained. This is the exclusive elevator that goes directly to the top floor. Usually only Miss Cheon Yang Seol and members of her studio, as well as VIPs personally invited by her, can use it. Moon Hyun-chul was flattered. Ha! I'm just a worker here to apply for an assistant position? How did I become a VIP? But he calmly nodded his head. The security guard continued. However, there is currently a small elevator malfunction, and our technicians are conducting a final inspection and repair. It is expected to be back to normal use within half an hour. In the meantime, please go to the adjacent lounge to wait. Wen Xianjia followed the security guard's instructions and entered the lounge. The interior was very comfortable, with soft sofas, warm lighting, and a light coffee aroma, all of which made people feel relaxed. This was the first time Wen Xianjia had been in such an upscale place, and he really didn't know what to do. He found a seat and sat down, feeling both excited and nervous. Then he began rehearsing in his mind how he would deal with that crazy woman. In the office, Qianing Xue sat at her desk, wearing an elegant black dress and a short trench coat over her shoulders. Her face revealed her annoyance. The door to the office was knocked on, and a flash of surprise crossed Qianing Xue's eyes. Sister Xue, the press conference will start soon, are you ready? But it was Lin Qian's voice from outside the door. Her mood dropped to the bottom. Qianing Xue closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her restless heart. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes regaining their usual calm and composed expression. I'm ready. At the press conference, journalists from various media outlets had been waiting impatiently for Qianing Xue's appearance. They were holding cameras, notebooks, and microphones in their hands, and their faces were full of anticipation and excitement. When Qianing Xue gracefully walked onto the stage, there was an instant burst of warm applause and the sound of flashing lights. Qianing Xue smiled and nodded slightly to indicate her presence. Zhao Qian gave a few standard opening remarks before the Q&A session between the reporters and Qianing Xue began. Throughout the entire process, Qianing Xue maintained her perfect image and handled the situation with ease. The results of the most popular actress poll from some time ago are in, and unsurprisingly, the first places once again are Qianing Xue. Congratulations! What is the secret to maintaining such high popularity? Thank you for your love and support. There is perhaps no secret to my popularity. I think it is enough to show everyone the real me. Your fans are looking forward to your return. When will you resume your activities? Thank you for your concern, fans. However, my body is still recovering, and it may take some time. I want to appear in front of my fans in perfect condition. Can you tell us a little about the genre of your next work? Okay, it's about revenge. Will you be playing the evil female villain again? I can't reveal anything about the plot just yet, but I can promise you that the character will definitely surprise the audience. Will there be any kissing scenes in this new drama? Why don't you ever do kissing scenes? I'm not sure about the specific plot arrangement, and as for never doing kissing scenes, it's because I'm a relatively conservative person, so I hope to give my first kiss to someone I really like. So do you have someone you like now? Qianing Xue was momentarily taken aback, and Zhao Qian hurriedly stepped forward and said, Okay, interview time is up, our artist needs to rest, and you have all worked hard. After the press conference ended, Zhao Qian continued to dismiss the journalists who were still full of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Qianing Xue's face was gloomy, and she strode through the corridor, her high heels clicking on the floor in a hurried rhythm. Lin Qian followed closely behind, her heart pounding nervously. She watched Qianing Xue, who looked like she might explode at any moment, and didn't dare to make a sound. Back in the office, Qianing Xue quickly took off her jacket and flung it heavily onto the chair. What a load of rubbish journalists! The worst bunch I've ever seen. What kind of questions were they asking? So stupid and boring. She sat down angrily, sinking deep into the chair, then let out a sneer, her tone full of contempt and anger. What kind of kiss scenes do evil female villains need? What kind of crooked and ugly actors are they acting with now? They're all like moldy mangoes, and just seeing those ugly, disgusting mouths of theirs makes me want to tear them apart. Lin Qian stood quietly to one side, becoming even more cautious with her breathing. Xue Jie is losing it again, it's so scary. After a burst of anger, Xianing Xue's mood finally calmed down a lot. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to completely calm her emotions. Just then, the figure of someone floated in her mind, and a trace of tenderness instantly filled her eyes. However, someone's lips are very pretty. She gently stroked her lips, murmuring curiously. What would they taste like? Suddenly remembering something, Xianing Xue hurriedly glanced at the time. 5:55 p.m. 5 minutes left until the deadline. Her heart was suddenly filled with annoyance and disappointment again, and Xianing Xue said wearily, I want to be alone for a while. Lin Qian bowed his head and replied respectfully. Yes. Then, as if relieved, he left the office quietly. Xianing Xue leaned her head back in her chair and stared blankly at the ceiling. The white light from the ceiling was a little harsh, causing her eyes to squint slightly. She questioned herself in her heart. Is it true that she is still too gentle? She gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. The light in Xianing Xue's eyes gradually faded, and her dark eyes became extremely gloomy. She would not be soft anymore. She would imprison him and use love and pain to make him submit. She would make him hers, inside and out, body and soul. Yes, she would have him, and then she would destroy him. Just as the dark emotions in Xianing Xue's heart were raging wildly, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She was pulled back from her fantasies to reality, her brow furrowed, her tone clearly displeased. I said, leave me alone for a while. The voice outside the door seemed to be shocked by her anger and paused for a moment. Then, with a trace of tension and unease, it said carefully, I'm here to apply for the job. Hearing the familiar voice, Xianing Xue's body shook violently. She quickly got up and almost trotted to the door, eagerly opening it. Standing outside the door was the person she had been hoping for. The dark mood in her heart seemed to be dispersed by a gust of wind, and all those evil plans instantly vanished. Xianing Xue pulled Wen Xianjia into the office, quickly closed the door, and then hugged him tightly. Wen Xianjia was at a loss for words in this sudden embrace. His hands paused in the air for a moment, not knowing where to put them. Xianing Xue buried her head in his chest, her voice full of grievances. I thought you weren't going to come. Wen Xianjia's heart suddenly tightened. He looked down at Xianing Xue in his arms. At the moment, she looked like a wounded little animal, seeking comfort and warmth. He hesitantly raised his hand and gently patted her back, speaking in the gentlest tone possible. Didn't I come? Xianing Xue hugged him even tighter, then suddenly looked up at him angrily with those wet eyes. Did you deliberately make me wait for so long, then come to see me anxious and miserable? With a tone that carried both reproach and coquetry, Wen Xianjia hurriedly defended himself. No, there were too many people at the door earlier, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get in, so I went to do something else first. Xianing Xue obviously didn't believe him. She pounded his chest angrily, muttering as she did so. Excuses. You did it on purpose. Haven't you always hated me? You just wanted to take revenge on me. You're a bad guy, bad guy. Wen Xianjia was shocked. Was this the same terrifying madwoman from before? Now she was acting like a spoiled child? After letting Xianing Xue have her way for a while, Wen Xianjia grabbed her hand. Stop it. The air instantly fell silent. Xianing Xue's brows furrowed. Did you just yell at me? Wen Xianjia hastily let go of her hand and explained awkwardly. No, it's just that we were standing too close together, so my voice sounded a bit loud. Then he quickly changed the subject, impatiently asking. Hey, when do I start working? Xianing Xue gave a cold smile, her tone playful. What's the rush? You haven't even passed the entry test yet. Wen Xianjia was taken aback and asked in confusion. What entry test? Xianing Xue's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. The entry test is. She said slowly, then took his hands and placed them on her waist. Touching the slender waist, Wen Xianjia's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Xianing Xue gently ran her fingertips along his chin, and the gentle touch made his heartbeat even more intense. Let's test how compatible we really are. The fingers continued to wander across Wen Xianzhe's cheeks, her voice soft and seductive. Wen Xianzhe's throat was a little dry, and his voice was a little hoarse. How do you test it? Xianing Xue smiled slightly, then cupped his face and closed her eyes as she slowly leaned in. Wen Xianzhe instantly understood what she wanted to do, and his heart instantly went up to his throat. No, is it that exciting right away? His heart was full of conflict, but his hand unconsciously tightened around her waist. He gritted his teeth, then closed his eyes as hard as he could, lowered his head, and silently said to himself, "Damn it, just do it for Xiaoya, and go for it." Chapter 26, Please advise, Mr. Winter. The two grew closer and closer, their breaths intertwining, and the air around them seemed to heat up. Just as their lips were about to touch, the door was knocked on urgently. Xianing Xue. Open the door. Qian, calm down. Xue is doing something important, don't disturb her. The sudden interruption caused the two to stop abruptly. When Xianzhe quickly opened his eyes, his cheeks flushing red, and quickly released the hand that had been wrapped around Xianing Xue's waist. Xianing Xue, on the other hand, kept her eyes closed and gave an impatient huff. When Xianzhe pulled away from her and coughed lightly, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Let's just open the door first. The door was opened and Zhao Qian, furious, rushed in quickly. Lin Qian followed closely behind, stepping into the room and immediately closing the door behind him. When he saw Wen Xianzhe, whose face was tinged with a strange red, Zhao Qian gnashed his teeth in anger and said to Qianing Xue, "Fine, I was outside blocking the reporters for you, and here you are, are you satisfied with me?" He was so emotional that he almost ran out of breath, his body swaying, and he almost fainted. Lin Qian quickly helped him up and shook his head. "Gee, at your age you're still so easily agitated. Qian, have you taken out accident insurance?" Zhao Qian flung Lin Qian away. "Get out." Lin Qian shrugged, looking like a good-hearted person being treated like a jerk. Zhao Qian was about to say something else when Xianing Xue walked up to the two of them with a smile, then turned to Wen Xianzhe and introduced them. "This is Zhao Qian, Manager Zhao. This is Lin Qian, Assistant Lin. You should have met several times already." Zhao Qian gave a grudging nod of his head, while Lin Qian waved a friendly hand. Wen Xianzhe nodded politely and awkwardly at the two. Xianing Xue walked back to Wen Xianzhe and continued the introductions. "This is Wen Xianzhe, my special assistant. Please take good care of the two of you in the future." Hearing the words special assistant, Zhao Qian roared in horror. "What? Special assistant?" Lin Qian hurriedly covered her ears, disgusted, saying, Tut, my ears aren't getting any better as I get older, but my voice is still loud." Before the sound of her words faded, she felt a hard slap on the back of her head from Zhao Qian. Lin Qian silently crouched in the corner, drawing circles, muttering under her breath. "Old man Deng, you're not young anymore, but you still have a big temper." Zhao Qian took a deep breath to try and calm his emotions. He pointed at Xianing Xue with a sneer and asked Wen Xianzhe with a soul-searching question. "I mean, you don't really not know what she's up to, do you? You just stumbled into this job as her special assistant?" Wen Xianzhe was taken aback and stuttered. I can't be. So everyone knows?" Xianing Xue, however, looked relaxed. She smiled lightly, took Wen Xianzhe's arm, then rested her head lightly on his shoulder and said in an innocent tone, "What bad intentions could I possibly have? I just want an outstanding assistant like Assistant Lin by my side. Is that so much to ask?" Her actions were intimate and natural, causing Wen Xianzhe's heart to beat rapidly. "Huh? Is this completely unscripted?" Lin Qian was so excited to hear her being praised that she jumped up. She walked up to Xianing Xue, raised her chin and retorted to Zhao Qian. "Yes, Xuejie just wants to have someone to help her share the workload, so what gives you the right to stop her?" Zhao Qian's eyes widened, obviously caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Xianing Xue turned her head and asked Lin Qian with a smile. "Assistant Lin, how long have you been with me?" Lin Qian carefully counted on his fingers. "Well, it'll be 4 years and 2 months. Xianing Xue nodded gently, a hint of deep thought in her eyes. "Time really flies, it's already been 4 years. You've worked hard and conscientiously all these years, and it's about time you got a promotion and a pay rise. How about?" She gently ran her hand along her chin, as if weighing up something, then suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. "How about you become my agent?" Lin Qian's eyes lit up instantly, and she jumped up in surprise. "Really? That's great. Shuejia, I'll follow you forever. Zhao Qian froze for a moment, pointing at himself, a little overwhelmed, and asked. Her agent? Well, what about me? What about me? Xianing Xue's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Agent Zhao, you have been dedicated and worried about me for all these years. Although I am reluctant to let you go, it is time for you to take a break and enjoy life. She turned to Lin Qian and said firmly. Agent Lin, please help Agent Zhao with the resignation procedures. Lin Qian gave Zhao Qian a wicked smile and immediately agreed. Okay, Snow, I'll do it right away. Zhao Qian hurriedly came forward, his face full of a servile smile. Ah, our little Snow is getting more and more humorous. Why did you suddenly bring up the topic of taking a break? But I do often make you worry and put you in a difficult situation, don't I? I really feel bad about that. Xianing Xue played with Wen Xianzhe's fingers gently, drawing little hearts on his palm, which made Wen Xianzhe feel itchy. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and hurriedly expressed his loyalty. No, I'm not worried at all, it's not difficult at all. To be able to work for the world's most perfect Xianing Xue is a blessing I've cultivated for many lifetimes. But Xianing Xue's gaze suddenly turned to Wen Xianzhe, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Then she gave Zhao Qian a tortured expression. Zhao Qian hurriedly stepped forward and praised Wen Xianzhe profusely. Oh, upon closer inspection, Mr. Wen is really a person of talent. He looks reliable and trustworthy at first glance. He is worthy of being the person who saved our Xiaoxue from the hands of two vicious criminals. Hee, our Xiaoxue really has good taste. I would say that Mr. Wen is the perfect assistant. I give my full support. Xianing Xue couldn't help but let out a light laugh, and her head lightly rubbed against Wen Xianzhe's arm. I feel the same way. Zhao Qian's eyes flashed with hope for a moment, and he continued to flatter. Oh, Mr. Wen is really more and more pleasing to the eye, and the more I look at him, the more promising he looks. I really want to be a colleague with Mr. Wen. Xianing Xue laughed even happier, understandingly saying, well, since Manager Zhao still wants to continue to shine in his position, I won't force you. Then she turned to Lin Qian and smiled apologetically. Sorry, Assistant Lin, you still have to learn from Zhao for a while. Lin Qian was taken aback. Huh? Okay. Zhao Qian immediately let out an ecstatic cry. Woohoo! Yes. Then he regained his composure and gave Wen Xianzhe a kind smile. Please give me your guidance in the future, Wen Te Zhu. Chapter 27, Can I go to your house? After Zhao Qian and Lin Qian left the office, only Xianing Xue and Wen Xianzhe were left. Xianing Xue gently rotated her chair, with a sly smile on her face, and said to Wen Xianzhe, tomorrow is your first day of work as my official assistant. Your first task is to take me out to have some fun and relax. After saying this, she stretched out comfortably, and her graceful figure looked even more feminine in the light. I still have a lot of vacation time to enjoy before my wound completely heals. How can I not take this opportunity to rest a little? When Xianzhe heard this and frowned slightly, looking at her a little puzzled. Where do you want to go? Just so you know, I can't take you to any place that's too extreme. Xianing Xue tilted her head and thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. I want to go to your house. When Xianzhe's eyes widened instantly, and he quickly refused. My house? No. Xianing Xue couldn't help but laugh as she watched Wen Xianzhe's reaction, and asked. Why not? Is there some secret in your house that you can't let anyone see? Wen Xianzhe really didn't want to beat around the bush with Xianing Xue, so he said bluntly. You should already know, I have a younger sister. She is currently preparing for her midterm exams, and this is a critical moment, so she cannot be disturbed. Xianing Xue nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Ah, I see. However, if I go to your home, I might be able to cheer her on. I am her idol. When Xianzhe looked at Xianing Xue's serious expression and thought about it for a moment. But he still shook his head and refused. No, I can't let you go to my house, and she definitely can't know that you know me. Xianing Xue couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw that Wen Xianzhe was so resolute. Why? I just want to go to your house to take a look, and it won't affect her in any way. Wen Xianzhe sighed and patiently explained. You don't know how annoying she is normally. If she finds out that I'm your assistant, she'll definitely pester me every day with questions, and ask me to tell her about you. Xianing Xue was slightly taken aback, and then laughed lightly. Oh dear, it seems that your sister is really a big fan of mine. Assistant Manager 1, your sister really has good taste, and now I want to meet her even more. When Xianzhe looked at Qian Ningshua's smiling face, his expression still serious, not the slightest sign of loosening. Qian Ningxue saw this and could only helplessly pout and say, "Okay, I get it." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up, hooked her finger around Wen Xianzhe's finger, and said in a coquettish tone, "But I still want to go to your house and take a look. I want to know what your place really looks like. I promise, I will leave before your sister comes home from school, okay?" When Xianzhe looked at Qian Ningshue's eyes full of expectation, and his heart fluttered. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relented. "Okay, but you have to keep your word and leave before she comes back." Upon hearing this, Qian Ningxue's mouth immediately curled up into a smug smile. She stood on her tiptoes and gave Wen Xianzhe a light kiss on the cheek. "Don't worry, I'll be good. Remember to come pick me up tomorrow, or I'll fire you, I mean it." That night, when Xianzhe lay quietly in bed. Although his eyes were closed, his mind kept replaying the events of the day. To be precise, it was everything about Qian Ningxue that occupied his thoughts. This woman had originally been mysterious, crazy, and intimidating in his mind. However, after spending time with her today, he discovered that she was actually not as scary as he had imagined. Moreover, when he thought back to some of her expressions and actions, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks flushing, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. Gee, she's kind of cute. Realizing this, Wen Xianzhe quickly took a deep breath to try to calm himself down. "No, go to sleep quickly, tomorrow is the first day of work." Gradually, sleepiness began to set in, and he finally sank into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Qian Ningxue lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The thought that Wen Xianya would be able to receive all of Wen Xianzhe's love from birth made her jealous. Why? Why did she easily receive all of his care and affection? And she had to endure the loneliness and suffering alone in the cold darkness? Although her rational mind told her to calm down and not to compete with a little girl, she just couldn't help comparing. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and remembered the scene from the day. He hugged her today, and his embrace was so warm. She loved the smell of him, loved being held in his arms, loved it, 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 loved it. Loved it, 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 loved. She wanted to get rid of all the people in his life who were getting in the way. She gripped the quilt so hard that her fingertips almost pierced the soft fabric, and her lips were bleeding from her teeth. But if she did that, he would never hold her as gently as he did today. Thinking about this, Qian Ningxue was filled with fear and unease. No, she absolutely could not let that happen. In the bathroom, as the cold water kept pouring down from above, Qian Ningxue's body temperature gradually dropped, and she regained some composure. Yes, she was just a younger sister, and his care for her was only out of a sense of blood-related responsibility. What's more, if it weren't for Wen Xianya back then, Wen Xianzhe would never have come to save her. Qian Ningxue lowered her head, and a bitter smile curled the corners of her mouth. What a ridiculous fate. Yes, fate had destined the three of them to be entangled. A clear stream of water ran across her cheeks, and a cold light flashed in her cold eyes. Of course, fate also destined that sooner or later, he would belong to her alone. The next morning, when the first ray of sunshine shone through the gap in the curtains and fell on Moon Hyun-chul's face, he opened his eyes. After washing up, he saw his younger sister Moon Hyun-ah brushing her teeth and asked casually, "Is it true that you finish school at 5:30 p.m. in the afternoon?" Moon Hyun-ah spat out the foam in her mouth, looked at him with a puzzled expression, and nodded. Yes, why? Moon Hyun-chul smiled slightly, and a hint of tenderness shone in his eyes. I'm not going to work part-time today after work. I want to come home early to cook dinner for you. What would you like to eat? On hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah's face immediately broke into a surprised smile. Really? You're the best, brother. Then she started to name a series of dishes she wanted to eat. I want to eat braised chicken, eggplant in spicy sauce, caramelized apples, and... Moon Hyun-chul couldn't help but interrupt as he listened to her list them like they were family heirlooms. Okay, be careful, you'll gain weight. But Moon Hyun-ah didn't care, and retorted. These are all low-fat foods, they won't make you gain weight. After seeing Moon Hyun all off, Moon Hyun Chul hurriedly got on his Phoenix and rode straight to the Light and Shadow Media Building. Yesterday, Xianing Shui gave him a work ID card, and with this card, he could also take the exclusive elevator that went directly to the top floor. After arriving at the top floor office, he gently rang the doorbell, and inside came the voice of Xianing Shui. Come in. Opening the door, when Xianjia found Xianing Shui already ready to go, and she was wrapped up in a way that left nothing to the imagination, with hat, scarf, sunglasses, and mask. When Xianjia asked, "Are you going to rob a bank?" Xianing Shui took off her mask and said angrily, "Oomph, let's rob your house." Then the two of them took the exclusive elevator to the parking lot downstairs. When Xianing Shui saw Xianjia's motorcycle, she had an incredulous expression on her face. "You're letting me ride this?" Xianjia put a helmet on her head without saying a word. "You can stand on it too." After saying that, he got on the motorcycle and patted the back seat. "Get on." Xianing Shui pouted, but carefully got on the back seat. She leaned against his back and then wrapped her arms around his waist. Xianjia could feel her body heat and breath, and his heart began to race. "You don't need to hold on so tight." But Xianing Shui held on even tighter, and said pitifully, "I'm scared." Xianjia gave in with a sigh, then started the engine. "Hold on tight." The motorcycle sped off. Chapter 28, Luring the Pervert into the House. Xianing Shui became addicted to riding the motorcycle and insisted that Xianjia take her for a ride everywhere. Xianing Shui opened her arms wide, facing the wind, and shouted excitedly, "Woohoo! It's like a roller coaster, so exciting." Xianjia was carefully driving the motorcycle while hurriedly reminding her, "Hold on tight. I'm not responsible if you fall off. Safety first, understand?" Xianing Shui obediently lowered her arms and once again wrapped them tightly around Xianjia's waist. However, she had a mischievous smile on her face and taunted him deliberately. "If you're not a good driver, can't you go faster? I've heard that a true master can make the motorcycle fly." Xianjia's mouth curled up in a sneering smile at this. "Ha, you said it, don't blame me if you can't take it." The motorcycle instantly accelerated, like a flash of lightning across the road. Xianing Shui didn't expect him to really speed up, and she leaned back, almost losing her balance. She quickly hugged Xianjia tightly and said angrily, slow down. I'm going to be thrown out. Do you want to murder me?" Xianjia didn't listen to her at all, but instead pretended to be nervous and shouted, "Ha!" The brakes seemed to have failed again. It's over, I'm going to fly out." Xianing Shui was so scared that she turned pale, and she clung even tighter to Xianjia, her voice full of tears. "No, you can't be serious, what kind of piece of junk car is this?" However, Xianjia couldn't help but laugh out loud in her ear. Xianing Shui then realized that he had tricked her, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Then she grabbed his waist hard, and Xianjia immediately stopped laughing, crying out in pain. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Xianing Shui patted his injury lightly and laughed triumphantly. "Sorry, the brakes on my hands have failed." After a thrilling ride, with Phoenix's energy bar gasoline almost depleted, Xianing Shui had finally had enough excitement. When the motorcycle slowed to a stop, she still felt a bit dizzy and her legs were weak, so she almost fell. Fortunately, Xianjia was quick and deft and caught her in time. Xianing Shui looked up at him, still a little angry, and leaned against him. "I can't walk anymore, carry me." In the end, with Moon Hyun-jun's strong pulling, Xianing Shui still managed to climb up to the 7th floor. After entering Moon Hyun-chul's home, Xianing Shui's gaze was immediately drawn to everything in the house, and she looked around curiously. Although the house was not large, it was well organized, and every inch of space was cleverly utilized. The furniture looked a bit old, but it was clean. After looking around, Xianing Shui nodded slightly, her eyes full of praise. "Do you usually do the housework?" Xianjia carefully locked the door, turned around, and said nothing. "What else?" Xianing Shui continued her inspection while slowly pacing, and she continued teasing. "Oh, you're really virtuous. I wonder which woman is so lucky to have such an able husband as you." Xianjia couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Damn, why does she sound like Lanma? Just as Xianjia was looking for a topic to distract himself, Xianing Shui suddenly changed the subject. She stopped walking and looked at him seriously and said, "But don't you think it's too crowded for you and your sister to live in such a small house?" Wen Xianzhe frowned slightly, looked around, and replied indifferently. Really? I think it's quite spacious. Xianing Shue's mouth curled up into a subtle smile. Why don't you move in with me? My house is quite big. Wen Xianzhe was stunned and said without a word. Don't be ridiculous. Sit anywhere, I'm going to hang some laundry out to dry. With that, he turned around and went into the bathroom, getting busy. Xianing Shui, on the other hand, stood still and muttered. I'm not joking. When Xianzhe came back from hanging the laundry and there was no trace of Xianing Shui in the living room, he glanced around the corner and saw that the door to his room was wide open. He suddenly understood. He hurried into the room and sure enough, Xianing Shui was there. Xianing Shui was standing in front of his closet, her eyes scanning back and forth between the various clothes, her face full of disgust. Is this what you usually wear? The color combinations are unoriginal, the styles are ordinary, it's just so tasteless. When Xianzhe quickly walked up to him and slammed the closet door shut. How dare you mess with other people's things? Xianing Shui turned around and gave a mischievous smile. Didn't I say I was going to rob your house? Then she shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, after looking around, there's nothing that makes me want to rob it. When Xianzhe was speechless as Xianing Shui's gaze fell on the simple white t-shirt he was wearing. She, Xianing Shui, seemed to have discovered a new continent and examined it carefully. Oops, on closer inspection, not only is the style of your shirt old-fashioned, but the workmanship is so rough that I'm afraid a light tug. Before she finished speaking, her hands had grabbed the sides of his shirt, and with a crisp rip, when Xianzhe's white t-shirt split, revealing his smoothly lined, well-muscled upper body. You'll break it. When Xianzhe was stunned and reached out to protect his chest, his face turning red. What are you doing? Xianing Shui's eyes sparkled with surprise as her slender fingers gently glided over his abs, exclaiming. Wow, it's even more toned and perfect than I imagined. When Xianzhe was embarrassed and anxious, quickly grabbing her restless hands, his voice tinged with pleading. Xianing Shui, can you behave yourself a little in someone else's home? He had only last night lamented that she was not as terrifying as he had imagined, and today she gave him a big one? Damn it! Now he really knew what it meant to invite a wolf into the house. And she was a female wolf at that. Xianing Shui saw his embarrassed and annoyed expression and laughed even more brightly. She blinked innocently. Oops, it's your own clothes that are too easily torn, so don't blame me. But if you don't believe me, you can try to tear my clothes, I promise they won't break so easily. Her voice was full of clearly meaningful temptation, and when Xianzhe quickly let go of her hand, his face full of shame. She actually wants to seduce me into committing a crime, her heart can be condemned. He quickly pulled a new shirt out of the closet and quickly changed it with his back to Xianing Shui. Xianing Shui comforted him from behind. Okay, don't be angry. As compensation, I'll replace your clothes. The same jacket as Xianing Shui's men's version is released in limited quantities worldwide. How many people want to buy it but can't? When Xianzhe turned around after getting dressed, his face full of disdain. Who cares? Then he turned around and asked hurriedly. Is there a women's version? Xianing Shui covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, you have this kind of fetish? When Xianzhe hurriedly explained. I'm not wearing it, it's for my sister. She likes these flashy things at her age, but I don't know what attracts her. But she seems to have grown taller recently, so it's time to buy her some new clothes. As he spoke, his tone and eyes softened. Xianing Shui's mouth curled up slightly, and she sighed. You really are good to your sister. When Xianzhe snorted, but there was a hint of helplessness in his expression. If I'm not good to her, no one else will be. Xianing Shui's gaze suddenly became deep. You really are a good brother, you seem to be able to do anything for your sister. That's why you agreed to my invitation, right? When Xianzhe looked at her quietly for a while, and said flatly. I'm glad you know. Xianing Shui gave a mischievous smile. So no matter what I do to you, you'll accept it and put up with it, and you won't get angry or resist, right? When Xianzhe hurriedly denied. Of course not, I have principles and a bottom line. Xianing Shui tilted her head. Not even if I pay more? Well, principles and bottom lines can be flexibly adjusted. Xianing Shui suddenly hooked Wen Xianzhe's neck and pulled him towards her. That's good, but didn't you forget that the induction test from yesterday hasn't been completed yet? Your performance is related to whether you stay or go. As she said this, she was about to kiss him when the front door was suddenly knocked on. Hello, is anyone home? The water and electricity bills for this month are due. Xianing Xue bit her teeth in anger and yelled at the door. No one, go away. Chapter 29, finally, they kissed. Wen Xianjie quickly covered Xianing Xue's mouth, and anxiously warned her with his eyes not to make a sound. Immediately, there was mockery from outside the door. Ha, no one is here, right? I'll cut off your water and electricity later, and see if you're still arrogant. Humph. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Wen Xianjie let go of her hand. Are you crazy? What if someone recognizes your voice? Why am I crazy? I just want to kiss you, why does everyone keep interrupting us? Xianing Xue was so angry that she flew into a rage, then pushed Wen Xianjie away and lay directly on the bed. I'm going to sleep, so don't bother me. Wen Xianjie was dumbfounded. She said she wanted to sleep, but Xianing Xue's eyes were still wide open, clearly in a deliberately pouty mood. Wen Xianjie slowly sat down beside the bed and asked, Don't you want to continue kissing now? Xianing Xue was taken aback by the words, and then sat up abruptly from the bed. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and then a playful smile curled the corners of her mouth. What, are you taking the initiative to invite me? Wen Xianjie returned a teasing smile. You said it yourself, this is an entry test that affects my stay or departure. A complex emotion flashed in Xianing Xue's eyes. You're right. She suddenly reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing him to look into her eyes, then slowly leaned in towards him. Don't let me down. The two grew closer and closer, until Xianing Xue suddenly closed her eyes. When Xianjie looked at her gradually reddening cheeks, her long eyelashes trembling non-stop, and could clearly feel the trembling of her hands. Wen Xianjie seemed to suddenly discover something. Was this guy's previous strong performance just bluster? After a long moment of silence, Moon Hyunchul could no longer hold back, and quickly planted a soft kiss on her lips. In an instant, Xianing Xue's mind exploded. She opened her eyes wide, pushed him away, and pulled away from him. You. Her breasts rose and fell violently, and her cheeks were as red as if they could bleed. Moon Hyunchul's heartbeat quickened as well, and his eyes flickered, avoiding her gaze. Is this enough? Xianing Xue felt her cheeks burning, her heart pounding. Her brain felt a little oxygen deprived from the sudden stimulation, and her throat was so dry she could hardly speak. Water. She finally managed to force out the word, her voice faint. When Xianjie didn't quite catch what she said, and asked in confusion. What? Xianing Xue lowered her eyes, covered her burning cheeks with her hands, and spoke even more quietly. I want to drink water. When Xianjie suddenly understood, and nodded quickly. Oh, I'll go get you some water. After saying this, he hurriedly got up and left the room, leaving Xianing Xue alone on the bed, her face buried deeply in the pillow. This guy, he's a bit more bold than I thought. Xianing Xue laughed to herself, but her lips couldn't quite hide the smile. But will this make me look like a pushover? Xianing Xue gulped down the water when Xianjie had brought her, then wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, finally feeling a little calmer. She returned the glass to Wen Xianjie, cleared her throat, and said expressionlessly. Although your performance was average, you can pass with a barely pass, but you need to work harder in the future. Wen Xianjie took the cup and smiled. Thank you, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and the whole space suddenly darkened. Wen Xianjie was first startled, but then immediately reacted. No way, that guy Lao Wang really cut off the electricity and water. He turned on the desk lamp and rummaged through the drawers for the water and electricity cards, and said to Xianing Xue. I'm going out to pay the utility bills, so you stay here and don't go anywhere, got it? Xianing Xue asked with a plaintive look in her eyes. Are you ordering me? Wen Xianjie hurriedly explained. No, the security here is not good, it would be dangerous for you to go out alone. After a pause, he added. I'm worried about you. Xianing Xue's mouth curled up slightly, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and reluctantly agreed. Oh, fine. Before leaving, Wen Xianjie did not forget to emphasize. Also, don't go rummaging through my things, they're all kind of old and boring stuff that means nothing. Xianing Xue rolled her eyes in disbelief. Got it. Hey, isn't there anyone at home? As soon as they arrived at the payment office, the old man in charge of collecting the water and electricity bills started flirting with Wen Xianjie. I can't believe you actually brought a woman home. I thought you didn't have any needs in that area. Oops, did I just interrupt something good? Gee, no wonder the guy across the street was so angry, my bad. As he said this, he didn't forget to slap his own face, making a loud sound. When Xianjia handed over the water and electricity card while smiling and explaining. It's not Brother Wang, it's all a misunderstanding. I was the only one at home, and I was playing a game of pest control on my voice chat. I asked the archer if he had bought the resurrection armor. We were going to play in a group later, but she didn't know what she was eating and said no to me, so I told her to go to hell and hung up. Then she was single-handedly killed by the defensive tower and went back to the fountain to hang up. The players nowadays really have no quality. Wang Lao nodded doubtfully. I see. But what's the point of buying resurrection armor? You're going to die anyway, so you might as well buy some anti-armor to last longer. When Xianjia was shocked. Ha? Lao Wang looked at him with contempt. What do you mean, ha? Don't you know the latest bubble chicken claw trend? When Xianjia shook his head, and Lao Wang got all worked up, and started to seriously explain to him the latest super popular black technology of farming. When Xianjia finally managed to get away from Lao Wang. When he got home and opened the door to his room, a pillow smashed into his face. What took you so long? Xianing Shui angrily took the pillow and smashed it onto his body again and again, complaining. Your room is so small, dark, and cramped, I'm suffering from claustrophobia. When Xianjia took the pillow without saying a word. Stop it, are you hungry? I'll cook you something. Xianing Shui was instantly distracted and exclaimed in surprise. Really? Really, name your dish. Xianing Shui nodded seriously, then gave a cute smile and lightly poked his chest with her fingertips. Don't try to change the subject, after leaving me alone for so long, don't you think you should be punished a little? When Xianjia's Adam's apple rolled around a bit, and he quickly took her hand. Don't tear my clothes anymore, they're innocent. Just then, the sound of the door lock being unscrewed came from the front door. Then, a familiar voice rang out. Why is the living room light on? Are you home, bro? Chapter 30, Let's Sleep Together. When Xianjia's heart tightened, and Xianing Shui's movements also froze in an instant. The sound of footsteps gradually approached. Without thinking, when Xianjia pushed Xianing Shui onto the bed, and followed suit, rolling over quickly and lying down. He pulled back the quilt and wrapped the two of them in it. He hugged Xianing Shui, who was still slightly struggling, and lowered his voice. Don't move around. Just then, the room door opened. As soon as Wen Xianjia entered, her gaze fell on Wen Xianjia, who was lying on his side, wrapped up like a dumpling. Her face showed a mixture of surprise and confusion. Brother? Are you sick? Wen Xianjia coughed lightly, trying to make his voice sound more natural. No, I'm just a little sleepy. I'll be fine after a nap. But Xianjia, why are you home so early today? Today the last two classes were cleaning, not our group cleaning, so we finished school early. When Xianjia explained, with a hint of relief and joy in her tone, but her eyes still revealed some concern about her brother's physical condition. But brother, you don't look so good. Under the quilt, Xianing Shui pressed closely against Wen Xianjia's chest, and could clearly feel his accelerated heartbeat from the tension. She suddenly got playful and mischievously slid her hand inside his clothes, gently stroking his warm skin. Wen Xianjia immediately trembled. Seeing Wen Xianjia's suddenly pained expression, Wen Xianjia hurriedly stepped forward, her eyes full of worry and anxiety. Brother, are you really okay? Do you want to go see a doctor? Wen Xianjia gritted his teeth and forced a smile. It's okay. The bed is so comfortable, I don't want to get up after sleeping. Xianing Shui's hands continued to roam over his body, like a nimble little snake, causing Wen Xianjia to tremble and tense with excitement. He felt his body beginning to heat up, but he could only clench his teeth and pray that Wen Xianjia would hurry up and leave. But when Xianjia suddenly sniffed the air, his brows knitted, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Why does it smell so good? Wen Xianjia's heart sank, and he hurriedly explained. On the way home I met a perfume seller, and she insisted that I try it, and sprayed it on me a few times. Just open the windows in a while and it will be fine. When Xianjia looked at him suspiciously, and then looked at the quilt he was wrapped in tightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Brother, are you hiding something from me? When Xianjia's heart instantly went up to his throat, and he hurriedly hugged Xianing Shui in his arms even tighter. Xianing Shui was a little sore from the strangulation and angrily bit his chest through his clothes. When Xianjia felt the pain but dared not make a sound. He could only take a deep breath and say with a forced calm. What could I possibly be hiding from you? It's just that after sleeping in late the day before, I completely fell in love with this feeling. Sleeping is really great, so great that I want to sleep some more. I've never wanted to sleep so much in my life. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of guilt welled up in Wen Xianya's heart. She looked at her exhausted brother and her heart was filled with self-blame and pain. Yes, her brother worked hard every day for her, and he couldn't even sleep well. Finally, he had a chance to rest, but she was still here, disturbing him with her nonsense thoughts. She was so inconsiderate. She said apologetically. Then you just rest, and I won't disturb you. Then she smiled confidently and continued. I'll cook tonight, let me show you my cooking skills. I'll let you know when it's ready. Moon Hyuna left the room, the door gently closing behind her. Moon Hyun-cheol still didn't dare to relax. It wasn't until the sound of pots and pans clashing in the kitchen that he truly let out a sigh of relief. He lifted the quilt, and Cheon Young-sol looked up at him with a face full of apologies, but her hand was still unwilling to come out from under his shirt. When Xianzhe gritted his teeth and said in a single sentence, "Pay me more." When Xianzhe quickly got out of bed, locked the door carefully, and then returned to the bedside and whispered to Qianingshui, "I will go to the kitchen to stall my sister, so you can take the opportunity to go out. Then I will make an excuse to go shopping and send you back." Upon hearing this, Qianingshui did not get ready to get up, but instead grabbed his arm. She shook her head gently and a smile curled the corner of her mouth. "No, I want to sleep with you." When Xianzhe was shocked and quickly lowered his voice again, saying, "What sleep?" Qianingshui laughed even more happily and patiently explained. "Didn't you just say that you really like sleeping right now and that it's so great? But what's the point of sleeping alone? So, I'll sleep with you." As she said this, she lay down and deliberately patted the empty space next to her, her face full of anticipation. "Come on." When Xianzhe was silent, Qianingshui suddenly sat up straight, her face full of surprise. So you think that just sleeping is too boring, and you want to do something else that is more interesting and more enjoyable? When Xianzhe couldn't help but twitch his eye corner. The most enjoyable thing right now is to throw you out of here." Qianingshui's fingers lightly rested on the back of his hand, and then bit by bit they moved upwards. She looked up at him, her smiling eyes full of mockery and teasing, and said softly, "Don't you have any experience?" "It's okay, I don't have any either, we can explore it together." When Xianzhe's mouth suddenly curled up, and he sat down with his hands on either side of her body. Then he slowly leaned closer to her ear and said in a voice only she could hear, "Okay." Qianingshui was stunned, and blinked incredulously, as if she couldn't believe her ears. As if he had read her mind, when Xianzhe whispered again, "I said yes, let's explore something that's more exciting and more fun than sleeping." The hot breath brushed Qianingshui's fair and delicate neck, and when Xianzhe clearly saw her flinch back a little, her ears immediately turned red, and her hands grabbed the bed sheet tightly. When Xianzhe smiled with satisfaction and deliberately moved closer. "However, this room is narrow and dark, I'm afraid you'll get claustrophobic halfway through exploring it." Qianingshui suddenly pulled herself away from her nervousness and shyness, pushed him away violently, and her face was full of shame and anger. "Asshole." When Xianzhe quickly reached out and covered her mouth. "Keep your voice down." Then he listened vigilantly for any movement outside the door. Fortunately, when Xianya was busy in the kitchen, and the sound of the chopping board and knives clashing gave Wen Xianzhe a sudden sigh of relief. Qianingshui forcefully broke his grip, stood up, and while straightening her disheveled clothes, said coldly, "You go to the kitchen, you don't need to see me off, I'll have Assistant Lin come and pick me up." When Xianzhe was overjoyed, but still acted nonchalant and exchanged a few polite words. "Oh, I see. Then I'll walk you downstairs." Qianingshui glared at him impassively, but did not refuse. Hurry up and go to the kitchen first." So when Xianzhe went to the kitchen first to review Wen Xianya's cooking progress, and then opened the refrigerator and was surprised to find that there were not many dishes left. Then he naturally said, "I'll go to the market to buy some food. Xianya, if you're hungry, just eat without waiting for me." He quickly left the scene. After escorting Qianingshui out of the community, Lin Qian just arrived by car. When Xianzhe attentively helped Qianingshui into the car. You take care." Qianingshui, however, rolled down the window and sneered at Wen Xianzhe. "I'll pay you for the clothes I tore, but since you teased your boss so many times today, there's no need to talk about extra money." Lin Qian, who was driving, quickly turned his head around, looking shocked. "Holy cow, did you really do something big?" The clothes are all torn, and you're so fierce, Snow. Tease, tease? And many times. I never thought that you, Winter, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, would also be such a fierce person. Wen Xianzhou immediately started bargaining with Qianing Shui. Ah? What about the injury you bit me with? You have to pay for the medical expenses, right? You were the one who made me hurt first, so you deserve it. When did I make you hurt? Don't frame me. When? When you were hugging me, you almost broke my waist. The old driver Lin Qian, who was listening from the side, blushed and her heart pounded. No, did you two play so hard the first time? But when you replay the game, can you pay attention to how I feel? And when you grabbed my hand, covered my mouth, and pushed me onto the bed, couldn't you have been a little gentler? Wen Xianzhou suddenly felt a little guilty, and slowly lowered his head. Okay, I was wrong. I don't want medical expenses, just pay for my clothes. Qianing Shui angrily rolled up the window and leaned back in her seat. Drive! The car drove off, and Wen Xianzhou finally let out a sigh of relief. But after spending time together today, he seemed to have discovered Qianing Shui's true character. Although she was always confident when teasing him, and always had a trick up her sleeve, if she took the initiative for once, she would instantly be at a loss for what to do. Yes, this was clearly the legendary high attack, low defense. Wen Xianzhou suddenly gave a devilish smile. He finally knew how to deal with her. To treat her in her own way. She was perverted, so he would be even more perverted than she was. Chapter 31, it's the opposite now. The youngest Wen's sister dares to devour her brother. Wen Xianzhou, having discovered the secret to victory, returned home full of joy. Wen Xianzhou looked at him with both hands empty and tilted her head in confusion. Brother, where are the groceries you bought? Wen Xianzhou suddenly woke up. Shit, how could I have forgotten this? He quickly smiled awkwardly. Ha, you don't even know how embarrassed I was when I forgot to take my wallet and phone with me and had to put the vegetables back one by one. Wen Xianzhou frowned, looking disdainful. Then why are you so happy? Wen Xianzhou walked up to her and happily patted her head. I'm happy that my little Ya is getting more and more sensible, and knows how to cook for her brother. Wen Xianzhou's face flushed slightly, and then she moved back a step in disgust. Then go wash your hands and get ready for dinner, I'm starving. At the dinner table, Wen Xianzhou kept on praising Wen Xianzhou's cooking while he kept on helping himself to the food. Our Xianzhou really knows how to cook, no wonder you grew up eating my cooking. Wen Xianzhou gave a proud grunt. Well, I think this pickled cabbage could have been cooked for a bit longer. Wen Xianzhou gave her a thumbs up. Our Xiaoya is really good, she knows how to strive for perfection. Wen Xianzhou looked a little embarrassed this time, touched her nose and whispered. Where, I learned it all from Shui Shui. Wen Xianzhou's smile froze instantly. Ha? What did you learn from her? Wen Xianzhou was taken aback and hurriedly explained. Striving for perfection. You don't know how strict she is with her acting. Even for a small role, she has to give her all and strive for perfection in every performance. That's why she became the youngest recipient of the Best Actor award in Daxia, and she's held it for 3 consecutive terms. Whenever she talks about Qianing Shui, Wen Xianzhou's eyes light up with admiration. Ah, I want to be as good as Shui Shui too. When Xianzhou slowed down his eating, his mood a little complicated. Recalling the information he had learned about Qionyang Seal, the clips of her work he had seen, and the gentleness and patience with which she treated her fans. Moon Hyunchul had to admit that although the woman was indeed crazy, her acting skills and the achievements she had made were unquestionable. Listening to Moon Hyun rave on about the various good qualities of Qionyang Seal, Moon Hyunchul suddenly felt relieved. It's not a bad thing to let the perfect Qianing Shui become Moon Hyun's spiritual support and guide her forward. In that case, he will definitely make sure that woman maintains her perfect appearance in Moon Hyun's heart. All the things that have happened with Qianing Shui so far suddenly came to the surface of his mind, and Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but swallow. If one day Aya finds out that her long-cherished idol has been doing some shady deals with her dear brother, she'll definitely collapse. Therefore, she must never find out about his relationship with Qianing Shui. As he spoke, Wen Xianzhou suddenly pulled out her phone and opened a certain video. Oh yes, I haven't watched the interview with Shui Shui from 2 days ago yet. Wen Xianzhou stood her phone in front of her and watched intently while eating. Wen Xianzhou reached over and snapped her phone shut on the table, seriously criticizing her. I've told you countless times not to look at your phone while eating. Unconvinced, Moon Hyuna put her phone upright again and cocked her chin at Moon Hyun Chul, arrogantly saying, "If you eat the food I cook, then don't care about what I do." Moon Hyun Chul immediately gasped. How dare the youngest Moon sister bite her brother? The sound of a reporter's questions came from the phone. Will there be kissing scenes in this new drama? Why do you never do kissing scenes? With rice still in her mouth, Moon Hyun-ah angrily scolded. What kind of question is that? Can someone with that level of professionalism be a reporter? Although he really wanted to remind her not to talk with her mouth full, Moon Hyun-chul held back and chose to keep quiet. After all, he also wanted to hear how Channing-shue would answer. In the picture, Channing-shue still maintained a smile as she slowly said, "Will there be kissing scenes in this new drama? Why do you never do kissing scenes?" I'm not sure about the specific scene arrangement, and as for never doing kissing scenes, it's because I'm a relatively conservative person, so I hope to give my first kiss to someone I really like. Moon Hyun-chul's chewing motion stopped suddenly. He instantly remembered the gentle mark he left on Channing-shue's lips this afternoon. Could that have been her first kiss? When Xianzhe's heart started pounding. Then his mind flashed back to Channing-shue's fluttering eyelashes, her blushing face, and her trembling body. His heartbeat grew more and more intense, and his throat tightened. When Xianzhe quickly poured a glass of water to drink, trying to relieve this inexplicable thirst. When Xianzhe hugged the phone, with a look of relief on her face, and kept exclaiming, "Shue's answer is really good, but this is not about being conservative, but about being loyal in love. My first kiss was the same, only for someone I really like." When Xianzhe almost spit out the water in his mouth. He quickly pulled a tissue, wiped his mouth, and looked up and asked, Ahem, what did you say? You have someone you like? Who? Tell me, I'll help you." When Xianya's face flushed with anger, and she replied indignantly, "No. Brother, are your ears not working? I was just stating my views on love. I don't like those guys in class." When Xianzhe stared at him straight on, not believing him. When Xianya explained angrily again, "Really, I don't. If you don't believe me, that's fine." When Xianzhe sighed and shook his head helplessly. "I don't mean to criticize you. It's normal to be in love at your age. If you really have a crush on someone in class, you don't need to feel ashamed or anything. If you have any emotional problems, you must tell your brother. He will help you work it out together. Don't keep it all inside." When Xianya suddenly burst out laughing. When Xianzhe frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" When Xianya tried to look serious, but the corners of his mouth wouldn't stay down. "You've never been in a relationship, and yet you're telling me how to handle my relationship problems. You're so funny, brother." When Xianzhe was instantly struck by 10,000 points of criticism. He gritted his teeth, quickly finished scraping the rice in the bowl amidst when Xianya's ridicule, and then put down the bowl and chopsticks in one go. Eat first, wash up later. Chapter 32, The Qian Family's Three Golden Girls. Channing-shue asked Lin Qian to drive her directly back to the Qian family villa. Today was a rare day when the Qian family members gathered together. Qian Jun, the president of the Qian group. His wife, Yi Wanrong. And the three daughters known as the Qian family's three golden girls. Qian Lanin, Qian Mengqi, and Channing-shue. Among them, Qian Lanin and Qian Mengqi were born to Yi Wanrong and are Qian Jun's biological daughters. Channing-shue, on the other hand, was the orphan daughter of Qian Jun's friend and was not related to him by blood. The spacious and bright dining room. The table was full of all kinds of delicious food, with a delicious aroma that made people drool. However, the atmosphere at the table was a bit dull, and everyone was silent. Qian Jun, with a calm face and deep eyes, sat at the head of the table, exuding a low-pressure atmosphere. Yi Wanrong occasionally looked up at Qian Jun's expression. Qian Mengqi looked distracted. Qian Lanin ate lazily, taking one mouthful after another. Only Channing-shue maintained an elegant posture the whole time, her eyes downcast as she focused on eating her food. Yi Wanrong forced a smile and asked Channing-shue, "Yingshue, why are you in such a good mood today?" Channing-shue looked up and smiled slightly. "I'm in a good mood today, so my appetite has improved." Yi Wanrong smiled gently. Having a good appetite is a good thing, but for you celebrities, body management is more important than anything else. If you eat more now because you're a little greedy, you don't know how much exercise you'll have to do later. Qian Jun's eyes flashed with displeasure, but she calmly interrupted Yi Wanrong. Xue has just suffered serious injuries, and during the recovery period, it is most important to supplement nutrients, so what about body shape? Yi Wanrong quickly smiled awkwardly. You're right, look at my brain. Chen Lanin couldn't help but roll her eyes at her mother. Chen Jun looked at the silk scarf wrapped around Qian Yingxue's neck and asked with concern. Yingxue, how's the injury on your neck? Qian Yingxue stopped what she was doing and replied with a smile. It's already scabbed over, I believe it will heal soon. Chen Jun nodded with relief and said. Although the mastermind behind the 3 kidnappers was not found, I hired the best lawyer in Xiaocheng and got the heaviest sentence for them. They will spend the rest of their lives in prison. I have also recently found some good bodyguards. Starting tomorrow, no matter where you go, you will take them with you, so I can feel more at ease. Chen Yingxue was full of surprise and politely declined. Dad, you don't need to go to all this trouble. I don't need bodyguards. It's enough to have my assistant and manager by my side at all times. Qian Lanin's mouth curled up in a sneer, and his eyes were full of mockery. It's a good idea to accept Dad's goodwill. It'll be a safeguard if you encounter any more thugs one day, so that Dad doesn't have to worry about you every day while he's busy working himself to death at the company. Qian Jun heard this and his face fell, his voice tinged with displeasure. Lanin, how can you say that? Yi Wanrong saw this and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Honey, Lanin is usually like this, you know that, and she's just concerned about her younger sister. Qian Lanin just rolled her eyes in disdain and didn't say anything more. Qian Yingxue let out a light laugh. Dad, Mom, and sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't want to be too high profile. And. She paused for a moment, as if weighing her next words. I've been thinking about one question lately: should I quit acting after winning this year's Xia Actress of the Year? These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly freezing the atmosphere at the table. Qian Jun looked puzzled and asked anxiously. What did you say? You want to quit acting? Why? You should know that the Qian group was once just an insignificant one among the many in Xiaocheng. But thanks to Qian Yingxue's popularity and influence, the group has gained countless business opportunities, and its social status and reputation have also risen accordingly. In particular, this kidnapping incident has made the Qian group's popularity and stock price soar. The importance of Qian Yingxue to the Qian group is self-evident. Although Yi Wanrong secretly rejoiced in her heart, she still asked with concern. Yes, Yingxue, you're still so young, why do you want to retire from the industry? If Qian Yingxue really retires, won't that be good for Qian Mingqi? Qian Mingqi is also an actress. However, although they are both actresses, Qian Yingxue is a household name and a national goddess, at the top of the entertainment industry. Qian Mingqi can only barely squeeze into the first tier, and it is only maintained by the huge amounts of money thrown around by the Qian group. Hearing that Qian Yingxue is retiring from the industry, Qian Mingqi is of course happy, and can't wait to celebrate with drums and firecrackers. She struggles to contain her inner joy, and asks carefully. Yes, you are at the peak of your career right now, why would you want to retire? Even Qian Lanin softens her tone, raising an eyebrow. You really can't see it that way? It's a pity that a national goddess is about to disappear from the public eye. Qian Lanin was once a pop singer and had a glorious period. However, in recent years, she has rarely attended events and shows, and has gradually faded out of people's sight. Facing the eager concern of her family, Qian Yingxue's eyes sparkled with a touch of emotion. She took a deep breath and said slowly. Well, I know this decision may be a bit ridiculous, but since my debut, I have really experienced too many accidents. The wire on the edge of the cliff suddenly broke, the docile horse suddenly lost control during filming, and even the prop bomb turned out to be a real bomb. I have survived every time, but this kidnapping incident really made me a bit difficult to recover. Said, she was still frightened, gently touched the silk scarf around her neck with her hand, her eyes gradually dimmed, as if still immersed in that period of fear. If I continue to stay in this circle, I really don't know how many more dangers I will encounter in the future. Qian Yun locked his brows tightly, while Yu Wanlong couldn't wait to agree. Yes, this circle is too complicated, and danger is everywhere. To be honest, I have also thought about getting Chi-Chi out of this place of trouble as soon as possible. Qian Yingshua's mouth curled up slightly, before she revealed a relieved smile. She looked at the crowd, her eyes full of determination. But I've come to my senses. Although this circle is full of danger, seeing you all care about me so much fills me with strength. With your support, no matter how great the danger, I will definitely continue to persevere in this circle. Yi Wanrong and her daughter's smiles instantly froze on their faces. Xianjun nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of pride and encouragement. Yes, Ningxue, just go forward boldly, your father and the entire Qian group will always support you. Qian Ningxue agreed with emotion. Yes. Xianjun seemed a little uneasy and once again confirmed. But, are you really not going to reconsider the bodyguard? Qian Ningxue thought about it and asked. Then, can I find the right person myself? After all, the bodyguard is going to be close to you, and I feel more at ease choosing him myself. Xianjun raised his eyebrows in surprise. You choose? The bodyguards I painstakingly selected for you have all been carefully chosen, the cream of the crop. Each of them has followed many important people, and they are all experienced and capable. I really can't feel at ease with you choosing them yourself. Qian Ningxue lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment, then smiled gently. Dad, I understand your good intentions and appreciate your efforts. However, since it is my own safety, I would also like to have some autonomy. How about this? Once I find someone I think is suitable, I will arrange for him to have a fair fight with the person you found for me. Whoever is better in terms of actual combat ability and overall quality will be my bodyguard. How about it? This will not only put your mind at ease, but also respect my choice. Xianjun was stunned by these words, but then his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a smile of approval. Okay, since you are so confident, I will have to take a good look and see what kind of awesome character you can find. Chapter 33, Back to the Underground Boxing Ring. After dinner, Xianjun went back to the company to handle affairs, while Qian Ningxue went back to her apartment. Only Yi Wanrong and her two daughters were left behind. Xian Mengqi stood in the middle of the living room, her fingers unconsciously clutching the expensive dress she was wearing. Her face was full of anxiety and jealousy, and she chattered on and on. Xian Ningxue, why did you change your mind again? If I had known, I would never have said those words pretending to care. It really sickens me. Damn it. When will she really quit the entertainment industry? When will she get out of the Qian family? When will she truly disappear from my sight? With each word she spoke, the force in her hands increased by the second. Yi Wanrong hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. This dress is a limited edition by designer Jones. There are only 2 in the world, so don't tear it. Qian Mengqi's eyes widened in horror. 2? Why are there 2? I thought everything I owned was unique. Why are there 2? Where is the other one? Where is it? It's not with Qian Ningxue, is it? As she spoke, she tore at the exquisite dress she was wearing even more frantically. No, I can't keep this dress. If the paparazzi take a picture of me in it, they'll say I'm copying her. Yi Wanrong pressed her hand down with some force, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. It's not with her. Xian Mengqi, snap out of it. Shen Lanin on the side looked at the 2 people arguing in front of her speechless. I really don't want to admit it, but such stupid people are actually my mother and younger sister. She took a deep breath to try and distract herself from the pointless argument, and asked. Who do you think is behind this kidnapping? Do you have any ideas? On hearing this, the 2 stopped arguing. Xian Lanin shot Qian Mengqi a questioning look, and Qian Mengqi frowned. What are you looking at? It wasn't me. Xian Lanin then looked at Yi Wanrong, who raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Huh, you suspect me? How could I possibly do such a thing? Qian Lanin sneered. Really? Yi Wanrong looked a little guilty and hurriedly tried to make up for it. Even if she hates her, she is still your sister. Although it is difficult for me as a mother to treat everyone equally, I would not kill her. Xian Lanin couldn't help but laugh. You wouldn't kill her? But if I remember correctly, in the Weya incident. Shut up. Yi Wanrong's face instantly turned pale, and she hurriedly interrupted her. Xian Lanin, however, continued regardless. When the Weya broke, Qian Ningxue fell straight off the cliff, causing serious intracranial injury. The doctor said that there was a high possibility that she would never wake up. Can't this be considered a painful killing? Qian Mengqi was stunned and looked at Yi Wanrong in disbelief. Mom, so you had someone do it? Yi Wanrong quickly took Qian Mengqi's hand and tried to defend herself. Mengqi, listen to me, at the time I was also. Then why didn't you do it completely? Why didn't she die in the end? Qian Mengqi angrily shook off her hand and yelled hysterically. If she had died at the time, I wouldn't have to live so hard now. Suddenly, it was as if she had realized something, her eyes glowing with madness. That's right. Chen Yingxue doesn't need to quit the company or leave the Chen family, she just needs to die. Watching her daughter go crazy, Yu Wanrong gritted her teeth and whispered. If she really dies, your father won't let me go. That's right, after Chen Yingxue was in the accident, Chen Jun immediately had someone investigate, and soon found out that Ji Wanrong was behind it. He coldly warned her that Chen Yingxue was very important to the Chen group, and if she did anything to her again, she should not blame him for not considering their many years of marriage. When she mentioned Xian Jun, Xian Mengqi's eyes became dull, and she shook her head, unable to accept this fact. Won't let you go? How could Dad say such a thing? How could he say such a thing? Does he really care that much about that outsider? Yu Wanrong quickly stroked Xian Mengqi's hair tenderly and comforted her. Your father is a shrewd man. He just sees her as a cash cow. That's why I don't bother with her anymore. Isn't it great that she can make more money for the Chen family? Your father will always love you too the most. Sooner or later, the Chen family's billions of assets will all be yours. Hearing this, Xian Mengqi's mood seemed to be somewhat appeased. She pulled the corners of her mouth and muttered. You're right, Chen Yingxue is just a tool for making money for us, so why should I care about her? No matter how much money she makes, it will all end up being mine. In other words, she's actually working for me now? Ha 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 ha. Yi Wanrong smiled with relief. That's the way it is, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Look, you've lost weight again recently. Xian Mengqi muttered angrily. I can't eat when I think about that bitch, so of course I've lost weight. Xian Lanin, on the other hand, was lost in thought. It wasn't Mum. Then who was behind this kidnapping? More than a month later, when Xianzhe returned to the underground boxing ring. Although he no longer had to work at the bookstore, he could still juggle his part-time job. His old acquaintances at the boxing ring recognized him at once and gathered around him. A burly man with a full beard teased him. Hey, it's our undefeated champion. What, you finally come back? We thought you'd found a better place and forgotten about us old buddies. Another skinny guy with shifty eyes chimed in. Exactly. Moonhyun Shul, where the hell have you been all this time? Did you find some new way to get rich and that's why you haven't shown up for so long? Hurry up and let us in on it so we can get in on the action too. When Xianzhe shook his head helplessly, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. There's no way I found a way to get rich. I've just been resting at home for a while because I've been feeling a little under the weather lately. As you know, in our line of work, health is our capital, so we have to take good care of it, don't we? Just as the group were discussing this, a panicked figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and headed straight for Wen Xianzhe. That was Zhang Chang, the military strategist by the side of Jinlong, the boss of the underground boxing ring. Grandpa Hu, you finally returned. Zhang Chang stopped panting in front of Wen Xianzhe, and a flash of anxiety and joy passed through his eyes. Brother Long hasn't seen you for a long time, I've missed you so much, I've been thinking about your name every day. Without waiting for Wen Xianzhe to react, Zhang Chang grabbed his arm and hurriedly walked towards Jinlong's office. However, as soon as they stepped through the office door, a group of men in black, with fierce expressions, quickly surrounded them and held Wen Xianzhe firmly in place. Jinlong sat behind his large desk, a cigar in his mouth, exhaling smoke rings one after the other. Ha! Finally! He slammed his hand on the table, unable to hide his excitement, stood up, and shouted at Zhang Chang. Ha ha! Hurry and contact Master Xiao. The presumptuous brat who beat him up has finally been caught. Chapter 34, 3 Men, 1 Show. When Xiao Qiqing received the news and hurried to the scene, the sight before him took him by surprise. When Xianzhe was tied up with thick ropes, unable to move. Xiao Qiqing was shocked and couldn't help but yell out. Who told you to tie him up? I told you not to touch him. Jinlong saw this and although he was a little puzzled, he still managed to force a wry smile. We haven't moved him, we're keeping him intact, just waiting for you to come and teach him a lesson yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiqing's face grew even more gloomy, his teeth clenching noisily as he ordered in a stern voice. Immediately. Release him at once. Upon hearing this, Jinlong was first taken aback, but then seemed to understand something, and his face revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh, so the young master can't wait to have another match with this kid, to avenge his previous humiliation. So Jinlong quickly signaled his men to loosen the ropes and release Wen Xianzhe, while at the same time desperately winking at him. This is your chance to redeem yourself, don't let the young master down. Looking at Xiao Qiqing's empty back, Jinlong asked in puzzlement. Young master, why have you come alone? Where are your attendants? Xiao Qiqing gave him a sideways glance. None of your business. Jinlong quickly hung his head in annoyance. Yes, yes. Ha, you're the young master, you're amazing, you're so noble. When Xianzhe moved his sore and tightly bound muscles a little, and teased Xiao Qiqing. If you hadn't come, I would have been thrown down the drain to feed the rats. Jinlong gleefully agreed. Yes, thank Master Xiao quickly, he is magnanimous enough to spare you this time. Before the words had finished, Xiao Qiqing took a step forward, jumped up and gave Jinlong a loud slap. He was talking to me, why did you butt in? Jinlong was stunned by the slap, covering the back of his head with his hand, and apologizing repeatedly with a wry smile. Yes, I was talking too much. Damn, it's been a long time, why is this chicken shit young master getting more and more temperamental? Ha! He's becoming more and more like his bastard father, no wonder they're related. On the other side, when Xianzhe watched as he suppressed a smile, Xiao Qiqing raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. You go out first, I'll handle the rest. When Xianzhe waved at the crowd with a smile. Then I'll take my leave? The crowd looked at when Xianzhe's departing back in horror. Jinlong was so shocked that he couldn't speak coherently, stuttering. Young master, you let him go so easily? Xiao Qiqing cleared his throat and his expression became extremely serious. Listen carefully, from now on, no one is allowed to mention the last competition, and no one is allowed to cause trouble for him. Anyone who dares to go against him is going against me, Xiao Qiqing, and against my father. Do you all understand? Upon hearing this, Jinlong was shocked. No, young Master Xiao, are you flirting? This kid punched you and knocked you flying, humiliating you. Jinlong couldn't understand it, but he could only nod like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, I understand. After leaving the underground boxing ring, Xiao Qiqing felt refreshed. Recalling his heroic appearance just now, Xiao Qiqing couldn't help but lift his bangs. Is this the legendary sticking one's neck out for a friend? I'm really fucking awesome. Looking around, Xiao Qiqing couldn't see that figure, and his enthusiasm gradually cooled. People were coming and going on the sidewalk, and Xiao Qiqing, standing under the traffic lights, felt a little melancholy. Suddenly, he tilted his head arrogantly and snorted with disdain. Ha, when did that pariah become worthy of being my friend? Ridiculous. The light's already green, aren't you going to cross? A familiar voice came from behind him, and Xiao Qiqing twitched, quickly turning around. Seeing Wen Xianzhe's face, Xiao Qiqing bit his teeth with mixed emotions. It's none of your business whether I go over or not. Wen Xianzhe didn't get angry either, and smiled at him slightly. In that case, I'll go first, I'm meeting a friend for dinner. He had just taken a step when he was stopped by Xiao Qiqing. Wait. They arrived at an unremarkable-looking small restaurant. Xiao Qiqing stopped in his tracks and frowned in disgust. Is this the place you said you wanted to eat? It's not even as big as my bathroom. Wen Xianzhe introduced. The owner of this restaurant is a rare honest person. He insists on not using pre-made food, and every dish is freshly made to order, so it's very fresh. If you order takeout in the future, remember to order from this restaurant. As they walked into the restaurant, a striking red color immediately caught their eye. It turned out to be Fan Xingjie, who had dyed his hair from yellow to red. Seeing Wen Xianzhe accompanied by a delicate-skinned young man, a trace of doubt flashed in Fan Xingjie's eyes. Wen Xianzhe came forward and introduced. This is Fan Xingjie, my friend, freelance. This is Xiao Qiqing. He turned to Xiao Qiqing and asked. Right, what do you do for a living? Xiao Qiqing raised his eyebrows, his tone tinged with a hint of smugness. I don't need to work, I just have to inherit my father's wealth in the future. With that, he sat down with a swagger. Looking at Xiao Qiqing's smug look, Fan Xingjie laughed meaningfully. Inherit family wealth? It seems that you are the young master of a family? Xiao Qiqing looked up and down at Fan Xingjie, and a trace of disdain curled the corner of his mouth. You don't look bad. Fan Xingjie smiled slightly and corrected. It's not a matter of appearances, it's a matter of empathy between kindred spirits. Xiao Qiqing looked puzzled. Empathy between kindred spirits? Fan Xingjie took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on, smiling smugly. That's right, I'm also the young master of a family. Because of family business issues, I've been staying in Xiacheng, but next week I'll be returning to beautiful country to inherit my billions. Wen Xianzhe was speechless as he listened, and quickly interrupted him. Stop it and order your food already. At the table, Fan Qingjie and Xiao Qiqing were having a lively conversation. Fan Qingjie sighed. The situation in beautiful country is very unstable right now. To be honest, I don't want to go back at all. To me, it's just an icy and unfamiliar cage, where I can't find the slightest warmth or support. Xiao Qiqing nodded as if he had found a kindred spirit and shared the same feelings. I feel the same way. My father doesn't care about me at all, and my mother is constantly pushing me to go on blind dates with those young ladies from the family. Fan Qingjie couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Your mother is pushing you to go on blind dates? How old are you? Xiao Qiqing answered. I'm 20. Fan Qingjie was surprised. I thought you were only 17 or 18. You're already 20. At this age, it's not too young or too old. Blind dates are fine. Xiao Qiqing, however, sneered. Ha, I don't want to go on a blind date, I want to marry Qianingshue. Wen Xianjia almost spat out the rice in his mouth when he heard this. Fan Qingjie was also shocked by Xiao Qiqing's words and froze for a moment. Looking at the two in front of him, he seemed to understand something and burst out laughing in an instant. Ha, I was wondering how you two got together, do you share the same dream? Xiao Qiqing looked in shock at Wen Xianjia, who kept drinking water. The same dream? You also want to marry Qianingshue? Wen Xianjia was choked and unable to speak, and quickly waved his hands to deny it. Fan Qingjie explained thoughtfully. He is even more confident than you, saying that Qianingshue is attracted to him. Xiao Qiqing looked incredulous. How is that possible? You just had a meal with her, right? How could she be attracted to you? Now it was Fan Qingjie's turn to be shocked. You had a meal? Xiao Qiqing nodded and said affirmatively. Yes, at the last fan meeting, he was selected as the lucky fan and had lunch alone with Qianingshue. Damn, I really don't know what kind of luck he stepped in, that opportunity should have been mine. Fan Qingjie grabbed Wen Xianjia by the collar, his eyes wide with disbelief, and he laughed dryly. No, you really met? And you even had dinner together? Then there's no way she could like you. It was just dinner, what reason does she have to like you? Even if you're a bit good looking, it's not enough. Unless you saved her life. He was still desperately hunting, and this kid already had dinner with Qianingshue? But that's Qianingshue. How could you? Wen Xianjia took Fan Qingjie's trembling hand and said wordlessly. It's her. She didn't fancy me, it was all a dream, okay? Then he got up. I'm full, I'll go first, you guys chat. Watching Wen Xianjia's dashing back, Fan Qingjie thoughtfully stroked his chin. TSK, no wonder this guy has looked distracted lately, now I know why. Xiao Qiqing hurriedly asked curiously. What reason? Fan Qingjie looked at him and sneered. Do you know the legend of Qianingshue? Just look into her eyes for 3 seconds, and even a dog will fall for her. Xiao Qiqing nodded quickly. Of course I know, because that's how I fell. But I didn't look into her eyes for 3 seconds, not even 1 second. Fan Qingjie was speechless. Then you're worse than a dog. Xiao Qiqing was furious. How dare you say that to your young master? Fan Qingjie quickly continued. Cough cough, I think that guy must have been alone with Qianingshue, and she attracted him, and he fell madly in love with her. Then every day he dreams that Qianingshue is throwing herself at him and paying him all kinds of attention, so that's why he said such nonsense that Qianingshue has a crush on him. Every night they would forget themselves in their lovemaking, and wake up to find it was just a dream. Fan Qingjie sighed, shook his head sadly. Then how sad he must be. Xiao Qiqing's face flushed with anger. What? He actually has these dreams every day. I've never even had one. Fan Qingjie looked at him speechlessly, then took a deep breath and clenched his fists. But as the guy's strong backing, I will definitely wake him up from his obsession with Qianingshue's fantasy. Chapter 35, Do You Want to Kiss Me to Death? On the top floor of the Light and Shadow Media Building, in Qianingshue's office. Lying lazily in her office chair, Qianingshue said casually. Before my wounds have completely healed and I resume my activities, my father wants to select a few bodyguards for me. Wen Xianjia stood in front of her and nodded perfunctorily. Oh, that's good, having more people around means more protection. Qianingshue muttered angrily. But I don't want them, having you by my side is enough. She said, gently pulling Wen Xianjia's finger, with a sly smile curling the corners of her mouth. So, you go to the selection too, and outshine them all. When Xianzhe heard this and smiled wryly. You want me to be both assistant and bodyguard? Doing the work of two people? Xianing Shui winked mischievously. Yes, and get paid twice, isn't that good? A flash of light appeared in Wen Xianzhe's eyes, and he quickly responded. Yes, very good. Xianing Shui smiled contentedly, then picked up a thick stack of information from the table and handed it to him. This is detailed information on all the people participating in the selection. You should familiarize yourself with it in advance, so that when the competition starts, you can apply the right medicine to the right problem. When Xianzhe took the information and skimmed through it briefly, his pupils suddenly narrowing. No way? I'm fighting a Muay Thai champion? The more he looked at the information on the people behind him, the more horrified he became. There was also a sumo champion, a martial arts champion, a 10-year mercenary, and a retired armed police captain. When Xianzhe looked up, his face full of shock. No, Xianing Shui, you are too flattering me, aren't you? Xianing Shui stood up, leaned closer to him, and patted his shoulder gently to reassure him. Oh, be confident, you are definitely not worse than them. As she said this, she handed him another stack of information. Oh, and here are the details of the assessment. If there's anything you don't understand, you'd better learn it quickly. When Xianzhe took the information and once again his eyes widened. Hold your breath underwater for 5 minutes? Assemble a pistol in 30 seconds? Disassemble a bomb without getting hurt? Fly a helicopter? And catch a knife in mid-air? He looked incredulously at Xianing Shui. Is this a bodyguard or a special forces selection? And I'm supposed to learn all this in such a short time? Do you take me for Superman? Xianing Shui nodded seriously. Yes. When Xianzhe took a breath, then smiled lightly. Although I am also very confident, we still have to be realistic, right? Your wound will heal completely in a week at most, and I have to evolve into a super special forces soldier in a week? Ha ha. Xianing Shui's eyes gradually darkened. In that case, I can't let the wound heal too quickly. Saying this, she raised her hand and reached for her neck. When Xianzhe was quick and caught her hand, his voice full of obvious alarm. What are you trying to do? Xianing Shui smiled slightly and reassured him. Nothing, I just want to tear off the scab and let the wound bleed again, so that the recovery time will be extended. When Xianzhe's heart sank at Xianing Shui's answer. No. What if the wound gets infected? Wouldn't it be better if it got infected? Then you'll have more time to prepare. Xianing Shui said nonchalantly. When Xianzhe grabbed her hand, his voice tinged with a hint of trembling. No, absolutely not. Seeing his nervous and scared look, Xianing Shui let out a light laugh. Are you worried about me? It's okay, I'm very tough, I won't die so easily. I said no. When Xianzhe almost roared. Xianing Shui was startled by his sudden reaction and momentarily frozen. Realizing his inappropriate behavior, when Xianzhe quickly lowered his head and incoherently added. I'm sorry. I'll try my best to learn. So please don't hurt yourself. Xianing Shui frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Why apologize? You haven't done anything wrong. Then she laughed lightly. But I'm surprised to find out that you can get angry too. When Xianzhe's face looked a little tired. I'm not angry. Just. Xianing Shui's brows were knitted together, and she pushed him into the chair behind her, then put her hands on the armrest and looked down at him condescendingly. I already said, there's no need to apologize. What's wrong with losing your temper? Everyone has emotions, so why should you feel ashamed? Don't you get tired of always pretending to be a nice guy? When Xianzhe looked at her in confusion, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. I'm not pretending. Xianing Shui interrupted him and continued. In front of you, I have always shown my true self, so in front of me, you don't need to pretend or hide, you can do whatever you want. As for those assessment skills, it doesn't matter if you learn them or not, anyway, my bodyguard will only be you. When Xianzhe's heart surged with an indescribable flutter, and Xianing Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and sat sideways on his lap. When Xianzhe's breathing stopped for a moment, and Xianing Shui raised her hand and gently hooked his neck, with a playful smile curling the corner of her mouth. What do you think? Aren't you very moved? When Xianzhe felt like his ears were on fire. Well, a little bit. Xianing Shui's fingers gently slid along his chiseled cheek. So, to repay my kindness, you might as well give yourself to me. When Xianzhe's heart was pounding, so he quickly changed the subject. That person who looks like me is your old friend, where is he now? Xianing Shui was slightly taken aback. Ah, him. Xianing Shui looked at Wen Xianjia, and a mischievous look flashed in her eyes. He's dead. Dead? Wen Xianjia couldn't believe it. Yes, do you want to hear the story between him and me? Wen Xianjia nodded. Xianing Shui took a deep breath, as if she had fallen into a distant memory, and slowly began to speak. It was a hot, sunny day. The hut where I lived was unfortunately set on fire by someone. I was trapped in the raging flames, desperately calling for help. Just then, a figure rushed into the fire without hesitation. He struggled to rescue me, but he was unable to escape the tricks of fate and remained in the fire forever. Wen Xianjia felt more and more ridiculous as he listened. Why did it feel like she was making it up? Writing a novel here? Because that person didn't like her, so she just wrote him off? Just as Wen Xianjia was thinking about this, Xianing Shui suddenly buried her head in his neck, her shoulders trembling slightly, and sobbing sounds could be heard. Oh, I'm so sad, how could he just leave me so heartlessly? Wen Xianjia's hand hung awkwardly in the air, unsure of what to do. Xianing Shui muttered slightly reproachfully. Can't you comfort me? The warmth of her breath on his skin made him feel a tingling sensation. Wen Xianjia swallowed, and awkwardly said. Oh, don't be sad, people can't come back from the dead, I'm sorry for your loss. Xianing Shui looked up, her eyes full of resentment. Who taught you to comfort people like this? Wen Xianjia shrugged helplessly. Then how do you want me to comfort you? Xianing Shui pounded his chest and scolded. What a fool! Listen carefully, I'll only say this once, if a girl loses control of her emotions and cries in front of you, what you need to do is to hold her tightly, stroke her head gently, pat her back, and if she still wants to cry, just don't say anything, just kiss her. Got it? Wen Xianjia nodded blankly. Oh. Xianing Shui pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh what? Oh, take action. Wen Xianjia had to steel himself, raised his hand, and gently patted her back, asking carefully. Feeling better? Xianing Shui blinked her big, wet eyes and said with a pout. What should I do, I'm still so sad. Wen Xianjia's eyelid twitched. If you want me to kiss you, just say so, why all the fuss? He took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and quickly planted a kiss on her lips. Xianing Shui froze for a moment, her cheeks quickly flushing, but she still pretended to be calm and said. Who told you that a touch of the lips is considered a kiss? Wen Xianjia's face began to heat up as well. So what do you say we do? This is not it. You close your eyes. Xianing Shui ordered a little annoyed. Oh. Wen Xianjia obediently closed his eyes. The long eyelashes trembled slightly, casting a faint shadow on the eyelids. Xianing Shui looked at this clean and handsome face, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She bit her lower lip lightly, closed her eyes, and slowly approached, pressing her lips against his. The fresh jasmine fragrance spread between their lips, and Wen Xianjia couldn't help but shiver slightly. Xianing Shui's hand was still around his neck, her fingers unconsciously gripping his collar, and her taut body kept trembling slightly. Wen Xianjia could feel her awkwardness and nervousness, and he couldn't help but lift his hand and gently embrace her slender waist. Through the soft and thin fabric, his palm could clearly feel the temperature of her skin. The two began to grope awkwardly. From the initial light exploration, it gradually became deeper, and eventually turned into a passionate mutual quest. The body temperatures of the two kept rising, and the surrounding air also seemed to become hot and sticky. It wasn't until Chie Ayukawa felt like she couldn't breathe that she slowly opened her eyes and looked up. Her originally pale face had turned red, her bright eyes were covered in a light layer of moisture, and her breasts were rising and falling violently. She gasped for breath and asked, Did you learn it? Wen Xianjia's eyes were a little hazy, and his voice was hoarse and low. I guess so. But I want to learn it again. Before Xianing Shui could react, he grabbed the back of her head and kissed her again. Xianing Shui was shocked. Wen Xianjia had already skillfully broken into her lips and teeth. Her heart was pounding like a drum. She put her hands on Wen Xianjia's shoulders and struggled slightly, but it only made him kiss her even more passionately. The hand resting on her waist tightened even more, leaving her with nowhere to escape. After a long time, Wen Xianjia finally left her lips and released her from his grip. Xianing Shui felt as if all her strength had been sucked out of her, and she lay limp on Wen Xianjia's body, almost unable to speak. She whispered feebly, Are you trying to kiss me to death? When Xianzhe replied softly, and Xianxiu's eyes widened. A faint smile curled the corners of his mouth as he gently stroked her hair. I not only want to kiss you to death, I also want to. Xianxue quickly raised her hands to cover his mouth, her face blushing with shame. Shut up, you scoundrel. When Xianzhe reached out and tickled her armpit, and Xianxue let out a scream, her body instinctively writhing and her hands releasing his. When Xianzhe took advantage of the situation to grab her hand and smirked. You said it yourself, I don't need to pretend in front of you, so I won't pretend to be nice. Unfortunately, I'm actually a scoundrel. Xianxue's face flushed, and the red spread to the roots of her ears. She struggled with embarrassment and anger. How can you be so shameless? When Xianzhe didn't care. I learned from you, you are much more shameless than me, okay? Xianxue gritted her teeth in anger, and lowered her head to bite his lips hard. SSS. When Xianzhe was caught off guard and let out a sharp intake of breath in pain. He quickly raised his hand to touch the injured lip, and when his fingertips touched a trace of warmth and wetness, he suddenly realized that it was bleeding. A trace of tension flashed in Xianxue's eyes. She snorted lightly, and the corner of her mouth curled up in a stubborn arc. You deserve it. When Xianzhe gently licked away the blood at the corner of his lips, and sighed helplessly. Okay, can you get off me first? Your sitting on my leg has made it numb. Upon hearing this, Xianxue blinked incredulously, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha? You want me to get off? This is my chair, why would I get off? As she spoke, she deliberately twisted her body to show her displeasure. However, upon this movement, Xianxue suddenly frowned, her face showing a hint of confusion and discomfort. What is so hard that it's hurting me? It seemed that she had realized something. Xianxue's face instantly turned red, and she jumped off his lap in shock, pointing at Wen Xianzhe and her voice trembling. You actually. When Xianzhe saw this and hurriedly explained awkwardly, a blush also rising on his face. What? It's my belt buckle. Where were you thinking? He said, and deliberately lifted the corner of his shirt to reveal the metal belt buckle on his pants to show his innocence. Xianxue's gaze hurriedly swept over that area, and inadvertently, the sight of his firm abs caught her eye, making her heart jump. To prevent her gaze from continuing to move lower, she quickly withdrew her eyes, guiltily looking away, her voice trembling slightly. Of course I know it's your belt buckle. When Xianzhe also embarrassedly stood up from his seat and pretended to compose himself by straightening his clothes. For a moment, both of them fell silent, and the atmosphere became strange and subtle. After a while, when Xianzhe broke the silence. Hey, I'll learn those weird assessment skills as soon as possible. But shouldn't you find me a training class or something? Xianxue was taken aback and turned her head. Looking at his serious eyes, she also calmed down and laughed lightly. No need for any training courses, I have the perfect person here to teach you. Chapter 36. Are you really a genius? Lin Qian gently pushed open the door and stepped into the office. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the obviously swollen corner of Wen Xianzhe's mouth, which showed signs of some damage. Her eyes then turned to Xianxue, who was leaning back in her office chair, looking contented and lazy. Lin Qian suddenly understood. Ah. While I was away, you two have already started playing office play? But Sister Xue, you're really reckless with your mouth, don't you know to be more considerate of our assistant, Wen Tei? Gee, it's only been a short time and you're already so bold. I wonder what you'll be able to come up with in the future. Some exciting images came to mind, and Lin Qian's face instantly flushed with a strange redness, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Xianxue leisurely admired her own manicure while slowly saying, Assistant Lin, I have a special task for you. Lin Qian immediately became serious and respectfully nodded. As you command. I want you to teach Assistant Wen some of your skills. Yes. Lin Qian immediately nodded in agreement, but soon realized something was wrong and looked up in confusion. Ha? Wen Xianzhe also looked surprised. You said the right person, and it's her? Xianxue smiled happily. Yes, but don't look at Assistant Lin as a petite person, she graduated from the police academy. Lin Qian scratched his head a little embarrassed. Oh, don't mention what happened when I was studying. Wen Xianzhe was shocked and looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. You're not going to be a police officer punishing evil and promoting good, but instead you're here working as a little assistant to a celebrity? Lin Qian put away his shy smile and snorted in disdain. Ha, what little assistant, it's my honor to be able to work for the most beautiful and kind-hearted Xianing Shui in the world. Police officers protect justice and order, but the three things I, Lin Xian, want to protect in my life are Xianing Shui's smile, Xianing Shui's happiness, and Xianing Shui's happiness. When Xianzhu was shocked by her solemn and serious demeanor and her resounding words. Damn, what kind of charm did this woman Xianing Shui cast on them that they are all so loyal? Hiss, I won't become like this in the future, will I? I don't want that kind of thing. When Xianzhu spent the afternoon following Lin Xian as she disassembled model bombs, assembled model pistols, and cracked Morse code. Lin Xian stood by, witnessing when Xianzhu effortlessly mastered the skill she had studied so long and hard for, and couldn't help but stare with a look of disbelief. She exclaimed in surprise. Wow, when I took these classes, I had a hard time and almost failed. But you passed them all at once? Are you really a genius? Tell me, Assistant Manager Wen, did you secretly learn these things in a secret organization and deliberately pretend to be a rookie in front of us, playing the game of playing the tiger? Lin Xian looked contemptuous, and when Xianzhu modestly waved his hand. No, I'm really new to all this stuff, and it's all thanks to Assistant Professor Lin. Lin Xian took a deep breath on hearing this, then turned to her side and complained to Xianing Shui. Shuejia, look at Assistant Professor Wen, he's not at all simple, he's very calculating. You must be careful, don't let his innocent appearance fool you. It'll be a disaster if you get cheated both physically and emotionally. Xianing Shui wanted to laugh this off, but the events that had happened in the office earlier could not be helped but come to mind. She shot Wen Xianzhu a look, and then turned her head away in annoyance. Of course I know. Wen Xianzhu couldn't help but pull a sneer at the arrogant expression on Xianing Shui's face. If Lin Xian wasn't there, he would really like to go over and shut her up right now. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, he was startled. As a result, the movement in his hand was skewed, and the red wire was cut. Lin Xian saw this and exclaimed in alarm. Oops, you cut the wrong wire. The bomb exploded, and we're all dead. When Xianzhu came back to his senses and hurriedly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. Xianing Shui finally couldn't help but laugh, but when Xianzhu's mood gradually became more complicated. TSK, what was I thinking just now? When they got home. Noticing the injury on the corner of his mouth, when Xianya pointed at her own lips in surprise. Brother, what happened to your mouth? When Xianzhu smiled awkwardly. I was walking and playing with my phone without looking at the road, and I ran into a telephone pole. When Xianya frowned in puzzlement. She could not imagine her brother walking and playing with his phone and running into a telephone pole. After all, he always seemed in a hurry, always on his way to his next part-time job. How could he possibly be walking and playing with his phone? Seeing Moon Hyun's deeply suspicious expression, Moon Hyun added guiltily. Ahem, so you mustn't learn from me. Moon Hyun nodded thoughtfully and asked. Right, brother, what part-time job have you found recently? Moon Hyun felt even more guilty. It's the same as before, delivering food, fixing pipes, helping with moves, and so on. When Xianya leaned closer to him, sniffed his clothes, and said in a low voice. Isn't there any part-time work where you can try out perfumes? When Xianzhu's heart tightened, and he became a little incoherent in an instant. Why would you ask that? Do I have a strange smell? Then he quickly raised his arm and sniffed his own body. There's no smell at all? She's not trying to trick me, is she? When Xianya nodded gently. Yes, can't you smell it? Recently, you've been exuding a nice fragrance, a bit like jasmine. When Xianzhu's temples started throbbing. He hurriedly explained. Oh, isn't it already jasmine season? The streets of our city are full of flowers and plants, and I run around all day, so I'm bound to pick up the scent. It's a gift from nature. It's a pity you don't get to experience this as you spend all day at school. This time, when Xianya did not respond or doubt him, but just looked at him quietly for a while. Then she smiled slightly and asked slowly. Brother, have you got a girlfriend? Chapter 37, A Little Tussle Between Siblings. When Xianzhu's heartbeat suddenly became rapid, and he quickly denied. No, I'm busy as hell every day, how would I have time to get a girlfriend? As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously avoided Wen Xianya's gaze. When Xianya smiled lightly. Then why are you so nervous? Are you worried that I will oppose you and stand in your way? Her voice was soft, and her eyes revealed a kind and caring expression. It was as if they were not brother and sister, but brother and sister. Wen Xianjia asked back with a forced calm. Am I nervous? It's your ridiculous question that surprised me, okay? And why should I worry about such things? Wen Xianjia's mouth corners curled up in a bitter smile. Oh, don't be so jumpy, don't worry, I won't interfere in your affairs. I'm not a child, and you're not my toy. I'm not going to hold on to you. Moon Hyunchul frowned slightly, then lightly patted her on the forehead and scolded her in a feigned angry manner. How can you talk like that, actually comparing me to your toy? Moon Hyuna covered her forehead in pain. Ouch. Then she glared at him angrily and muttered. Yes, you're not my toy, you're my brother, my father, or my mother. Wen Xianjia, who had recovered his composure, became dignified all of a sudden. He crossed his arms and pointed his chin at her room. Good, you know. It's late, go to bed. If I find out you're secretly staying up late again, I'll deal with you. Wen Xianjia made a face at him, unconvinced, and then trotted back to her room. Before closing the door, she couldn't resist teasing him. But if you ever get a girlfriend, you must let me know. I'd like to see which silly woman has no taste and actually likes you. She slammed the door shut before Moon Hyunchul could throw his slippers at her. Moon Hyunchul sighed and shook his head helplessly. She really is getting out of control. Looks like I can't spoil her too much anymore, or she'll just keep riding him. After closing the door, Wen Xianjia leaned slowly against the cold doorframe, her eyes vacant and staring blankly ahead, as if the whole world had lost its color at that moment. Why did you lie, brother? Wen Xianjia asked silently in her heart. That fragrance was exactly the same as the one she had smelled in his room before. So she hadn't been mistaken at that time. So at that time, he had already. Wen Xianjia's heart throbbed, as if it had been pricked by a needle. She felt sad not because he had a girlfriend, but because he had deliberately hidden it from her. He was her brother, her closest person, and she had always thought that they had no secrets from each other. Was he that afraid of her? Afraid that she would lose control of her emotions and become a complete lunatic. A deep sense of inferiority and fear welled up in Wen Xianjia's heart. If her brother's girlfriend knew that he had a mentally ill sister, would she still like him as much as she had before? No, she would definitely be disappointed and break up with her brother, or persuade him to abandon her as a burden. The thought that her brother would lose the chance to be happy or leave her because of her caused Moon Hyuna's heart to feel as if it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. No matter what the outcome, she couldn't accept it. She didn't want her brother to be bound by her life anymore, but she also didn't want him to leave her. At the moment, her eyes were filled with bright red bloodshot circles, and her teeth were clenched together. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her fingernails were deeply embedded in her palms, leaving bloody marks, but she was oblivious to it. She looked up at the ceiling, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the waves in her heart. Calm down, Moon Hyuna, your illness has long been cured, and you are now a completely normal person. She kept reassuring herself and telling herself to calm down. She repeated these words over and over in her heart, as if hypnotizing herself. You can face it all, you can handle all the problems. It's okay, a solution will definitely be found. But the more she reassured herself, the more the bitterness welled up, until it turned into a crystal tear that quietly traced across her face. You can become as reliable as your brother, right? The next morning, Wen Xianjia got up as usual to prepare breakfast, but found that the kitchen had already been occupied by Wen Xianjia. Hearing a noise, she turned her head and gave Wen Xianjia a bright smile. Brother, are you up? Go wash up and get ready for breakfast. Today's breakfast is millet and pumpkin porridge and eggs. Wen Xianjia's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took a step back and nervously asked, Who are you? Wen Xianjia's smile froze on her face. How dare you impersonate my sister? What have you done to her? Wen Xianjia's face instantly filled with dark lines. I struggled desperately to get up from the warm covers to make you breakfast, and you just like this? On hearing this, Wen Xianjia widened his eyes in horror. How dare you swear? How could you possibly be my sweet little sister? Who the hell are you? Wen Xianjia gritted her teeth and swung the rice paddle at Wen Xianjia. I'm your sister. Then the two of them engaged in a desperate struggle in the kitchen. In the end, they both sat down on the ground, exhausted. The two of them, panting, looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Wen Xianjia got up from the ground and then pulled Wen Xianjia up, too, and asked curiously. So what's wrong with you today? Usually you can't wait for me to feed you, but today you got up so early? When Xianya put down the rice scoop, patted her apron, and muttered, I just want to help you with some of the housework, is that so bad? And mornings are the best time to remember things. I can cook while memorizing English words, it's so efficient and so much fun. When Xianya smiled and pinched her nose. Okay, our Shoya is getting more and more sensible, and I'm so happy and moved. I'm sorry I won't eat 3 big bowls of breakfast. You struggled desperately to get up from the warm covers to make breakfast for me. The rice is here. When Xianya couldn't help but laugh, then turned around and lifted the entire pot and slammed it in front of him. Eat it all, not a drop left. Last night, after crying her heart out under the covers, when Xianya felt a little better and not so sad, she took out the blue notebook she had hidden under her pillow. She didn't open it, but just gently stroked its cover. Then she couldn't help but think of the early stories of Qianningsue. At that time, Qianningsue had just debuted 2 years ago, the same age as she is now, only 15 years old. When she first started out, she wasn't taken seriously, and no one even knew that she was actually the second daughter of the Chen family. It was winter, and she went to audition for a supporting role with some drama. She was wearing a thin costume, and she was shivering in the cold, but she still performed the audition almost perfectly. However, although her performance stood out among the many auditionees, the director chose another actor with a more established background. They didn't even tell her the result of the audition, and kept her waiting in a makeshift tented lounge. The tent had no heating and was so cold that it made her shiver. Shieyuki kept waiting and waiting, until it got dark and everyone forgot that she had left. Shieyuki stepped out of the tent. It was pitch black outside, and the howling wind made her eyes water. She walked helplessly across the cold filming location, and the surveillance camera captured her dazed figure. She walked slower and slower, and finally crouched on the ground and wept loudly. She cried so sadly and hysterically. After crying for a long time, she slowly stood up, stubbornly wiped her eyes, and dragged her frozen legs to continue walking. When Xianya felt that she was the same as her at that time, she was equally panicked and equally helpless. The difference was that she still had her brother by her side, while Qianningsue had nothing. In an instant, when Xianya seemed to have figured it out, she relied too much on her brother, which was why she was so afraid of losing him. She had to learn to be independent, become reliable, and then make her brother rely on her instead. When Xianya suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, she must not only become as reliable as her brother, she must become more reliable than him. She could already see her brother's girlfriend's mouth hanging open in surprise when she met her. My goodness! Is this clever and capable girl really your younger sister? Moonhyun Shul, are you so inferior in her presence that's why you never told me about her? Moonhyan's mood suddenly improved, and a flame of enthusiasm ignited in her eyes. Yes, she would become someone that her brother and his girlfriend would look up to. With these thoughts, she hugged her notebook tightly to her chest. She closed her eyes and curled the corner of her mouth into a grateful smile. Seol, thank you again this time. When will I finally be able to meet you in person? Chapter 38, Want to bite me again? As they were finishing breakfast, Moon Hyuna suddenly asked, Hyung, have you prepared the dowry for your wedding? Luckily, Moon Hyunchul had already swallowed the last bite of pumpkin porridge, or Moon Hyuna would have been sprayed in the face. Moon Hyunchul wiped his mouth and asked helplessly, Why are we talking about marriage? Moon Hyuna rested her chin in her hand and said slowly, Oh, we were just chatting, is that a problem? By the way, how much have you saved up? I don't mean to nag you, but I just want to help you figure out when you'll be able to get married at this rate. When Xianza couldn't help but tap her forehead to interrupt her rambling. Why do you care about this? Just focus on your studies. When Xianya covered her forehead and pouted in disbelief. You worry about me here and there every day, can't I worry about your marriage? When Xianzha was stunned, then chuckled. Ha, I can let you worry? Don't worry, I won't get married before you get married. When Xianya's eyes instantly widened, and she exclaimed. What, wait until I get married? How old will you be then? If you really become an uncle, no one will want you. When Xian glared at her speechlessly. What do you mean no one wants you? Men get more attractive as they get older, don't you understand? Besides, I'll only be in my 30s then, and I'll exude the charm of a mature man, and I'm sure women of all ages will be crazy about me. As she watched him say these shameless things with such a thick face, Moon Hyuna immediately showed a disgusted expression. Smug. Shameless. So which blind, stupid woman has fallen for him anyway? Channing Shui looked at Moon Hyun Chul's injured corner of his mouth, then handed him an ointment on the desk and said nonchalantly, "Apply it 3 times a day, and it will heal faster." Moon Hyun Chul took the ointment. He glanced at it and then put it back. "What's the point of applying it? I'm not that fussy. Just lick it a few times and it'll be fine." Channing Shui's face showed a hint of surprise at this, and she repeated doubtfully, "Lick it?" Wen Xianzhe nodded. "Yes." Then, subconsciously, he stuck out his tongue and licked the wound at the corner of his mouth. Channing Shui's face flushed slightly, then, as if she had made up her mind, she leaned towards him. Wen Xianzhe was startled and hurriedly stepped back, asking in surprise, "What are you doing?" Channing Shui froze for a moment, innocently blinking. "I'll lick you." Wen Xianzhe's face instantly turned red. "I didn't say for you to lick, I'll lick myself." Channing Shui's face instantly turned red, and she was embarrassed and ashamed. Then she shyly glared at Wen Xianzhe and stubbornly came closer. I'm going to lick." Saying this, she grabbed his sleeve and her soft lips covered the corner of his mouth without permission. Hiss. Wen Xianzhe frowned slightly, and the slight pain made him involuntarily take a cold breath. Channing Shui asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Wen Xianzhe looked at her speechlessly. "Nonsense, I'll bite you and see." Channing Shui felt a little guilty, but she still snorted haughtily and provoked. "Humph, then bite." She said this and deliberately brought her mouth closer. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful face of peerless beauty, and the red lips that were so delicate and ready to burst, Wen Xianzhe's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled a little. He tried hard to calm down his emotions. Killing 1,000 enemies and injuring yourself is something I won't do." Channing Shui raised the corners of her mouth even more proudly. "Then you just bear with it." After saying that, she moved closer to him again. The tingling sensation of the tickle spread from the corner of his lips to his heart, and Wen Xianzhe could no longer restrain his inner urge. He raised his hand and gently grasped Channing Shui's slender arm, pulling her closer to him. Then, he lightly kissed her lips. Channing Shui fell into his embrace due to inertia. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and she could clearly feel the rise and fall of his chest and his heartbeat. When she met his deep, burning eyes, Channing Shui's body trembled slightly. His gentleness invaded her lips and teeth, and her heart pounded. But she didn't flinch, but responded more actively to his kiss. "Humph, who's afraid of whom?" She said no, but her body is quite honest. Sure enough, she's a prude. But after a while, Channing Shui couldn't hold back anymore. "Bastard. You're such a good kisser." Her legs went weak and she leaned all over him. "No, my tongue is numb, I can't breathe." She pounded his chest lightly, intermittently emitting a grunting sound of resistance. Wen Xianzhe slowly opened his eyes, and a mischievous smile appeared in the moist and hazy corners of his eyes. "It's like saying, 'This is it?' Just as I thought, you're both stupid and playful." Channing Shui stared at him weakly, her hands struggling under his grip as she muttered indistinctly, "What the hell, you're so fast." Wen Xianzhe ignored her struggles, his fingers slowly tracing her spine, causing her to squirm with the tickling sensation. "Ugh! Bastard! Bastard!" Wen Xianzhe finally took the initiative to end this long kiss. After their lips parted, he quickly kissed her lips again, smiling playfully. "Are you angry?" Channing Shui gasped, her chest rising and falling, her burning gaze fixed on the confident handsome face in front of her. Although her heart was burning with anger, looking at his smiling eyes, she really couldn't be angry. "He doesn't need to pretend in front of me, and really doesn't pretend at all?" It turns out that his initial shyness and resistance were all a form of flirting. Lin Qian was right, he is a completely scheming boy. Looking at her flushed face and angry expression, Wen Xianzhe's mood became more and more comfortable. He deliberately brought his lips closer again. "What, do you want to bite me again?" Channing Shui disdainfully turned her head away. "Humph, do you really want me to bite you?" "I'm afraid it would be too much for you, so I won't bite." Wen Xianzhe gave a shallow smile, touched his lower lip, and thoughtfully said, "Well, when I kissed you, did it really feel good for you?" Channing Shui's cheeks once again became flushed. She gritted her teeth, and finally couldn't help but lose her temper. But the next second, the door was suddenly knocked on. Lin Qian's voice came from outside the door. "Xue Jie, I'm continuing my special training for Assistant Manager 1. Xianing Shui glared fiercely at the gloating Wen Xianjia, then quickly adjusted her breathing, trying to make her voice sound calm and natural. She took a deep breath and responded to the door. "Come in." Hearing the voice, Lin Qian's body instantly stiffened. "Ha? This voice feels a little too wrong? Have I interrupted their important business?" Lin Qian felt as if she had suddenly had an epiphany and was filled with remorse. "Damn it, Lin Qian, you deserve to die. You came at the worst possible time. You were supposed to protect Shui's happiness, but look what you've done." Lin Qian was heartbroken, took a step back, and bowed deeply to the office door. "That Shui Jia, Chen Gu said he went to the toilet and forgot to bring the paper. I'll go give him some paper first, I'll come back later." Just as she was about to take the opportunity to leave, the office door was quickly opened. Wen Xianjia was standing in the doorway, smiling kindly at her. "Master, continue to teach me your skills." Chapter 39, From now on, you are not allowed to say the word cool anymore. It was dusk, and the sun was about to set. A helicopter slowly landed on the spacious flatland, sending up a gust of air and picking up the surrounding fallen leaves. After the helicopter had come to a stop, 3 figures got out. The 3 of them successfully reached the ground, and the warm yellow rays of the setting sun shone on Lin Qian, as if plating her in a sacred golden light. She touched her non-existent long beard, nodded to Wen Xianjia, and said with deep meaning, "My disciple has outstanding talent, and the various skills I have taught you over the past 2 days have been thoroughly absorbed. I have nothing more to teach you, so you may go back down the mountain. I don't need anything in return from you, but if you get into any trouble in the future, just don't turn me in." Wen Xianjia bowed with clasped hands, respectfully saying, "I will never forget your teachings." In the past 2 days, Wen Xianjia has learned almost all of the practical courses that Lin Qiandu has taken in the police academy for 4 years. For example, the last lesson just now taught him how to fly a helicopter. Xianing Shui couldn't help but marvel at Wen Xianjia. "I mean, you didn't really learn this in some institution and then pretend it's your first time here so we'll praise you as a genius, did you? After all, he is a scheming boy, and it is only normal to have this kind of scheming." Wen Xianjia snorted in disdain. If I really had learned it, why would I become a special forces soldier, but come to be your special assistant?" Xianing Shui raised an eyebrow. "What, are you aggrieved?" Wen Xianjia narrowed his eyes and laughed. "No, it's super cool." Lin Qian's heart instantly started beating like a drum. "Damn it! You two really don't consider me an outsider." "No, I don't want to be part of your play." Xianing Shui gritted her teeth in anger and ordered with glaring eyes, "From now on, don't say the word cool anymore." Okay. Wen Xianjia responded perfunctorily, quickly changing his words. "It's super happy, okay." "Humph. You really are getting more and more presumptuous." After calming down her anger, Xianing Shui smiled meaningfully. "Since you really haven't studied, then you are Superman. Since you are Superman, then beating up a few humans is no problem, right?" Wen Xianjia's corner twitched. "There is a problem, a big problem. Even if I were Superman, those people are not ordinary humans. Beating up one of them I can still muster the confidence to try, but beating up a group of them is probably going to kill me on the spot. He has to face the Muay Thai champion, the martial arts champion, the sumo champion, a 10-year mercenary, and a retired criminal police captain. He is not the protagonist of any King of Soldiers novel. This woman really hopes that he dies." Seeing his flustered and desperate appearance, Xianing Shui covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Oh, since Assistant Manager 1 is so lacking in confidence, I'll just have to find some more professionals to help you train for a few days." Xianing Shui's office, on the top floor of Light and Shadow Media. Wen Xianjia couldn't help but widen his eyes at the so-called professional Zhao Qian. "Manager Zhao? Are you also some big shot with a hidden identity? Xianing Shui, you really have hidden dragons and tigers around you." Zhao Qian frowned, a little confused. "What hidden identity?" Lin Qian couldn't help but interrupt. "Oh, Assistant Manager 1, don't judge a book by its cover. Don't look at Qian Ji's tired appearance. He participated in several martial arts competitions held in Dashia City when he was young. Although he didn't win any championships." Zhao Qian immediately gave her a big slap on the back of the head. "What do you mean I look like I have kidney deficiency? I go home every day before 8 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke and I only drink a little. I go to bed at 11 p.m. and sleep at least 8 hours every night. I drink a cup of warm milk before going to bed, do some stretching for 20 minutes to relax my body, and then go to bed. This way, I usually sleep until morning. I wake up in the morning feeling like a baby, without any fatigue or stress. With such a healthy lifestyle, how could I possibly have a weak kidney? And what do you mean I was young? I'm not young now. So what if I never won a championship? Do you know the gold content of the 3 consecutive second places I won? Do you know how high the physical fitness of those people was back then? Anyone who made it to the semi-finals could beat the current champion. Lin Qian hurriedly hid behind Qian Yingxue to protect her head, muttering, "Is brother Qian going through menopause? He's so grumpy, he sounds like he's on fire." Zhao Qian was about to spit blood from anger, and was about to go up and teach this little brat a lesson, when Qian Yingxue interrupted their bickering. "It's working hours, and you'll get a pay cut if you keep talking nonsense." Zhao Qian calmed down immediately, straightened his tie, and then smiled flattery at Qian Yingxue. "So you called me here because of the new drama? I've recently read hundreds of scripts carefully, and my eyes are almost blinded. I've finally carefully selected 3 from them, and I guarantee that there will be a role that will satisfy you. This comeback is crucial. Qian Yingxue is returning with domineering power, and the entertainment industry is about to experience a super earthquake." Zhao Qian suddenly became emotional. The artists I brought up, how could they easily admit defeat? Those who mocked that Qian Yingxue had psychological scarring from the kidnapping and would never make a comeback again, just wait, I'll be there to line up and slap their faces. Sigh, you have to get used to Qian's daily craziness. When Xianjia nodded in understanding. It seems like she's the only one here who's slightly normal. Facing Zhao Qian's high morale, Qian Yingxue sighed helplessly. "Fine, I will make a comeback and create another glorious chapter, but before that, Manager Zhao has to help me with one favor first." Zhao Qian immediately stood at attention, his eyes shining. "I will go through fire and water, I will do anything." When Xianjia realized that it was not Zhao Qian, but his family, who would help him with special training. Zhao Qian was born into a martial arts family, but unfortunately, he was dull and had little talent, and was the most insignificant young person in the family. So after taking 3rd place in 3 martial arts competitions, he resolutely chose to give up martial arts and pursue a literary career, and never touched anything related to martial arts again. The 4 people from the Qian Yingxue studio set off on the journey to Zhao Qian's hometown. Zhao Qian couldn't help but worry as he drove. I wonder if the family elders will be willing to help with this. Chapter 40, Winter helps you dare to insubordinate? Zhao Qian was driving the car, with Lin Qian sitting in the passenger seat. When Xianjia and Qian Yingxue were sitting in the back seat, Zhao Qian advised Qian Yingxue somewhat helplessly. "You don't need to come with me. You'll be back on set in a few days. Why don't you just stay at the apartment and rest? You won't have that kind of free time once you start working again. It'll be hard to catch your breath." Lin Qian sighed helplessly. "But if you don't come with me, what if you secretly tie Assistant 1 to a tree in Africa and make him grow cotton? I'm just a weak little assistant. I can't stop the mighty king of martial arts." Zhao Qian was furious. Am I that kind of person? When Xianjia couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 so-called colleagues of his are quite amusing. Qian Yingxue lightly covered her mouth and yawned. I've rested long enough. I have nothing to do every day, no need to film dramas, no need to appear on variety shows, no need to attend events. To be honest, it's quite boring. Moreover, the last time I went to Manager Zhao's hometown was already 7 or 8 years ago, and I don't know if those uncles and aunts still remember me. Upon hearing this, Wen Xianjia turned his head with some surprise. You also went to Manager Zhao's hometown and met those legendary, martial arts masters? Yes, at that time I had to audition for a young girl with extraordinary skills. In order to better show the temperament and characteristics of the character, I deliberately asked Manager Zhao to take me to become a disciple. Wen Xianjia was even more surprised. So what level did you learn? Qian Yingxue couldn't help but laugh. What realm? Is this some urban fantasy novel? I only stayed for a month, experiencing the daily life of a martial artist. Besides, how could someone teach me the family's secret techniques, an outsider? But after that, I did keep up the habit of exercising every day. Wen Xianjia nodded thoughtfully. No wonder when you smashed the kidnapper with the chair, you broke the chair leg. Lin Qian exclaimed in surprise. Wow, That means that only Wen and I will be going there for the first time? I'm so excited to meet the legendary martial arts master. I wonder if I'm talented enough to impress the Grand Elder and get an exception to pass on the family's secret teachings to me. He. Zhao Qian's brows were furrowed so tightly that he almost crushed a fly, and he finally couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted. Why are you getting more and more fantastical? There are no martial arts masters or family secrets. Our family are just ordinary people who know a bit of martial arts. We don't know the Lingbo microstep or the Joyang divine skill. Hey, that's because you, Shen, were driven out of the family early because of your mediocre aptitude, and you never even had the chance to come into contact with any of this. Before the words had finished, Lin Xian received the dragon suppressing 18 palms from Zhao Qian on the back of his head. Lin Xian covered her head with a big bag and turned her head back, crying and asking, "Oh, Assistant Manager 1, can I switch places with you?" Channing Shua pulled Wen Xianzhe's arm and rejected expressionlessly. No. Lin Xian quickly took a breath. Here it comes, Shuejia's super possessive. Xianing Shua yawned again, then rested her head on Wen Xianzhe's shoulder and muttered, "I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap first, wake me up when we arrive." The soft hair brushed Wen Xianzhe's cheek, causing a slight itch. He thoughtfully reminded her, "Your shoulders are so stiff, you won't sleep comfortably. Just adjust the seat back and lie on it, don't lean on me." Xianing Shua looked up at him with a pensive expression for a moment. Then she gave him a wry smile. "Oh, I see." She then slid down her body and rested her head directly on his lap. When Xianzhe's breathing stopped for a moment, and Xianing Shua adjusted into a comfortable position, closing her eyes contentedly. That is indeed much more comfortable. Lin Xian, who was watching this scene through the rearview mirror, blushed. It was quiet in the car, with only the occasional sound of a slight bump and the sound of the scenery passing by outside as background. Lin Xian was also drowsy, and her head unconsciously nodded a little. Xianing Shua seemed really sleepy. In a moment, Wen Xianzhe felt the even breathing rate coming from her legs. He lowered his head and looked at Xianing Shua's defenseless and peaceful sleeping face. Her pale skin flushed a light pink, and her thick eyelashes quivered slightly. He couldn't help but lift his hand and gently stroke her smooth, delicate skin. Zhao Qian, who saw the scene in the rearview mirror of the car, hurriedly and nervously coughed lightly. Cough. What are you doing, Assistant Manager 1? Pay attention to your status. When Xianzhe raised his eyes, and his gaze met Zhao Qian's warning eyes in the rearview mirror. No deterrent. When Xianzhe lowered his eyes and continued his actions as if no one was there. His slender fingers slowly moved along the contours of her face, and then gently stroked her crystal-wet red lips. Xianing Shua moved slightly, and a small grunt came from her nose. Zhao Qian was so angry that his teeth ached, but he dared not make a sound to wake Xianing Shua, so he could only step on the accelerator. How dare he? How dare he flirt right in front of me? He's been here for only a few days and already he's got no respect for me? Earlier, I felt sorry for him being stuck with Xianing Shua, and was thinking about how to get him out of her clutches. I never imagined that it was mutual. No. It's like two stinks in the same bag, going in the same direction. Zhao Qian gripped the steering wheel tightly, his back molars almost grinding to dust. He really felt like tying this guy up and taking him to Africa to grow cotton. Zhao Qian's hometown is on a mountain in the countryside of Shacheng. After arriving at the destination, the car stopped and Xianing Shua got out and stretched. I really feel refreshed after a nap. Then he turned to Wen Xianzhe and thanked him. Assistant Manager 1, thank you for the knee pillow. Zhao Qian was speechless. Ha, you didn't even know you were being molested, and you're still thanking him. Xianing Shua's expression instantly froze. What did you say? Zhao Qian shifted his gaze to the culprit beside him. What did this kid do to you? You ask him yourself. Lin Xian covered her mouth, looking at the two in front of her in disbelief. Wen Tezu, you actually missed something when I fell asleep. Xianing Shua's ears turned red, and she pointed at Wen Xianzhe incoherently and said, What did you do to me? While lightly pounding his numb leg, Wen Xianzhe innocently responded. I didn't do anything, I just touched your face. You've touched me countless times, so I don't think it's too much for me to touch you back. Upon hearing this, Xianing Shua seemed to let out a sigh of relief. So you just touched my face, I thought you did something. TSK, Manager Zhao is really making a fuss. However, she suddenly realized, while she was unconscious, when Xianzhe was actually touching her at will? Or in front of a stranger? Thinking of that scene, Chen Yingshue's face instantly turned red. Damn scoundrel. Lin Xian noticed her unnaturally red face, rapid breathing, and her chest rising and falling violently, and quickly asked with concern. Xue Jie, are you okay? Chen Yingxue quickly pressed the back of her hand against her face to try to lower the temperature of her burning face. I'm fine. Why is this mountain so high? I'm running out of oxygen. Chapter 41. Sir, the times have changed. After entering the Zhao residence, Zhao Qian asked Lin Xian to take Chen Yingxue to the guest room to rest while he took Wen Xianzhe to meet with the family elders. It wasn't that he was worried about Chen Yingxue getting tired, but her presence was bound to cause a stir. So he had to keep a low profile. When Xianzhe followed Zhao Qian to the square, when suddenly a strong piece of music started playing. The boundless sky and sea is my love, the flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains. When Xianzhe was shocked. He looked around and saw 4 old men with white hair and beards dancing to the music. Although they were old, they were full of energy and their movements were neat and powerful. Could these be the elders they were looking for? As he thought this, Zhao Qian smiled awkwardly. Ha, I didn't realize the elders had developed a new hobby. It really is. The 2 men approached, and before Zhao Qian could greet them, one of the elders greeted him with surprise. Hey, isn't this Toothpick? So you finally know how to come back, kid? Zhao Qian's face instantly turned red with shame. Don't call me that. The 4 elders burst out laughing, and the air was filled with their happy laughter. Zhao Qian was very thin as a child, and his name contained the word Qian to humble oneself, so he got the nickname Toothpick. He didn't mind people calling him that, until a couple of years ago when a certain celebrity had a scandal. And Toothpick became a synonym for a certain trait. Since then, Zhao Qian has been terrified at the mere mention of the word. The elders had finally finished laughing, and Zhao Qian took a deep breath before explaining the reason for his visit. This is Wen Xianzhe, a newcomer to my workshop, who would like to receive special training from the elders, preferably within a week. These are the 4 elders of the Zhao family, Elder Qinglong, Elder Baihua, Elder Suzaku, and Elder Xuanwu. Wen Xianzhe nodded and greeted the 4 elders. Hello, elders. The elders curiously circled around Wen Xianzhe a few times. For a while they leaned close to him to smell, then pinched the muscles of his arm, then pulled off a strand of his hair to examine it closely, then held his eyelids open and looked at them again and again. Wen Xianzhe was filled with trepidation. What was this? Am I some kind of rare animal? After observing him, Elder Qinglong stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Good posture. A good candidate for martial arts. If only you had come 10 years earlier. As for the special training you mentioned, we have basic training, advanced training, elite training, devil training, and hell training that no one has ever passed. Tell me, what level of training can you accept? Wen Xianzhe pondered for a moment and asked carefully. What is the content of that hell training? When he arrived at the training ground, Moon Hyun-shul was dumbfounded. Because his special training partner was a robot about the same height as him. It had an alloy shell and mechanical joints, and was full of a sense of technology. Is martial arts training this advanced these days? It's so high-tech. Cyber martial arts coach. My lord, times have changed. Seeing Moon Hyun-shul and Zhao Qian's shocked faces, Elder Xuanwu stroked his beard with pride and introduced. This is a martial arts training robot that I have improved for 18 generations. Its name is Man, which means the man among men, the fierce man among fierce men. What a guy, and it even has a foreign name. Elder Xuanwu continued. Man not only has a powerful hardware foundation, but is also equipped with the most advanced artificial intelligence system. It can deeply learn the movement techniques, tactical strategies, and human movement science of various martial arts schools. Through high-precision sensors and cameras, it can capture and analyze in real time the movement details of the training opponent, including posture, speed, strength, coordination, and other aspects. Then, it will use this information to make the most reasonable attack. Incidentally, a sly gleam flashed in the eyes of the Xuanwu elder. The winning rate of the 18th generation man so far is 100%. Moon Hyun-shul's heart stopped. A 100% win rate? That means invincible. Send. The training content is simple. The voice of the Xuanwu elder sounded again. Withstand man's attack for 30 minutes. Alternatively, press the switch on the back of its neck to end the process early. However, I advise you not to easily try the latter, as several challengers have become partially paralyzed as a result. Wen Xianzhe took a sudden gasp of breath. So terrifying? No wonder it's a hell-level special training. The Qinglong elder couldn't help but step forward. Young man, let me remind you one last time, countless people have challenged man's hell-level special training so far, and there are no lack of masters among them, but so far no one has passed, and they have even left behind a body of injuries and aftereffects. Zhao Qian swallowed his saliva and hurriedly persuaded. I'm telling you, kid, don't try to be a big shot all at once. You don't want to live forever, do you? Wen Xianzhe thought for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Thanks for your concern, but I'm already here. After giving a 4-character motto, he walked towards man as if he were going to the execution ground. A hero can't chicken out. Elder Xuanwu nodded approvingly, then gave the order. Good, very spirited. Then the special training in hell begins. On the spacious training ground, each person stood opposite their own robot. Man's eyes flashed with a pale blue light, exuding a chilling coldness. Then, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Training object data scan complete, special training will begin immediately. Training difficulty level, extreme hell. As soon as the voice finished, man instantly turned into a shadow, sprinting forward. His fists were clenched, and the lines of his alloy muscles stood out in the sunlight. When Xianzhe barely manages to dodge the fatal punch, his heart beating like a drum and his face covered in cold sweat. Damn! This is terrifying. Man's attacks follow one after the other, and before Wen Xianzhe can regain his footing, another fierce flying kick comes at him with a whooshing sound, leaving no room for respite. After a few rounds, man's movements become increasingly fluid, directly targeting Wen Xianzhe's weak points in his defense. After all, every attack had been carefully calculated. Man began to feel that he was out of his depth. His shirt was soaked with sweat, and his breathing became rapid. Damn it, if this continues, I'll either be killed or die of exhaustion. A few more rounds of fierce exchanges passed. Man Xianzhe had almost exhausted all his strength. Finally, after an ingenious detour, his finger touched the all-important red button. He was overjoyed, and pressed it hard. Man, out. But man only paused slightly. Then its eyes burst into an even more terrifying red light. It grabbed Wen Xianzhe and flung him out. Wen Xianzhe arced through the air and fell heavily to the ground. When the elder of Xuanwu saw this, his face suddenly changed. He kept pressing the end button on the remote control, but man seemed to have turned into a crazed beast, ignoring the commands. It's over, man seems to have lost control. Man closed in on him, his eyes red with rage. Wen Xianzhe gritted his teeth and stood up despite the pain. Then a cold, merciless mechanical voice rang in his ears. Program severely damaged, initiating final cleanup mode. Target completely erased. Chapter 42, Man Out. Faced with the out-of-control man, everyone present became terrified. Elder White Tiger waved his hand and rushed into the battlefield. Don't be afraid, young man, I'll help you. Elder Xuanwu was shocked and quickly reached out to help. White Tiger. Danger. Don't go near the man. But the White Tiger elder wouldn't listen. He quickly got behind the man, but before he could strike, the man threw a punch, and the White Tiger elder flew into the air, hitting a tree nearby and making a dent. He then slowly slid to the ground. The White Tiger elder stuck out his tongue and tilted his head, and the other 3 elders wailed in grief. White Tiger. Looking at the terrifying man who kept closing in on Wen Xianzhe, Zhao Qian trembled. What should I do? Who can stop this guy now? Xuanwu elder kept adjusting the remote control, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The man had activated the cleaning program, and it would not stop until the target was completely removed. Zhao Qian was scared and pale. What? Xuanwu elder, why did you make such a terrifying thing? Elder Xuanwu gritted his teeth, then turned his head and smiled faintly. Otherwise, how could it be called hell training? Zhao Qian almost had a heart attack. Does hell training mean sending someone to hell? Elder Xuanwu could only smile with forced composure. It's okay, as long as the young man can defeat man, he can also stop its attack. He was so adamant earlier, so he must have some secret skills that he hasn't revealed yet, just wait and see. Facing the crazed red light in man's eyes, Wen Xianzhe finally accepted the reality. Today, either man dies or he does. Man has received countless training data from experts and is an invincible opponent. If he can defeat it, those so-called 10-year mercenaries and retired armed police captains are nothing. Thinking this, Xianzhe instantly became full of motivation. He took a deep breath, began to adjust the rhythm of his breathing, and calmed his mood. As his breathing gradually became more even, his eyes gradually lost their former luster, becoming as dark as the abyss. And in this darkness, the only thing that shone was the man's pair of crazed red eyes, which became the only embellishment. In an instant, Xianzhe's senses became extraordinarily acute. He saw the man's movements, the complex wiring on its arm, or rather, its veins. Xianzhe tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding man's swift attack. Then, he quickly moved, forcefully tearing off a bare wire. As the wire snapped, a dazzling spark burst from the connection, and man's movements came to a halt. Xianzhe quickly grabbed its head and pressed it hard to the ground. Man struggled to get up quickly and continued to assume its stance. Its face had been destroyed, and its scarlet eyes shone even brighter. A cold mechanical voice then sounded. The basic data of the training object has been updated, and the ultimate hunting mode will be executed immediately. Zhao Qian, who was standing nearby, could hardly breathe. There's still a hunting mode. Elder Xuanwu, this thing you've made is not a special training robot, it's clearly a killing machine. Elder Xuanwu's face turned pale, and his lips kept trembling. I never designed this program, it's man who has evolved and learned on his own. Xianzhe dodged the fatal blow again by sidestepping, and seized man's arm in an attempt to break it. But man's strength was equally astonishing. It quickly fought back, trying to break free from Xianzhe's grip. Xianzhe applied a sudden force, throwing man's arm to the side, while at the same time leaning forward quickly and seizing man's leg. He took advantage of the moment when man lost its balance, and with a sudden pull, flipped man over onto the ground. However, man did not give in. He quickly got up, and the red light in his eyes became even more intense. Clear target clear. Zhao Qian watched in awe, and the Xuanwu elder was also filled with excitement. He was able to stand up to man for so long, this kid is truly extraordinary. Finally, Xianzhe slammed a punch into man's head. The punch was incredibly powerful, and it knocked man's head to the side. Xianzhe took the opportunity to step forward, grabbed man by the neck, and twisted with all his strength. There was a loud crack, and man's head was completely torn off. The fierce attack finally stopped, and the scarlet eyes finally went out. Xuanwu elder's eyes were wide open, and he wept in grief. Man! Xianzhe stood still, breathing heavily, and his eyes gradually returned to normal. Zhao Qian hurriedly went up to check on him. Are you okay? Looking at the mechanical head in his hands, Xianzhe nodded blankly. Well, it's okay. Gradually, the pain began to spread from his hand, and Xianzhe's brows furrowed. He quickly dropped the mechanical head to check on the situation. His hand was bleeding, and the finger joints were broken, and even the bones inside could be seen. At this time, the Zhuke elder supported the Baihua elder and slowly walked up. Zhao Qian was shocked. Elder White Tiger, you're not dead? Elder White Tiger jumped up and gave a big slap. Not only am I not dead, I can still beat the shit out of you. Zhao Qian quickly covered his head and begged for mercy. Elder Vermilion Bird exclaimed in awe at Xianzhe. Young man, just who are you? That's a man among men, a tough guy among tough guys, and you actually knocked him out so easily? The pain in his hand became more and more obvious, and Xianzhe smiled painfully. I'm just an ordinary person. Where is it easy? My fucking hand is almost disabled, okay? Just then, a sound of hasty footsteps came from afar. Xianzhe looked up and saw Qianing Shui running over with a worried face. Behind her was Lin Qian, who looked like she couldn't stop her. Half an hour ago, Qianing Shui heard the sound of a fierce fight coming from the training ground. Has the special training started? However, after half an hour had passed, not only had the fighting not stopped, it had intensified. She could no longer hold back her fear, and regardless of Lin Qian's persuasion, she came to the scene. When she saw Xianzhe's bloody hands, Qianing Shui's gaze instantly became fierce. Who hurt you like this? Chapter 43, You really are irresistible, you little rascal. Qianing Shui stared at the bloody back of Xianzhe's hand, her eyes gradually darkening, her expression as cold as if it were going to freeze. Zhao Qian and Lin Qian's hearts immediately went off alarm. This is the prelude to Qianing Shui losing her temper. Xianzhe also sensed her low-pressure atmosphere and quickly gave the man's head under his feet a gentle kick. Ah, you mean this guy? Xianing Xue looked down and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Huh? What the hell is this? Xianing Xue pointed at the tattered man's head with some disbelief. Is this what hurt you? When Xianzhu endured the pain in his hand and waved his hand stylishly. Yes, but injuries are inevitable during training, there's no need to make such a fuss. Then he smiled gently at Xianing Xue. And, as punishment for hurting me, hasn't it suffered enough? Xianing Xue was not appeased by his smile, and her expression became even more distressed. She reached out and took his wrist, her gaze gentle but firm as she said, "Go and tend to your wound." The four elders tilted their heads neatly and looked at the two of them as they walked away. Elder White Tiger mused. This girl looks so familiar. Zhao Qian then came back to his senses from the lingering fear of Qianing Xue's terrifying pressure, and hurriedly tried to explain. That's someone who came with me, my colleague. Qianing Xue. You can't just do whatever you want because Zhao Manor doesn't have much access to the internet and the elders don't surf the internet. Elder Qinglong suddenly slapped his forehead, and instantly came to his senses. I remember, isn't this the celebrity who was kidnapped last time? Upon hearing this, the other three also recovered their memories. Oh, it's her. She seems to be a superstar. Zhao Qian was terrified. What? You surf the internet too? Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, he quickly explained with a smile. Yes, that's the artist I brought with me. She is very, very good to everyone in our studio. She feels very, very bad when she sees anyone get hurt or embarrassed, and she is very, very anxious. She is a super kind girl. Last year when she was filming, I accidentally got stung by a wasp on the set, and she blamed herself so much that she didn't eat well or sleep well for 3 days. Zhao Qian was about to burst into tears. However, the truth is, he was stung and became a porcupine, and Xianing Xue and Lin Qianni laughed at him as soon as they saw him, without any kind of disguise. Xianing Xue, the film studio next door, is remaking Journey to the West. Would manager Zhao like to go and make a cameo appearance? Lin Qian couldn't even hold back her laughter while eating, and she splattered him with rice. Lin Qian, rice on your head. Recalling the sad past, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and added with a smile. That's right, when she was little, she even came to our school to learn martial arts for a month. Do the elders still remember? The elders were taken aback and fell into deep thought. A moment later, the eyes of Elder Zhu Kei suddenly lit up. I remember, I think her name was Xiaoxue, right? Zhao Qian nodded repeatedly. Yes. Elder Xuanwu also stroked his beard and recalled. At the time, she was particularly well-behaved and polite. I never thought that after so many years, she was still as pure and kind as she was back then. It is really not easy to maintain one's initial heart in that big diebat-like circle after so many years. Elder Qinglong interrupted his reminiscing speechlessly. I said, your man went crazy and messed up the young man's hand like that, so go apologize quickly. Be careful, if word gets out, it'll say the 4 elders of our Zhao family are disrespectful in their old age. Xianing Xue first used tweezers to remove the shard in Wen Xianzhe's wound, then carefully cleaned it with disinfectant. Sigh. When Xianzhe let out a cold gasp of pain, and Xianing Xue quickly lightened her movements. It must really hurt, right? Just bear with it a little longer, and it will be over soon. Looking at Xianing Xue's hands, which were slightly trembling with nervousness, and the sincere concern in her eyes, Wen Xianzhe couldn't help but smile lightly. Compared to this, the wound you bit me with really feels like being kissed by a kitten. Xianing Xue's face instantly turned red, and she glanced at him anxiously. Tell me, who is the kitten? When Xianzhe leaned down and quickly kissed her on the lips. He knows the answer but is asking anyway. Xianing Xue's cheeks grew even hotter. She lowered her head in embarrassment, carefully wrapping the gauze around Wen Xianzhe's wound while muttering. You're still being so naughty despite being so seriously injured. You really are. Really someone who is hard to let go of, aren't you? Shut up. Xianing Xue's heart was pounding like a drum as she continued to bandage him up with a forced calm. Moon Hyunchul's smile grew wider. She's a pervert, and he's even more of a pervert than she is. I must say, this trick really works. Xianing Xue? National goddess? Crazy woman? Defeated. Watching Xianing Xue, although annoyed, still meticulously wrapping bandages around him in circles, Moon Hyunchul's gaze gradually softened. But she is really cute. Okay, it's done. Xianningshua let out a sigh of relief and stood up, clapping her hands. When Xianzhe looked at the thick bandages wrapped around his hands and smiled helplessly, asking, "Can I consider this an occupational injury?" Xianningshua stared at him speechlessly, stretching out the tone. "Consider it." And then said seriously, "Since your hands have been seriously injured, you definitely can't continue with the special training. Go back first. I'll find a way to postpone the election of the bodyguard." When Xianzhe was a little surprised. "You're going back already?" Although the fight with Man was dangerous, it was very effective. After this battle, he felt like he had super evolved. If he had a few more hell-level training sessions, he really could be invincible. Xianningshua raised an eyebrow. "What, do you want to stay here and play for a few more days?" When Xianzhe shook his head and explained, "No, although my hand is broken, my legs are still fine. I've come all this way, so I might as well train a few more times." Upon hearing this, Xianningshua frowned and said angrily, "If your hand is broken, do you want your legs to be broken too?" When Xianzhe quickly got up and smiled reassuringly. "How could that be? I'll be careful in the training that follows. Isn't this also about wanting to become an invincible superhero as soon as possible, so that it will be logical for me to become your bodyguard and stay by your side to protect you?" Xianningshua's ears burned as she listened, and her watery eyes stared straight at him. "Is that really what you think?" "Of course it's true." As he spoke, when Xianzhe wanted to touch her head, but then realized his injury and lowered his raised hand. Watching his hesitant movements, Xianningshua felt a sense of loss, but also a wonderful thought came to her. Every time they had a battle, he used his hands to stop her and put her completely at a disadvantage. Now that his hands are injured, he has lost a powerful means of defense and attack, so can't she? Xianningshua's eyes instantly flashed with surprise. Do whatever she wants to him? Chapter 44. Sure enough, your level of perversion is even greater. The thought that in the future, when Xianzhe would have to endure her torment for a long time, Xianningshua was ecstatic. She could imagine him being at her mercy because he had lost his hands. His face would be covered in shame, but he would have to maintain an expression of indifference. His clothes would be casually undone by her, and he would try to resist, but she would only need to whisper a threat in his ear. "You don't want your sister to see you like this, do you?" He would immediately tremble with fear, then grit his teeth and turn his head away, allowing her to do as she pleased. Her hands would leave red marks on his skin, and his nose would let out low, muffled grunts. He was very good at bearing it, very good at restraining himself. Until he was overcome by the desire for pleasure, looking at her with unsatisfied desire, begging for her favor. Seeing the smile on Xianningshua's lips gradually morph into a perverted smile, when Xianzhe's heart couldn't help but tighten, and he quickly asked tentatively, "What are you thinking about? Why are you so happy?" Xianningshua pulled herself out of her beautiful fantasy. Looking at the nervous man in front of her, her eyes became even more burning. She gently squeezed his chin and bluntly said what she was thinking. "I'm thinking about how to play with you when I go back." When Xianzhe was suddenly struck by lightning. "Huh?" Faced with Xianningshua's incredibly eager and serious gaze, when Xianzhe suddenly thought of something. "Wait, she can't have discovered my tactics, so she wants to compete with me to see who is more perverted, right? Damn it!" When Xianzhe quickly swallowed, nervously and incoherently. I am the injured party, so you have to be careful." Xianningshua liked the way he looked so scared, and the smile on her lips grew wider. Her cold fingernails slowly traced along his skin, outlining his handsome silhouette. She narrowed her eyes slightly and promised tenderly, "Don't worry, in a sense, you were injured for me, and I will take good care of you. And while you are recovering, I will definitely not take the opportunity to do anything inappropriate to you." When Xianzhe smiled reluctantly. "I don't believe you. You're a lecherous woman." Although Xianningshua would blush whenever he teased her, she really didn't bat an eyelid when she got her hands on him. Just think about how she tore his clothes and how she reached her hands inside his clothes and messed around with him. When Xianzhe trembled. "It's over, this time I've really suffered a crushing defeat." Xianningshua's fingers slowly moved to his forehead, gently brushing a strand of hair away, and she said with understanding, "While you're injured, my hands are your hands. Use my hands as you normally would. For example, when eating, when holding things, when your back itches and you want to scratch, or..." Xianningshua didn't continue, just meaningfully raising the corners of her mouth, then leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Don't be shy." When Xianzhe's ears involuntarily turned red. He bit his teeth with shame. Pervert, fucking pervert. Just then, Zhao Qian's exaggerated voice came from the door. Oh, really, there's no need to apologize. The guy broke your man too, so it's a wash. Oh, never mind the two of them, they've probably already bandaged it up and are inside discussing work. Qianing Xue. Wen Xianjia. If you hear me, stop whatever you're doing and come here right now. Zhao Qian's heart was just raging when the door opened. Qianing Xue came out, immediately showing a surprised expression. Oh, it's the 4 grandfathers who taught me kung fu in the beginning. Do you still remember me? Qianing Xue and the elders reminisced about old times. The elders couldn't help but marvel at how much the girl had changed. The young girl from back then had not only become more outstanding in appearance, but her conversation and demeanor were also perfect. Qianing Xue smiled modestly and said many kind things about Zhao Qian, giving him plenty of face. Zhao Qian's heart warmed as he listened, and his nose grew a little bit sour. Ha, the little brat still misses me. Then he looked over at Wen Xianjia on the opposite side. I'll turn a blind eye to what's going on between you and this kid. The elders insisted that the 4 of them stay for dinner and drinks, so Qianing Xue had no choice but to agree. During dinner, Elder Xuanwu said that once the man was repaired, it would be sent to Wen Xianjia. Then he could follow the operating instructions to adjust it, so that he could train with the man every day. Wen Xianjia and man's training data will also be transmitted back, and according to the training data, Elder Xuanwu can create an even more powerful Superman. Wen Xianjia was shocked and overjoyed, unable to cry or laugh. He didn't know if Elder Xuanwu could create Superman, he just knew that he would definitely become Superman. After breakfast, the 4 said goodbye to the 4 elders and set off on their journey back. Zhao Qian drove them to the underground parking lot of the Guangying Media Building, where he continued on to conduct routine inspections and maintenance. Lin Chen looked at the 2 in front of him and tentatively asked. Shuijia, if there's nothing else today, I'll go home first. My mom said that I'm having my period today, so we're having hot pot tonight. Wen Xianjia was shocked. No way, just now I saw you eat 5 big bowls of rice, and you can still go back and continue eating hot pot? Lin Qian raised her chin defiantly. I can eat. What's the problem? It's none of your business whether I eat or not, I just don't want to be the third wheel. Lin Qian continued to ask Qianing Xue. So, Shuijia, can I leave first? Qianing Xue smiled gently. Sure, you go ahead, and remember to eat a lot. Thanks, Shuijia. Bye, Shuijia. See you tomorrow. After Lin Qian ran off, Wen Xianjia turned around with a serious expression. Well, I'm leaving too. Qianing Xue stopped him. Wait, it's not time to go yet. Wen Xianjia had no choice but to stop in his tracks and turn around, asking. Why can she go? Qianing Xue replied with justification. She is an assistant, you are a special assistant, of course you are different. Then she walked past him in her high heels, put her finger on his shoulder, raised the corner of her mouth and said softly. Hurry back to the office obediently, or I'll mark you as leaving early. Wen, Te, Zhu. Chapter 45, Tonight, come to my place. After returning to the office, Qianing Xue skillfully closed the door and then locked it. She then pushed Wen Xianjia's shoulders, guiding him forward, and eventually sat him down in his office chair. A gentle smile curled the corner of her mouth as she asked. Do you want some water? Wen Xianjia shook his head blankly. Qianing Xue's brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes were full of insistence. No, you should drink more hot water while your wound is healing. This will promote blood circulation and speed up your metabolism, so you will recover faster. After saying this, she turned and walked towards the water dispenser. I'll get you a cup of hot water. Wen Xianjia felt a little flattered by this series of actions. What on earth did this woman want? In a moment, Qianing Xue returned with a cup of hot water. She gently blew on the surface of the water, then took a small sip carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the temperature is about right. Then she smiled and held the cup to Wen Xianjia's mouth. Drink. Wen Xianjia looked at her and then at the cup in front of him, which was steaming with hot steam. He felt a strange feeling rising up in his heart. He felt that this was not just ordinary hot water. She wouldn't have secretly drugged it, would she? Seeing that Wen Xianjia was hesitating, Qianing Xue gently urged him. Drink, it's not hot anymore. Wen Xianjia swallowed, opened his mouth slightly, and tried to take a small sip. Qianing Xue curiously observed his reaction. Is it good? How can plain water be good or not? Wen Xianzhe secretly thought to himself, but still gave a pertinent evaluation. It's okay. Xianing Xue continued to hand the cup up. Drink some more. Wen Xianzhe had no choice but to drink 2 more mouthfuls. Just then, Xianing Xue suddenly slipped, and the cup slipped right out of her hands. The hot water spilled onto Wen Xianzhe's chest, instantly soaking his clothes. Xianing Xue was panicked, and quickly apologized. Oops, I'm sorry, I was careless. The damp fabric clung to Moon Hyun-chul's skin, outlining the lines of his muscular chest. Some of the water also splashed onto his face. The droplets that dripped along the contours of his face sparkled with a crystal-like radiance, adding a touch of messy beauty to him. Xianing Xue's eyes lit up instantly. Her fingers stroked the damp fabric, then she looked up and smiled. You'll catch a cold if you stay wet like that, you need to change. And she began impatiently to unbutton his shirt. Wen Xianzhe's breathing stopped for a moment. So this was your real intention all along? Wen Xianzhe struggled to refuse. No, I can do it myself. Xianing Xue quickly grabbed his wrist. Be careful, don't get the bandage wet, or the wound will get infected. Then she smiled gently. Don't be so nervous, I'm not going to take advantage of you, I really just want to help you change your clothes. With that, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Be good, listen to me. Wen Xianzhe's heart trembled for a moment. Damn, he's copying my moves. Under the soft persuasion of Xianing Xue, Wen Xianzhe finally slowly lowered his hands that had been struggling. He gave up resisting and let Xianing Xue play with his body. You'd better keep your word, or when my hand gets better, I'll see how I can repay your great kindness. Ha, by then I'll definitely do this to you, then that, and then the other way around. Xianing Xue defiantly provoked. Oomph, I'd love that. To Wen Xianzhe's surprise, Xianing Xue really only helped him take off his wet clothes, without any extra actions. Then she took a dry towel and bent over to wipe him carefully. Meeting his incredulous gaze, Xianing Xue raised her eyes and smiled slightly. Are you wondering why I didn't take advantage of the situation? Wen Xianzhe quickly coughed to deny it. Cough, I didn't think that. Xianing Xue's face came even closer, and the soft towel in her hand brushed lightly across his bare chest, causing an intermittent tremor. Looking into his uncertain eyes, Xianing Xue said softly and seriously. I'm practicing patience too, otherwise I really want to carefully feel your upper body right now, listen to your breathing, and feel your trembling. Stop it. Wen Xianzhe quickly leaned back and interrupted her lewd words. Damn it, did I really become a lamb to be slaughtered so easily? Wen Xianzhe's current mood was regret, very much regret. Why on earth did he accept some special training from hell and then make himself a cripple? Xianing Xue raised the corners of her mouth in satisfaction, leaned close to his ear, and whispered in a voice full of temptation. So cute, trembling like a kitten. Wen Xianzhe felt a chill run down his spine. EW. Who's a kitten? A scene from a few hours ago suddenly popped into his head, and Wen Xianzhe's heart skipped a beat. Compared to that, the injury you bit me with really looks like a little cat gave you a kiss. Ah. The boomerang finally stuck to itself. Some time ago, the office sent over some clothes that were co-branded with a certain company. Xianing Xue picked out a black shirt from them and carefully dressed Wen Xianzhe in it. However, she did not button it for him, but just let the shirt open at the collar, revealing his well-defined chest and smooth abs. Xianing Xue's eyes sparkled with obsession, and she couldn't help reaching out to touch him. Wen Xianzhe quickly put his arm in front of him. Hey, what happened to not taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable situation? Xianing Xue smiled meaningfully. If you don't want me to touch you, then please. Although they had kissed a few times, in this regard, Xianing Xue had never won against him. Wen Xianzhe slowly closed his eyes and began to respond to her actively. He gently lifted his arm and imprisoned her slender waist. Ha, Xianing Xue, this is you throwing yourself into the net. Very quickly, Wen Xianzhe got into the mood and easily brought Xianing Xue into his rhythm. Xianing Xue gradually felt a little overwhelmed. Her body temperature became roaring hot, and her head felt dizzy. This doesn't seem good. No way. I must not admit defeat. Just as the two were kissing like they had lost their minds, Moon Hyunjun's phone suddenly rang. The two were startled and quickly parted their lips, which had been pressed together tightly, and the PK was forced to end. When Xianjia fumbled with his hands and pulled his phone out of his pocket. As the screen lit up, he took a deep breath. It was Wen Xianjia calling. Xianing Xue also glanced at the screen. She gently touched her slightly messy hair and, while trying to adjust her rapid breathing, urged. What are you doing? Answer it, it might be something urgent. When Xianjia calmed down a little and answered the phone. Hello, Xiaya? On the other end of the line, when Xianjia's voice was a little brisk. Hello, brother, have you finished work yet? When Xianjia instantly became nervous. Not yet, I'm just finishing up. Why? That's good, I'm not going to go home tonight, I'm going to spend the night at Showman's, so you don't need to prepare dinner for me. Upon hearing this, when Xianjia was a little surprised. Oh, okay, then. Just be careful and have fun. Okay, I know, I'll hang up first. Oh, bye. After hanging up the phone, Xianing Xue's eyes carried a hint of playfulness. So, you'll be the only one at home tonight. Won't you feel lonely all alone? When Xianjia smiled slightly and asked in return. So what? Do you want to rob my house again? Xianing Xue glared at him coquettishly. Then a sly smile curled the corner of her mouth. There's only me at home, so why don't you? Her fingers gently traced along Wen Xianjia's collarbone. Come to my place tonight. Chapter 46, What a Lamb to the Slaughter. Stepping into the living room of Xianing Xue's apartment, Wen Xianjia couldn't help but look around like an old woman entering a grand garden. The interior design was a perfect combination of modern design and high technology, and every detail revealed the owner's unique taste. Although luxurious, it is a bit deserted because Xianing Xue is the only one living there. Despite this, Wen Xianjia cannot help but exclaim. Gee, the smell of money pervades everywhere. Ah. It's so fragrant. About 40 minutes ago, Xianing Xue invited Wen Xianjia to her home. Wen Xianjia of course refused without a second thought. Last time he agreed to let her come to his house, it was like inviting the wolf into the house. This time, if he goes to her house, won't he be like the sheep going into the tiger's mouth? No way, absolutely not. Xianing Xue seemed to have expected this, so she tearfully told him about her worries and regrets. Just thinking that you're going to be all alone in that dark, cramped house, which can bring out the claustrophobia in people, and that too after being seriously injured, makes me unable to eat or sleep. Xianing Xue, what if you fall and hurt yourself? Who will help you? Wen Xianjia, I can get up by myself. It's my hand that's hurt, not my leg. Xianing Xue, what if you get thirsty in the middle of the night and want some water? Who will get you some? Wen Xianjia, I'm scared just hearing the word water. Xianing Xue, what if you get lonely and want to talk to someone? Who will chat with you? Wen Xianjia, I'll go home and go to bed. What's there to talk about? Sleeping is the best thing ever. After a dozen rounds, Xianing Xue finally started to be unreasonable. She put her hands on Wen Xianjia's shoulders, stared at him intently, and said coldly. No way. Last time I went to your house, you treated me well. This time you must come to my house and let me return the favor. Otherwise, I will always remember this, and I won't be able to eat or sleep well, which will seriously affect my mental state. Once my mental state is problematic, I will go crazy, and when I go crazy, I will stab people with a knife, got it? Manager Zhao and assistant Lin have both been stabbed by me, go ask them if you don't believe me. Wen Xianjia let out a cold breath. Ah, I see. What do you mean? I'll chop you up into little pieces. You're quite down to earth for a national goddess. If you come to my place tonight, I promise I'll never mention this again. After tonight, you can come to my place whenever you like. Wen Xianjia's mouth twitched into a wry smile, knowing full well. You can come if you want to. But you can't just leave if you want to. Finally, after a battle of wits, Wen Xianjia gave in. A short pain is better than a long one. Sooner or later, I'll have to go to her house. Why not choose a day to do it? I don't believe she can force me to have sex with her tonight. Xianing Xue led Wen Xianjia into the spacious and bright living room. Have a seat. Wen Xianzhe looked a little nervous. He sat stiffly on the soft sofa. Then his hands unconsciously rubbed the armrests of the sofa, and his eyes wandered around the living room. Xianxue saw this and smiled slightly, asking softly, "Would you like something to drink?" Wen Xianzhe was shocked. "Drink? Thanks to you, I have now successfully developed a psychological aversion to drinking water." But he still maintained a polite smile on his face and declined. No, drinking too much water makes me lazy to get up to go to the toilet at night." Xianxue was slightly taken aback. "Oh, you're right." The atmosphere eased a little, and when Xianzhe plucked up the courage to ask, "Where am I going to sleep tonight?" Xianxue sat down next to him, leaned slightly forward, and leaned in close to his face, her eyes full of teasing. "What, are you so eager to go to sleep? Don't you know that the nighttime is the most beautiful time of day?" When Xianzhe hurriedly explained. "Do you know how tired I am today? I'm aching all over, my bones are about to fall apart. Get some rest early, and you'll recover faster." Xianxue looked up at the time on the wall clock. The hour and minute hands were pointing to 7:32. She looked at Wen Xianzhe and gave a mischievous smile. "Play with me for a little while longer, I'll let you go to bed at 8 o'clock sharp, okay?" Wen Xianzhe couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when he heard this. Play what?" Xianxue reached out and gently lifted his chin, her eyes full of teasing. "I'll play with you." Wen Xianzhe's heart trembled, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly. "Play with your sister. Xianxue, you remember this. The humiliation I suffered today, I will definitely repay you double in the future." Wen Xianzhe gritted his teeth, then opened his arms nonchalantly and invited enthusiastically. "Come on, play with me." After extending the invitation, Xianxue did not rush to take action, but instead carefully examined him from top to bottom. Wen Xianzhe felt uncomfortable under her lecherous gaze and hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and get started. The sooner it starts, the sooner it'll be over." Xianxue rubbed her chin with interest. "I haven't decided where to start yet." Then she smiled slightly. "I'm in no hurry, so why are you? Do you really want me to touch you? You're really good at playing hard to get." As she spoke, her eyes rested on Moon Hyunchul's throat, which kept rolling. Xianxue curiously reached out her hand and gently pressed on the bulge in Moon Hyunchul's throat. Feeling the wonderful touch beneath her hand, Xianxue blinked in surprise and muttered, "It's actually hard." Then she withdrew her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Hey, I always thought that men's Adam's apples were soft." Wen Xianzhe's face also flushed with a strange red. I don't even know this basic biological knowledge. They say the entertainment industry is full of fools, and it's true." Xianxue frowned and retorted, "What fools? I went to college. I don't know why, but practice makes perfect, don't you understand? I just had to touch it to know for sure." When Xianzhe snorted, his eyes deliberately or unintentionally sweeping over her front, his tone tinged with a hint of playfulness. Anyway, I don't need to touch to know that your breasts are soft, and so is your butt." Xianxue's face instantly turned red, and she quickly covered her chest, her eyes full of shock and anger. You pervert." When Xianzhe leaned forward, close to her, and grinned with satisfaction. "Same to you." Xianxue's face grew redder and redder. She was shaking with anger, her lips slightly trembling. For a moment, she couldn't find the right words to retort. So she angrily picked up a sofa cushion and threw it at Wen Xianzhe's face. "What are you doing? I'm the one who's hurt. You hurt your hand, not your face. But you can't hit me in the face, what if you disfigure me? You've got such a thick skin, what harm can a small cushion do to you?" "You." Wen Xianzhe was momentarily speechless. Xianxue felt a sense of satisfaction well up in her heart, and a smile of victory rose at the corner of her mouth. She stood up gracefully, straightened her clothes, and walked towards the bathroom. "It's almost time, I'll go wash up first, you think about whether I'm right or not." When Xianzhe sat where he was, sneering with disdain. Do I have half the thick skin as you?" Then he lay back on the sofa with a satisfied sigh. This sofa is really more comfortable to sleep on than his own bed. It feels so good. Just as when Xianzhe's eyelids grew heavy and he could hardly keep them open, the bathroom door opened. Chapter 47, I'll eat you up sooner or later. When Xianzhe opened his eyes dazedly as the bathroom door opened. In a haze of steam, Xianing Shui, wrapped in a white bathrobe, slowly walked towards him. Her hair was still dripping with water, clinging to her forehead. Her delicate white neck and collarbone were clearly visible, and her bare calves, with their water droplets, looked particularly attractive. When Xianzhe suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly sat up from the sofa. Xianing Shui sat down next to him, bending slightly, her breasts visible with each breath. Her dark eyes were clear and moist, with crystal droplets of water hanging from her eyelashes. She smiled and asked, "A beautiful woman has just got out of the shower, does that excite you?" As she spoke, the faint aroma of shower gel from her body filled the air, and when Xianzhe couldn't help but swallow. "Oh. After you get out of prison, behave yourself and stop being a lawless maniac." Xianing Shui froze for a moment. Then she pushed him down onto the sofa. "Behave myself? I'm going to forcibly take a man today." When Xianzhe quickly wriggled his body, trying to break free from her restraints. "You said you wouldn't take advantage of me when I was in trouble, how can you go back on your word?" Xianing Shui's mouth curled up slightly, as she leaned down and whispered in his ear, like a sly fox. "You simple kitten, you've been tricked." A warm breeze blew into his ear, and when Xianzhe instantly felt his blood rush, and his body began to heat up uncontrollably. Xianing Shui felt a strange touch by her leg. She frowned, and asked with a forced calm, "Is it your belt buckle again?" When Xianzhe's face turned red, and his voice was hoarse. "No." Xianing Shui's heart leaped, and she quickly got off him. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes drifted unconsciously elsewhere. You need to calm down first." When Xianzhe slowly got up, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. He lifted the hem of his shirt to reveal the secret at his waist. "It's my keychain." Xianing Shui blinked. After taking a good look at the keychain, her face turned even redder, and she was so embarrassed that she felt she could not face the ground. "You." When Xianzhe got up and walked up to her, a teasing smile curling the corners of his mouth. "Aren't you going to forcibly take away the man from the people? Why don't you continue?" Xianing Shui, slightly disconcerted, straightened her hair, her eyes never daring to fall on his face. I'm not in the mood today." After saying this, she still forced herself to turn her head and said nonchalantly, "What's the rush? You'll be eaten up by me sooner or later anyway." When Xianzhe let out a light laugh, raised his hands in a throwing gesture. Yes. "Now can you tell me where I'll be sleeping tonight?" Xianing Shui's heartbeat gradually subsided, and the blush on her face slowly faded. She looked at him and said slowly, "Of course you'll be sleeping in my room tonight." Although when Xianzhe had a hunch that she would say this, when he actually heard her say it, his heart still quickened. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Xianing Shui smiled and said, "What's wrong with it? I've slept in your room and on your bed before, haven't I? Let's just consider it a return for the favor." Then she stroked his cheek gently and persuaded him tenderly. "Aren't you tired? Go to sleep." After saying that, she pointed to the bedroom ahead. "It's right in front of you." When Xianzhe's heart was pounding, a mocking voice sounded in his heart. Didn't you make up your mind to give everything before you came here? It's useless to struggle anymore now." When Xianzhe took a deep breath and, with a death-defying spirit, walked towards Xianing Shui's bedroom. However, after a few steps, he noticed that Xianing Shui was not following him. So he turned around and found that Xianing Shui was still standing in the same place. When Xianzhe asked in puzzlement, "Aren't you coming?" Xianing Shui tilted her head to one side, looking a little puzzled. "What would I be doing?" Then she patted the armrest of the sofa behind her. "I'll be sleeping here tonight." When Xianzhe's eyes widened instantly. Xianing Shui's mouth curled up into a wicked smile as she asked, "What, do you want to sleep with me?" When Xianzhe hastily and guiltily denied, "That's not what I meant." "You mean, I sleep in your room and you sleep on the sofa? What else?" Xianing Shui walked towards him step by step, and when she stopped, she lightly poked his chest with her finger. "If I didn't fear that I might accidentally crush your hand when I roll over at night, I would have dragged you to bed and held you in my arms." When Xianzhe let out a helpless chuckle. You're actually quite nice." Xianing Shui was very pleased with herself, and raised her chin in triumph. "Of course, I'm the world's most beautiful and gentle Xianing Shui." Then she raised her hand and hooked it around his neck, pressed her body against his, and looked at him lovingly. "But after you've recovered, I must sleep with you for one night." After saying this, she quickly kissed his lips, quite like an oath of sovereignty. You absolutely cannot escape. When Xianzhe lowered his head, slightly narrowed his eyes, and whispered, Just one night? Xianing Xue was stunned, quickly released the hands that were wrapped around his neck, her ears flaming with anger, and said angrily, You still want more? Shameless. When Xianzhe raised his arm and put it around her waist, and the distance between them closed again. I'm shameless? How dare you say you don't want to sleep with me a few more nights? Xianing Xue was full of shame, struggling to push him away. You scoundrel, go to sleep quickly. At 7 a.m., when Xianzhe opened his eyes on time, driven by his biological clock. Looking at the white ceiling, it took him a while to come to his senses. Oh, this isn't his home. He rolled over and began to reminisce about the quality sleep he had last night. Ah! I have never slept so comfortably in my life. I have never slept so well. I have truly lived in vain. After lounging in bed for a while, he reluctantly climbed out of bed. He opened the door to the room quietly and looked out into the living room. Xianing Xue was still lying on the sofa with her eyes closed. Chapter 48. Do you want the old driver to take you for a ride? Xianing Xue lazily curled up on the wide sofa, with her long, dark, beautiful hair casually scattered over her shoulders. She was still wearing the bathrobe from last night, loosely draped over her body. She had casually thrown a thin blanket over herself, which made the room look a little messy. The blanket half covered her slender legs, revealing only a pair of white, jade-like calves. Her pretty face looked exceptionally serene in the soft morning light. When Xianzhe walked quietly towards the sofa, afraid of waking her up. He didn't know if she had the morning after persona or not. If he woke her up, she wouldn't go crazy and start hacking people with a knife, right? As he thought this, his gaze fell on Xianing Xue. Then he noticed that a corner of her bathrobe had slipped down at some point, revealing her pale shoulders and a small patch of delicate skin. When Xianzhe's heart couldn't help but tighten, and he quickly swallowed. He carefully reached out his hand and gently pulled the edge of the slipped robe up and covered it back with the blanket. Xianing Xue woke up slightly from Wen Xianzhe's actions. Her eyes were half open and half closed, looking at him dazedly, her voice hoarse from just waking up. You're up so early? Wen Xianzhe felt a little guilty, and his eyes unconsciously avoided her gaze. It's not early. Xianing Xue sat up and rubbed her eyes. Then she looked at Wen Xianzhe with a puzzled expression, noticing that his face looked a little unnatural. Why are you blushing? After saying that, she looked down at her appearance and suddenly realized what was going on. With a slightly teasing tone, she said, You're not thinking of taking advantage of the situation, are you? Wen Xianzhe quickly retorted angrily. What the hell? I just saw that your shirt was slipping, so I covered you up with the quilt, in case you caught a cold or fever. You really take my kindness for granted. Xianing Xue tilted her head, half believing him. Really? Wen Xianzhe snorted in disdain. Do you think I'm like you? All you can think about is something inappropriate? Xianing Xue was unhappy to hear this, and retorted unconvinced. What's wrong with being inappropriate for children? I'm an adult, isn't it normal to be inappropriate for children? Wen Xianzhe was speechless by her words and had to surrender. Okay, you're an old driver, you're amazing. Xianing Xue stood up, leaned closer to Wen Xianzhe, and wore a playful smile on her face. Yes, I am an old driver, so do you want an old driver to take you for a ride? Wen Xianzhe's body immediately leaned back, his expression serious and his tone firm. Fly my ass. Driving without due care will bring tears to your loved ones. Seeing the tightly wrapped bandages on Wen Xianzhe's hands, Wen Xianzhe's eyes instantly filled with surprise and concern. She hurriedly asked with concern. Brother, what happened to your hands? How did you get injured so suddenly? Wen Xianzhe laughed easily, as if he didn't care about it. When I was helping with the move yesterday, I accidentally got hit by some heavy furniture. How could this happen? Wen Xianzhe sounded worried. Oh, really, it's nothing. Wen Xianzhe waved his hand to comfort him. Don't look at the bandage wrapped so tightly, it's actually just a small injury that will heal naturally in a few days. And the employer even reimbursed me a large sum for medical expenses. Not only that, the boss also gave me a few extra days of paid leave to rest, which is a real bargain. Wen Xianzhe felt slightly relieved after hearing this. She said gently, If there is anything you want to eat these few days, just let me know and I will cook it for you myself. Wen Xianzhe was overjoyed at hearing this and jokingly said, Oh, I get the privilege of being fed by Xianya. This injury is really a sure win investment. When Xianya was amused by his teasing and burst into a laugh, which immediately lightened the mood. Then, as if she had remembered something, she said seriously, "By the way, brother, next Tuesday, that's in 5 days, our school is having a sports day. Do you still have the day off? Do you have time to come and participate?" Sports day? Moon Hyun-chul was momentarily taken aback. Yes, outsiders and parents of students can go in and watch. Moon Hyun-ah nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Come cheer me on then. If we win a prize, I'll treat you to a big meal." "I see. You seem to have a lot of confidence in your abilities, don't you?" When Xianya asked with a smile. "So what event did you sign up for?" When Xianya winked slyly. "Well, why don't you take a guess? The 800-meter race?" When Xianya asked tentatively. "Yes, there is one of those." When Xianya nodded. "The 400-meter relay?" When Xianya continued to press. "Yes, there is that too." "The rope skipping competition?" "Yes, there is that too." "What else? How many events did you enter, then?" When Xianya asked, surprised. When Xianya shrugged and laughed. "I haven't counted carefully, but basically I entered everything that didn't clash with other events." "That's impressive." When Xianya couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "It's a pity you can't split yourself into two, otherwise none of your classmates would need to enter, and you could take on all the events yourself." When Xianya raised her chin with pride and confidence. "That's right, winning the competition not only gets you prizes, but also extra credit. So, you'll have to cheer me on properly." When Xianya nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll be your exclusive cheerleader, and win you some prizes to treat me to dinner." When Xianya readily agreed, her face beaming with a big smile. "Ah, you bet." "Sports meeting?" Xianing Shue repeated curiously. "Yes, I didn't get to go to the last parents' meeting, so I definitely want to go to the sports meeting this time." When Xianya said seriously. On hearing this, Xianing Shue nodded thoughtfully. She remembered the statement when Xianya had made at the police station. The day she was kidnapped, he was supposed to go to the parents' meeting at Shanxi Middle School. By a twist of fate, he drove his motorcycle into that remote alley, and then he hit the real person who was supposed to pick him up. Then he fell from the sky and entered her world. Recalling the scene on the day they first met, Xianing Shue couldn't help but smile happily. Was this meant to be? When Xianja saw her smiling so happily, and guessed that she probably agreed, so he confirmed. "So, can I take an extra day off?" Xianing Shue nodded. "Of course you can. Didn't I say that you can take as much time off as you want until your hand heals, and it's all paid?" Then she smiled slightly. "You just need to hurry back within an hour when I suddenly miss you and want to see you, hug you, and kiss you." When Xianja's eyes twitched. "Huh, does that mean you have to be available at any time? This is not paid vacation." When Xianja asked in disbelief. "Can you not miss me on the day of the sports meeting?" Xianing Shue nodded and promised. "I can." When Xianja seemed unable to believe his ears, and subconsciously confirmed. "Really, really? Of course it's true. Am I, Xianing Shue, not worthy of even this little credibility?" "Ha, you're really shameless to say that. I wonder who promised not to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable situation, and then tried to force themselves on someone that same night." Although she was internally washing her hands of her, when Xianja still smiled kindly. "Then thank you, boss." Xianing Shue returned with an equally polite smile. "You're welcome." But in her heart, she began to have an idea. Shanghai Middle School? I'd like to go back and take a look too. Chapter 49. I Can't Let Her Be a Widow. 5 days later, the sports day at Shanxi Middle School. The sports day venue was full of fluttering flags and a buzzing crowd. The sound of students' laughter and parents' encouragement mingled with the whistle of the referee, creating a lively atmosphere. By the 800-meter track, Fan Xingjie looked at Wen Xianya with surprise and said with a smile, "Wow, it's been a long time, little sister Xianya has grown taller again. You're really becoming more and more graceful." When Xianya glanced at Fan Xingjie. Then she looked at Wen Xianja next to her, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her tone of voice tinged with reproach. "Brother, didn't I tell you to avoid hanging out with these unsavory people? Why don't you listen?" Fan Xingjie's eyes instantly widened, and he said in a plaintive voice, Unsavory? Where am I unsavory? I'm always the one acting like a goody two-shoes, okay? I even bought you candy when you were little. You're so ungrateful. Wen Xianya sneered and retorted. Ha, you gave me expired candy, and I haven't even gotten you for that yet. Fan Qingjie scratched his head awkwardly and defended himself. Hey, that was an accident, you didn't eat it in the end. Wen Xianya was even more displeased, and waved her fist. Ha, I was young and stupid back then, otherwise I would have punched you right there. Fan Qingjie was furious, you. Wen Xianya looked at Wen Xianjia and said firmly. Brother, quickly break off with this guy. Every time he comes to our house, he eats and drinks for free and disturbs me while I'm doing my homework. It's so annoying. Fan Qingjie also became impatient and shouted at Wen Xianjia, unconvinced. Wen Xianjia, control your sister properly. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue of the great Xia country. Your sister has gone astray, so hurry up and teach her a lesson. It's not too late to mend the fold while there's still time. Wen Xianjia looked at the two arguing endlessly and helplessly interrupted them. Okay, stop it, everyone else is looking over here, if you're not ashamed, I'm ashamed. On hearing this, Fan Qingjie and Wen Xianjia glanced at each other. Then they both snorted in unison, turned their heads away, and said no more. Just then, a young girl wearing a washed-out tracksuit and a ponytail ran over. She was Wen Xianya's classmate, Li Xini, with excellent grades and a somewhat introverted personality. She had also signed up for quite a few events at this sports meet, with the same goal as Wen Xianya, to earn some extra prize money. Li Xini was followed by a middle-aged woman. Zheng Hui, Li Xini's single mother. Zheng Hui was not wearing any makeup, and her face looked a little tired, but she still could not hide her beauty. Li Xini asked Wen Xianya in surprise. Xianya, you also signed up for the 800-meter race? Wen Xianya immediately smiled. Yes, I signed up for everything except basketball and tug-of-war. Li Xini's eyes widened in shock. That's amazing. Are you superhuman? Next to her, Zhang Hui asked Wen Xianjia in surprise. Are you Wen Xianya's father? You're so young. Wen Xianjia smiled awkwardly and explained. No, I'm her brother. Zhang Hui nodded in understanding, then politely said. Ah, I'm sorry. May I ask your name? Wen Xianjia. Wen Xianjia responded politely. Zhang Hui looked at Li Xini, who was chatting animatedly with Wen Xianya, and her gaze was full of tenderness. Then she smiled at Wen Xianjia and said. My name is Zhang Hui, I'm Li Xini's mother. At school, thanks to Wen Xianya's help and care for my Xini, I'm really very grateful. Wen Xianjia was slightly taken aback, and quickly waved his hand, humbly saying. Where, it's only right for classmates to look out for each other. Xianya is naughty sometimes too, I hope I haven't caused any trouble for Li Xini. Zhang Hui shook her head, praising. Wen Xianya is a good student, has a good personality, is helpful, and is a rare good kid, so how could she be a trouble? Fan Qingjie was on the side, staring with wide eyes, looking at Wen Xianya incredulously, and muttered. Good personality? She's clearly a little tigress. Wen Xianya heard Fan Qingjie's words, gave him a disdainful glance, and retorted. What? You don't believe me? Zhang Hui looked at Fan Qingjie curiously and asked. Who is this? Wen Xianjia quickly introduced. Ah, he is my friend, Fan Qingjie, here to cheer for my sister. Seeing that Zhang Hui had finally noticed him, Fan Qingjie quickly straightened his clothes. Then he smiled elegantly and held out his hand. Hello, I'm Fan Qingjie, 26 years old, I just returned from studying in the United States, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Hui nodded slightly and did not reach out to shake his hand. Hello. Fan Qingjie's smile froze on his face. Why are you so cold to me? How can you? Today he had specially dyed his hair black again, so he should look super serious. Wen Xianya laughed triumphantly. Then he leaned close to Li Xini's ear and whispered to her. This guy is a real womanizer, tell your mother to stay away from him, or she'll get cheated. Li Xini's eyes widened in shock at this, and she quickly pulled Zhang Hui over. Mom, my race is about to start, let's go over there first. After saying this, she also encouraged Wen Xianya. Come on Xianya. I wish you the best of luck. Wen Xianya responded with a smile. Thanks. You too. Li Xini hurriedly left with Zhang Hui, who was a little puzzled. Looking at Zhang Hui's beautiful back, Fan Qingjie's face revealed deep sorrow. When Xianya sneered from the side. Don't think about it. Even if her husband died a long time ago, he's not for you. You'd better give up on this idea. Fan Qingjia's eyes widened in shock on hearing this. Her husband is dead? When Xianya nodded and explained. Yes, Li Sini's father died in an accident at the construction site not long after she was born. Her mother has been raising her all these years. Her mother worked as a nanny for a wealthy family and also did odd jobs, going out early in the morning and returning late at night. She probably had a harder time than my brother. On hearing this, Wen Xianzhe immediately felt the same way. A look of sympathy appeared on his face, and he muttered. Then she really hasn't had an easy time of it. Both of them had brought up children, and he knew only too well the hardships and struggles involved. Looking at Zheng Hui's back, Wen Xianzhe felt a myriad of emotions. I wonder how she has managed to persevere. Fan Qingjia's eyes shone. No, she is already a widow. I can't let her stay a widow. I have to help her, love her, and give her happiness. After saying that, he spread his legs and sprinted in the direction Zheng Hui and Li Sini had left. Wen Xianzhe, hey! Wen Xianya shook her head. Gee, this guy is really hopeless. So brother, quickly break off with him. Meanwhile, the top floor office of Light and Shadow Media. Lin Qian asked, Xue Jie, are you ready? Qianing Xue put on her sunglasses and raised the corners of her mouth. Let's go. Chapter 50, there's a PY deal here. The horn for the 800-meter race is about to sound, and the playground is abuzz with people, the atmosphere tense and enthusiastic. When Xianya stood on the starting line, took a deep breath, and slowly moved all the joints of her body. When Xianzhe stood on the side of the crowd, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, and shouted at Wen Xianya. Come on, Xiaoya, believe in yourself, you can do it. After that, he took out an exquisite voice recorder from his pocket. This was specially bought in order to record all the outrageous comments made by Qianing Xue. It was also the most expensive one on the market, not only with high-definition recording capabilities, but also equipped with advanced video technology. Unfortunately, it was never used. With a crisp whistle from the referee, the competition officially began. The players rushed out like arrows from a bow, and Wen Xianzhe quickly pressed the camera button on the recorder. Since that was the case, let's use it to record Xiaoya's glorious moments on the field. In the final sprint of the race, when Xianya rode away from the rest at breakneck speed and crossed the finish line first. At the finish line, her classmates had been waiting for a long time and rushed up to her. Some handed her soft towels, while others offered her cool water. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and joy. Wow, the speed you just displayed was so fast that it left after images behind it, it was awesome. When Xianya, take it easy, there are still several races to come, don't tire yourself out. Oh my god, the referee just announced that you broke our school's 800-meter record. Damn, you're awesome, now no one will dare to call our class 3 the chicken team. Sister, you're the only sister I have. Amidst the cheers, when Xianya panted heavily, but her face was full of a satisfied and radiant smile. She waved her hand nonchalantly. Ah, piece of cake. Oh ha. The crowd cheered even louder. However, not everyone was happy about her success. Not far away, Zhou Xian was gathered with her two friends Su Jiaoju and Wu Tong, their eyes full of disdain and jealousy. It's just a run, what's so great about it? Zhou Xian snorted, her tone full of sourness. Su Jiaojiao quickly agreed. That's right, running all sweaty, it's disgusting to watch. Wu Tong followed suit, winking and smirking. That's right, who doesn't know that she's just doing it for the prize money of a few hundred yuan, and to win glory for the class? It's a nice thing to say, but our Xuan's father donated air conditioners to the whole school, that's a real contribution. Zhou Xian was very pleased to hear this and a smug smile appeared on her face. She snorted in disdain. When Xianya, trying to compare contributions with me? What a joke. Then, her brow furrowed as she seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and an idea came to her. What other events did she enter? Zhou Xian asked. Su Jiaojiao replied, I heard that she entered everything except basketball and tug-of-war. Zhou Xian frowned, disdainfully pursing her lips, TSK, working so hard? Just for that measly amount of money? Wu Tong snickered, that's what poor people do. Zhou Xian suddenly had a plan, and a mischievous smile curled the corners of her mouth. Then she led Su Jiaoju and Wu Tong in the opposite direction. Let's go, after all, we were classmates, let's go cheer her on too. Wen Xianya walked over to Wen Xianjia and proudly gave the thumbs up sign. First prize, 200 yuan, in the bag. Wen Xianjia smiled and gave her a thumbs up, his eyes full of pride. That's great, keep it up and aim for a new high. He then patted Wen Xianya's head affectionately. But don't push yourself too hard, or you'll be in bed for days after the sports meet. I don't want to be fetching you meals and washing your face then. Wen Xianya gave a disdainful laugh. Push myself too hard? I didn't even use half of my strength. Brother, you really underestimate me, don't you? Wen Xianjia laughed and shook his head. Okay, you're Superman, how about Supergirl? Wen Xianya smiled proudly. The next competition is the 400-meter relay, and Li Sini has also signed up. We need to hurry over and get ready. Wen Xianjia nodded, then looked around. I'm going to the bathroom first, I'll be right back. Wen Xianya blinked in surprise. Oh, hurry then. And looked at his departing back uneasily. By the way, can you find the place? Wen Xianjia turned back, waved his hand, and smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'm a human map, can't even find a toilet? Joke. Just wait for me with peace of mind. 10 minutes later, Wen Xianjia got lost. There are toilets in the sports field, and he clearly followed the signs, but why did he end up in the teaching building? Human map. Unscrupulous map, navigating for you. Forget it, it's a bit far, but at least I can go. Usually, the toilets are at the end of the corridor, so Wen Xianjia walked straight ahead. The corridor was quiet, as the students had all gone to the sports day, and the classrooms were empty. Occasionally, there was the sound of cheering from the playground in the distance, and the broadcast from the loudspeaker. When Xianjia walked past the classrooms, and through the windows he could see the neatly arranged desks and chairs inside, and the books piled on top of them. His eyes gradually became more complex, and a sense of melancholy welled up in his heart. If he could, he would like to go to school again. Thinking about this, he let out a light laugh and shook his head, as if mocking his own childish thoughts. Then he banished those distracting thoughts from his mind and continued on his way. As he passed the teacher's office, Wen Xianjia suddenly heard voices inside. Someone's in there? Out of curiosity, he slowed down and quietly approached the office window. Through the gaps in the curtains, he saw a scene that shocked him. A woman dressed in exquisite attire, gently playing with her long hair that hung down her shoulders with one hand, while the other rested on the man's shoulder in an unconcerned manner. It looked like she was teasing, or testing. A faint smile hung at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of charm. The woman is Tao Ran, Zhou Xian's mother. The man is Feng Gang, the homeroom teacher and Chinese teacher of Zhou Xian in Wen Xianya's class. Feng Gang half turned his face, holding a teacup in one hand and pretending to drink to hide his nervousness. But his gaze kept falling on Tao Ran from time to time, his eyes full of naked lust. Tao Ran gave a smile. Teacher Feng, Xuanxuan's midterm exam is also in your hands. Alas, as you know, her father places great importance on her test scores this time. If she fails, we, her mother and daughter, will suffer. So, can you be Xuanxuan's strong backing in this exam? Feng Gang gently patted her shoulder, and his fingers slipped over her skin, intentionally or not. Miss Tao, don't worry, I'll do my best. Zhou Xian is very smart, but she doesn't work very hard. If she puts in a little effort, there aren't many people in her class who can compete with her. But in this society, hard work is important, but opportunities are even more elusive. Fortunately, Zhou Xian has this opportunity. Feng Gang turned around and took out a sealed document bag from the desk drawer and handed it up. In the document bag was the test paper and answers for the midterm exam the following week. Tao Ran took the document bag, but Feng Gang's fingers deliberately lingered a little longer, feeling the warmth of her fingertips. Tao Ran did not withdraw her hand, and a more charming smile curled the corners of her mouth. She gently pushed the envelope in her hand in front of Feng Gang. Teacher Feng, with your help, Xuanxuan's grades will definitely continue to improve. This is a specialty that Xuanxuan's father brought back from his business trip to Dubai. It's a small token of my appreciation. Feng Gang took the envelope and gently ran his fingers over the surface. Then he quickly scanned the contents, a satisfied smile on his face, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Then thank you, Xianzhou's father. Tao Ran pouted. Why don't you thank me? Feng Gang's eyes were even more eager to hide, and he smiled seductively. Thank you, too, to Zhou Xian's mother. And then lowered his head. In a moment, a slight gasp was heard in the office. when Xianjia outside the window was stunned by the scene in front of him. Damn, I just went to the bathroom and I ran into the PY trading scene. Then a smile curled the corner of his mouth. Fortunately I just took out the voice recorder and turned on the camera and voice recording function, recording this beautiful moment. Gee, this voice recorder was really worth buying, and it paid for itself after only 2 uses. At that moment, Phone Gang suddenly felt movement outside the window. He quickly pushed the woman in his arms away, quickly walked to the window, and pulled back the curtain. Who is there? Chapter 51, One Crisis After Another. Phone Gang quickly walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. However, there was no one outside the window. Only the trees on the campus swayed gently in the breeze. Tao Ran nervously followed behind, her voice trembling. Could it be that someone saw us? Phone Gang frowned, but quickly regained his composure. He turned around and smiled at Tao Ran. Don't worry, everyone is on the sports field, students, teachers, and parents alike. No one will come back. It's probably just a stray cat on campus. Don't scare yourself. Tao Ran let out a sigh of relief. She straightened her hair and clothes and forced herself to remain calm. I hope so. Teacher Phone, I'll leave this to you. Phone Gang also regained his dignified appearance as a teacher and nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Then Tao Ran hurriedly left the office. When Xianjia leaned against the corner of the staircase, beads of sweat on his forehead, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He carefully put away the recorder in his hand, then walked towards the bathroom next to him, planning to sort out his emotions. Although he would not actively report them, he might be able to use it someday. However, as Moon Hyun-chul was about to pull up his trousers and leave the bathroom, a sudden figure scared the living daylights out of him again. Zhao manager? Why are you here? Moon Hyun-chul's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Zhao Qian was also shocked. He stared at Moon Hyun-chul in front of him and asked in confusion. I was going to ask you the same thing. Why are you here? Moon Hyun-chul calmed down a bit and explained. I came to accompany my sister to the sports day. Your sister? Zhao Qian frowned, obviously surprised by Moon Hyun-chul's answer. This guy has a sister? Moon Hyun-chul nodded and asked in return. Agent Zhao, does your child also study here? Zhao Qian's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. What child? I'm not even married yet. Moon Hyun-chul then realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly apologized. Oh, I see. I'm really sorry. Then he asked, what are you doing here? Zhao Qian glared at him angrily and said. What am I doing here? It's because Qianing Xue suddenly said she wanted to come and do some pre-comeback warm-up. When Xianjia's heart tightened at the news, and he hurriedly asked. Qianing Xue is here too? Of course she is. If she wasn't, I'd still be at home watching the Battle of the Twin Cities for the second time. Zhao Qian said angrily. Qianing Xue had previously filmed a school play at Shanxi Middle School and had stayed there for 2 months. So she told Zhao Qian that since the sports day was open to everyone, she wanted to take the opportunity to revisit the old place and warm up for her imminent return to the public eye. Suddenly, Zhao Qian seemed to realize something, and he looked at Wen Xianjia sharply, his eyes full of shock. Great! I told you there was something wrong with her, and it turns out it's because of you again. Wen Xianjia was also suffering, his face full of despair. Yes, she said she wouldn't let him find her, but she didn't say she wouldn't find him. Wen Xianjia was about to faint from his own tongue twister, and quickly said to Zhao Qian. Tell her I really don't have time today, I'll make it up to her later. After saying this, he hurriedly turned around and quickly left. The 400-meter relay race was about to start in 10 minutes, and the athletes from each class had already gathered in front of the track, doing all kinds of warm-up exercises. However, there were only 3 athletes from Class 3, Grade 9 on the spot. When Xianya anxiously searched around, looking at her watch from time to time with a frown. The competition was about to start. Where the hell was Li Sini? Zhang Hui was also standing nearby, her brow slightly furrowed, her expression a little worried. She had just finished the high jump competition and her result was not very good. She was a little depressed and said she wanted to be alone for a while to adjust her mood. When Xianya nodded gently on hearing this. Oh, I see. Then let's wait a bit longer. The girls' bathroom. Li Sini was standing in front of the wash basin, holding cold water in both hands and gently patting her cheeks to try to cheer herself up from the shadow of failure. Her heart was full of mixed emotions. It's really embarrassing that I couldn't even jump over the lowest bar. Am I really that useless? Recalling the jeers from Zhou Xian and her two lackeys at the competition, Li Xinyi's heart felt like it had been pricked by a needle, angry and sad at the same time. She took a deep breath to try to calm herself down. Then she forced a smile on her face in the mirror and encouraged herself. It's okay, it's just a failure, I can't be defeated. There are still many competitions waiting for me, come on, Li Xinyi. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. Zhou Xian. Li Xinyi's heart tightened, and she looked back. Sure enough, Zhou Xian was approaching with her two friends, Su Jiaojiao and Wu Tong. Zhou Xian's smile carried a hint of malevolence, and Li Xinyi subconsciously lowered her head. She wanted to quickly leave and avoid this unexpected conflict. But Su Jiaojiao rudely pushed her back. What's the rush? What do you want? I still have a competition, let me go. Zhou Xian sneered, as if she had everything under control. Competition? I don't think you should participate. Chapter 52, Sports Day Disturbance. Zhou Xian walked up with a sneer. Don't participate in the competition, let's make a deal? A deal? Li Xinyi repeated, puzzled. Yes, I know, you signed up for so many competitions just for that few $100s in prize money. Zhou Xian's words carried a disdainful contempt, and Li Xinyi's face instantly turned red. She did try so hard to lighten her mother's burden. Seeing Li Xinyi's reaction, which was exactly what she wanted, Zhou Xian became even more smug. Oh, no, I'm not the only one who knows. But you seem to be a bit over-optimistic about your own abilities. With your small frame, it's pointless to enter more competitions, you'll just make a fool of yourself and give everyone free entertainment. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh and cover her mouth, while Su Jiaojiao and Wu Tong also laughed and covered their stomachs. Li Xinyi's eyes welled up with tears, and she gritted her teeth and asked, What are you trying to say? Zhou Xian sneered, walked up to her and whispered in her ear. I can give you the bonus you want. Li Xinyi's eyes widened in disbelief, while Zhou Xian continued to smile disdainfully. Even if you win first place and get the 200 yuan bonus, you have to split it 4 ways, so each person will get 50 yuan, Su Jiaojiao whispered from the side. Zhou Xian gave her a fierce glare, of course I know it's 50 yuan. Su Jiaojiao sulked and retreated, while Zhou Tong looked a little gloating. Zhou Xian continued to tempt Li Xinyi, I can give you 200 yuan directly. Saying this, she pulled out 200 yuan bills from her exquisite purse and waved them in Li Xinyi's face. However, as a condition of the deal, you cannot participate in the 400-meter relay race. Upon hearing this, Li Xinyi's eyes widened instantly. What did you say? Zhou Xian raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. You only need to stay here for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, you can leave with the money. How about it? Isn't it very cost-effective? It's not certain that you can get 50 yuan by participating in the competition, but you can get 200 yuan by staying here for 10 minutes. Even a 3-year-old knows which choice to make, right? Li Xinyi began to waver as she listened to Zhou Xian's tempting words and looked at the bright red banknotes in front of her. She knew exactly what this money meant to her, coming from a poor family, but giving up the competition made her feel sorry for her teammates and guilty. Zhou Xian saw Li Xinyi's indecision and impatiently shoved the money into her hand. Take it. If you got such good grades, can't you even do some simple arithmetic? This deal is definitely a win-win for you. Li Xinyi was at a loss for words. Holding the 2 light bills in her hands, she felt incredibly heavy. Zhou Xian sneered, turned around and left. Su Jiaojiao and Wu Tong also cast contemptuous glances at her before following suit. Li Xinyi was left alone, struggling with her emotions. 2 minutes before the start of the competition, Li Xinyi's figure did not appear on the field. A female classmate with short hair walked anxiously towards the referee and asked, Teacher, one of our team members may not be able to come. Can I replace her? I am also a student in Class 3, Grade 9. The referee shook his head and said firmly, That's not possible. The competition rules clearly state that the registered competitor must be present in person. How can I let you replace her casually? What if you are an outsider recruited to help? The girl hurriedly took out her student ID from her pocket and handed it to the referee, explaining anxiously. This is my student ID, I really am in this class, I'm not some foreign aide. The referee remained unmoved, sternly saying, No, the rules are the rules, whoever registered must run. If she can't come, then it will be treated as a forfeit, and no substitutions are allowed. The female student took a few steps back helplessly, and when Xianya patted her shoulder gently, consoling her. It's okay, don't be too upset. At worst, we'll just forfeit the race. After all, our class is already far ahead of the other classes in the overall score, so the outcome of this one race won't make any difference. With the referee's whistle, the game quickly came to an end. The students in Class 1 cheered and celebrated their victory, while the students in Class 3 felt bad. Just then, Licini ran back, sweaty and out of breath. She saw the disappointed looks on her classmates' faces and felt full of unease and guilt. A male classmate saw her and scolded. "Where were you? Because of you, we just forfeited the game." Licini's face turned pale and her voice trembled as she said, "Yes, I'm sorry. I had diarrhea." "Diarrhea? Why did it have to happen at this time? You did it on purpose." Licini lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose." Zhou Xian, who was not far away, looked at everything that was going on and a smug smile curled the corner of her mouth. When Xianya glanced at her expression and seemed to understand something. "Zhou Xian, was it you who did this?" Then she looked at Licini, who looked full of self-blame. But why didn't Seni tell the truth? Was she afraid of retaliation? When Xianya thought for a moment, then walked over and gently took Licini's hand, consoling her. "Seni, don't be sad, your health is most important, the competition is only secondary. I know you definitely didn't do it on purpose, but you want to win more than anyone else." As she listened to Xianya's words of comfort, Licini's tears finally could not be held back as they slid down her cheeks. "I'm sorry. Thank you, Xianya. I know that you are the one who wants to win the competition the most. But I also want to help my mother a little. I'm sorry. Forgive me." When Xianya patted her on the shoulder. "It's okay, cheer up, there are still a few more competitions to come." At this time, Zhang Hui also returned to the competition. She had previously looked everywhere for Licini's figure, but had never found her. When she learned that Licini had been unable to participate due to diarrhea, she was both saddened and embarrassed. She walked over to the third-class students, bowed, and sincerely apologized to everyone. "Classmates, I'm really sorry for the delay due to Sini's physical condition. I'm really sorry." The classmates looked at each other and comforted her, saying that it was okay and that she didn't have to worry about it. Zhou Xian felt inexplicably annoyed when she watched this scene. "TSK, what's with the family love? It's disgusting." Just then, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Xian Xian." Zhou Xian turned her head sharply, and a bright smile blossomed on her face. "Dad." A middle-aged man was seen carrying a huge gift box and waving at her with a smile. Zhou Xian's father, an entrepreneur in Xiacheng, often traveled abroad on business. Zhou Xian walked quickly up to him, her voice full of an unmistakable joy. "Dad? You're back from your business trip?" Zhou smiled and ran a hand through her hair. "Yes, and I've brought a present for our little girl." Xian took the present, her eyes shining, and couldn't wait to unwrap it, but she resisted. She smiled sweetly and said thank you. "Thank you, Dad." "For what?" Xian came third in the last monthly exam, and Dad forgot to reward you, so this is a little compensation. Hearing this, Zhou Xian's heart sank, but she forced a smile. "Ha, it's only third place. I didn't do well enough to ask Dad for a gift." Zhou was a little surprised. "Oh? Third place isn't good enough for our Xian? So, in the midterm exams, are you planning to get first place?" Zhou Xian's heart was beating faster and faster. She tilted her head, her expression full of disdain. "Of course." Zhou eyes showed approval. "Good, as long as Xian gets first place in the midterm exam, Dad will reward you with a trip to the beautiful country." "Really? Of course it's true, when has Dad ever lied to you?" Zhou Xian bit her lower lip and agreed. "Okay, I will definitely get first place." Zhou nodded with satisfaction, then looked around, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Right, where's your mother? Why don't I see her?" Zhou Xian's face fell slightly, and she pouted. "Oh, my mom said her stomach doesn't feel well, so she went to the bathroom." Zhou nodded upon hearing this. "Oh, I see." And then laughed, "By the way, we're eating out for lunch, and I've already booked the hotel. Let's go wait for your mom at the school gate." "Great." Just as Zhou was preparing to leave the competition venue with Zhou Xian, a hurried figure slammed into his shoulder. When Xianzhe waved his hands repeatedly to apologize. I'm sorry. Zhou Li frowned slightly in displeasure, ignoring him and continuing to walk forward with Zhou Xian. When Xianzhe shrugged helplessly as he watched the two of them walk away. Just as he was about to continue walking, he suddenly realized something. Wait, didn't the name on that girl's school badge just now seem to say Zhou Xian? Chapter 53, come on, hurry up. The morning's competition came to an end, and when Xianya had won a total of 500 yuan in prize money. In a happy mood, Moon Hyana pulled Moon Hyunchul away from the sports field. After arriving at the cafeteria, Moon Hyunchul couldn't help but reveal a wry smile when he looked at the scene in front of him, and teased. You said you would treat me to a sumptuous meal, and the result is that we're here in the cafeteria? This is too luxurious. Upon hearing this, Moon Hyana immediately straightened his back and seriously defended himself. What's wrong with the cafeteria? The food in our school cafeteria tastes no worse than those restaurants, hotels, out there. The food here is freshly cooked and sold, and absolutely no pre-made food is used. It's fresh and healthy. When Xianzhe laughed and shook his head after hearing this, and compromised. Okay, let's eat in the cafeteria. When Xianya winked and giggled. I'm just kidding. After the sports day is over tomorrow, I'll take you out to eat, and you must eat your fill then. Really? Then I'll wash my belly and wait for your big meal. Just as the two were laughing and joking, a melodious phone ringing suddenly sounded. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just waiting with you for the bright moonlight. When Xianzhe took out his phone and saw the AAA part-time agency displayed on the screen, his heart tightened and he couldn't help but frown. After hesitating for a moment, he still smiled at Wen Xianya. I'll take this call first. Then he quickly walked over to the side, pressed the answer button, and spoke in a very low voice. Hello, what's up? Immediately, the slightly mischievous and sweet voice of Qianing Shui came over the phone. Have you eaten yet? I'm at Shangsai Middle School right now too. Oh, do you want to have dinner together? It turned out that in order to avoid accidentally revealing the truth in their daily lives, when Xianzhe had deliberately changed Qianing Shui's note to AAA part-time job agency. When Xianzhe rolled his eyes and replied, I'm already eating, so I won't come. Qianing Shui didn't seem to be giving up, and continued. Oh, in that case, where are you? How about I go find you after I finish eating, and cheer up your sister? When Xianzhe was shocked, and quickly refused. What the hell? If she sees you, she won't be able to walk, let alone compete. Qianing Shui, I beg you, after the sports day the day after tomorrow, I promise I'll go to work every day, okay? There was an indistinct giggle on the other end of the line, followed by a slightly aggrieved tone. Oh, but I miss you so much right now, so much, can't I just come and see you myself? When Xianzhe bit his teeth in frustration, and finally relented. Where are you? I'll come see you after I finish eating. After hanging up the phone, when Xianzhe returned to Wen Xianya's side. When Xianya looked at him with concern and asked. Part-time job agency? Brother, are you going to take another part-time job? When Xianzhe shook his head with a smile and reassured her. No, they just wanted to let me know in advance so that I could be prepared. Seeing that Moon Hyana still looked worried, Moon Hyunchul lifted his hands, which were covered in bandages, and said. You see, I'm still injured, so I can't even think about working part-time. Don't worry, I'm taking better care of my body than anyone else. During the sports meet, my only part-time job will be being your exclusive cheerleader. After hearing this, Moon Hyana finally smiled, but then pouted her lips and pretended to be angry, saying. Then you're a pretty bad cheerleader, aren't you? Where were you during the 400-meter relay? You were in the bathroom for so long? Did you get diarrhea too? When Xianzhe's heart suddenly sank. Where did I go? I accidentally went to the PY trading site. But then he laughed and changed the subject. Haha, how did you know? Oh, never mind, go get some food, if you don't go now, there'll be a long line. During dinner, when Xianzhe suddenly asked. By the way, is there someone in your class called Zhou Xian? Hearing this name, when Xianya immediately raised her head from the rice she was desperately trying to finish, her brows knitted together, her expression and tone full of displeasure. Zhou Xian, why did you mention her? When Xianzhe was momentarily taken aback and tentatively asked. Are you not on good terms? When Xianya swallowed the rice in her mouth, sneered, and spoke bluntly. It's not just bad, I feel bad being in the same class as her. Wen Xianzhe was a little surprised, but nodded in understanding. Oh, if you don't like her, then just avoid her. Then he thought of something else and asked. Right, what are her grades like? Wen Xianzhe gave a disdainful laugh. She never does her homework, never turns it in, doesn't pay attention in class, either sleeping, playing with her phone or looking in the mirror. The point is that she always gets top 3 in every exam, so maybe she is a so-called genius? Unlike me, who can only fly with her head first, and does nothing but practice questions every day. Wait, why are you asking her so many questions? Wen Xianzhe smiles. Nothing, I'm just curious about the kind of people around you. Wen Xianzhe pouts. Don't be curious, curiosity killed the cat, you know? Besides, just mentioning her makes me angry. Alright, don't talk about her anymore. I need to eat, to replenish my energy, because I have hundreds of dollars waiting for me in the afternoon. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to concentrate on finishing her meal. While Wen Xianzhe went back to the classroom for her nap, Wen Xianzhe temporarily left on the pretext of wanting to visit your school. In a reception room in the administrative office building of Shanxi Middle School. Moon Hyunchul skillfully unbuttoned his shirt, then opened his arms wide and closed his eyes, as if he was prepared to die. Come on, hurry up. Chapter 54 Humph, just as I thought, he likes to play hard to get. Watching Moon Hyunchul actively unbuttoning his shirt in front of him, Jianing Xue frowned slightly, and blinked in puzzlement. Hurry up what? Moon Hyunchul opened his eyes and said wordlessly. Didn't you say you never play games in front of me? You just want my body, that's why you came all the way here, isn't it? Here, feel me all you want. Upon hearing this, Jianing Xue's face turned red. What are you talking about? Oh, I see, you want to kiss me first. Wen Xianzhe lowered his head and leaned in for a kiss, but Jianing Xue pushed him away in embarrassment. Is this the image you have of me in your heart? Yes. Wen Xianzhe nodded seriously, then smiled meaningfully. Super old driver. Jianing Xue glared at him angrily, then took a deep breath to calm down. She tilted her head disdainfully and mocked. Humph, it's obvious that you're sexually unsatisfied, so when I asked you to have dinner together, you deliberately refused, playing hard to get. Now you're so impatient, but you're trying to put the blame on me. You're really crafty. Wen Xianzhe's face gradually turned red, and he quickly retorted. What dissatisfaction, playing hard to get, can't wait. Do you want to touch or kiss me or not? Jianing Xue looked at his well-defined body, swallowed, and stubbornly turned his head. No touch, no kiss. Wen Xianzhe's mouth curled slightly, and he raised his hand to button his shirt. Fine, that's what you said. Jianing Xue turned her head back and looked at him with a distant gaze. What's wrong with what I said? This is after all a sacred place of education. Even if I'm horny, I'm not going to do anything inappropriate here, right? Then she smiled proudly. I'm a professional and mature driver. Wen Xianzhe applauded and praised expressionlessly. Wow, what a highly qualified mature driver. Jianing Xue hooked her lips and laughed lightly, then leaned close to his ear and whispered. It's you who deliberately did this to seduce me. You're really calculating. Don't worry, after I get back, I'll love you well. Wen Xianzhe's ears instantly turned red, and he quickly pulled away from the two of them, clearing his throat lightly. Cough, so, why did you ask me to come here, just to look at me? Of course not. Jianing Xue turned around and picked up 2 high-end and exquisite paper bags from the sofa and handed them over. I've been meaning to apologize for the delay in replacing your clothes. I haven't been able to find anything suitable, but I've finally found some co-branded clothes that are both fashionable and of good quality. Here you go. Wen Xianzhe was a little surprised when she handed him the paper bags. Is this really why she asked me to come? He took the bags and Jianing Xue continued. The blue one is for you and the pink one is for your sister. I think it should fit her well, since she's a size M. Wen Xianzhe nodded, well, more or less. This series of clothes is available in limited quantities and will not be sold publicly, so you don't need to specifically say that it is the same design as Jianing Xue's. For your sister, it will maintain a low profile and not affect her mentality. As Wen Xianzhe listened to Jianing Xue's words, his mood was a little bit complicated. You're quite considerate. Jianing Xue gave a slight smile. Of course. Then she took a step forward, slowly arranged his collar with her white, slender fingers, and asked seriously. So, how are you going to thank me? Wen Xianzhe's heart beat slightly faster. Hey, what thanks? This is compensation for you ruining my clothes, okay? Xian Xue frowned unhappily. Oh. Wen Xianjia's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed his head, quickly leaving a kiss on her lips. Xian Xue was a little stunned, and Wen Xianjia quickly took a step back and turned to leave. You said it yourself, a light touch of the lips doesn't count as kissing, so we didn't do anything inappropriate in a sacred place of education. Watching his hurriedly departing back, Xian Xue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Sure enough, he likes to play hard to get. Meanwhile, on the sports field of Shanxi Middle School, Fan Xingjie munched on a fragrant grilled sausage while watching the girls' volleyball team training with interest. Ah, the graceful movements. The youthful vitality. It really makes one's blood boil. In the morning, he also volunteered to go with Zhang Hui to find Li Sini. However, while searching, the two somehow got separated. Just as Fan Xingjie looked around, trying to find Zhang Hui, a melodious and rhythmic piece of music caught his attention. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of lively young girls competing in a gymnastics competition. Fan Xingjie was unconsciously drawn into the competition by the gymnastics team and completely forgot why he was there. It wasn't until the end of the competition, when the girls bowed and thanked each other holding hands, that he woke up from his dream and regretted it. I promised to make Zhang Hui happy, and I can't even do this little thing right. Fan Xingjie, you deserve to die. He wanted to go to lunch with Wen Xianjia, but at the thought of facing Wen Xianjia's poisonous tongue, Fan Xingjie couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, I don't want to see that brat again, dead or alive. So he went to the food stall outside the school by himself and bought a lot of food. Handheld pancakes, potato croquettes, cold noodles, ravioli. As the last bite of the starch sausage disappeared, Fan Xingjie wiped his mouth contentedly, only to find that his hands were covered in grease and there were no paper towels nearby. Just as he was at a loss, a white-haired, black-eyed, clean-looking Samoyed ran over, wagging its tail cheerfully, as if to show its affection for Fan Xingjie. Looking at this cute little guy, Fan Xingjie had a brainstorm and greeted him friendly. Hello, little doggy, just in time, can you help me? The Samoyed seemed to understand what he meant and came closer excitedly. Fan Xingjie took the opportunity to wipe the oil stains on his hands on the soft and smooth fur of the Samoyed, and then revealed a smug smile. Thanks, little guy, you are really my super savior. The Samoyed happily barked at him twice. Woof woof. Fan Xingjie smiled and turned to leave. He had only taken 2 steps when a hurried and excited female voice came from behind him. Daodu. I told you not to run around. Wait, what's this on you? Who did this to you? How did my baby become like this? Chapter 55, When Xianya is framed. In the classroom of grade 9 class 3, only Zhou Xian was sitting alone in her seat. She was happily playing with an exquisite and expensive diamond watch, one of the gifts her father had given her. When Xianya walked into the classroom and saw Zhou Xian, she was slightly startled, and then asked directly. Li Sini didn't show up for the 400-meter relay, and you were the one who made her not show up, right? Zhou Xian heard this and suddenly looked up, a flash of surprise in her eyes, which was quickly replaced by anger. She slammed her hand on the table, stood up and retorted. When Xianya, what are you crazy about? What do I have to do with her not competing? What evidence do you have to prove that I did it? Don't always falsely accuse people without evidence and don't jump to conclusions. Zhou Xian's voice echoed through the classroom, with a trembling aftertaste. She took a deep breath and continued. Last time you couldn't find your notebook, so you groundlessly suspected me this time. As soon as Li Sini's incident broke out, you blamed it on me. Am I the source of all evil? Do I do all the bad things? Or do you just want to find fault with me for no reason? When Xianya's face showed a sneering sneer, and she said slowly. Since you didn't do it, why are you overreacting? Zhou Xian was momentarily speechless by Wen Xianya's words. She took a deep breath to try to calm herself down. Am I overreacting? You would react the same way if you were falsely accused. When Xianya gave Zhou Xian a cold look, her eyes dark, deep and unfathomable. You know what, Zhou Xian, if you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. But the way you look now is like you've done something shameful and you're desperately trying to cover it up, for fear of being exposed. Besides this incident with Li Sini, you've done a lot of shameful things, haven't you? When Xianya's cold gaze seemed to pierce through Zhou Xian's heart, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Zhou Xian's face instantly turned pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared at Wen Xianya with wide eyes, her gaze full of fear and unease. What am I hiding? I've never done anything wrong. When Xianya sneered, then raised her wrist to check the time, a faint smile curling the corners of her mouth. Ah, it's getting late, I still have a competition to go to, since you don't want to admit it, that's fine. With that, she turned and left, leaving a guilt-ridden Zhou Xian standing alone in the classroom. As when Xianya left, the tense atmosphere in the classroom gradually dissipated. Zhou Xian stood in the same place, her fear gradually subsiding, and then filled with anger. She gritted her teeth and stared at Wen Xianya's seat, wishing she could rush over there and smash the table to pieces. Wen Xianya, what are you? Why are you talking to me like that? Zhou Xian looked down at the diamond watch she was holding tightly in her hand, a flash of light in her eyes, and then a wicked smile suddenly curled the corner of her mouth. Moon Hyuna, just you wait. We'll see who comes out on top. After the lunch break, Moon Hyuna returned to the sports field. Moon Hyun-chul, who was waiting in the class rest area, handed her an exquisite pink paper bag. He had gone out for a stroll during the lunch break and happened to come across a store having a big sale. He picked up a few clothes for her and told her to try them on to see if they fit. When Xianya looked at the paper bag in surprise and looked up at her brother. You bought me new clothes again? I thought you bought me some not long ago. What do you mean not long ago? That was months ago. Besides, you've grown a little recently, and the sleeves of the clothes you're wearing now are a bit short. When Xianya looked down at the clothes she was wearing and raised her head nonchalantly. They're not short. This length is just right for me, and showing off your wrists and ankles is the latest fashion trend, get it? Okay, I'm old-fashioned. Then try these new clothes on and see if they're trendy. When Xianya excitedly opened the paper bag and a piece of exquisite clothing came into view. She picked up a beige jacket and her eyes sparkled with surprise. Wow, brother, when did your sense of beauty become so good? When Xianja's eyes twitched. What's wrong with my sense of beauty? My sense of beauty has always been very online, okay? When Xianya smiled and folded the jacket back up and put it back in the paper bag, saying, keep these clothes for now, and wear them after the sports meet is over. I've been busy training and competing these past few days, and I'm covered in sweat. It would be a shame to go exercising in such nice clothes. When Xianja nodded thoughtfully. Okay, I'll keep them for you. Good luck in the afternoon's competition. When Xianya patted her chest with confidence. Don't worry. You'll win for sure. The afternoon competition was also over, and when Xianya had earned another 520 in prize money. She happily told Wen Xianja, my teacher said that after the competition everyone needs to go back to class first, so you can wait for me at the school gate. When Xianja nodded and agreed, okay. The students gradually returned to the classroom, and the entire space was instantly filled with all kinds of noises. Just then, a sharp and anxious voice pierced the noise. Why is my watch gone? Zhou Xian's sudden cry made the originally noisy classroom instantly quiet. Zhou Xian's voice was tinged with a little trembling and disbelief, and she emphasized again. My watch, it was a gift from my father that he gave me just today. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and curiosity. At this point, Zhou Xian's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she pointed viciously at Wen Xianya, as if she had found the culprit. You must have taken it, right? Wen Xianya was baffled by this accusation, and she innocently spread her hands. What watch? I've never even seen it, why would I take your watch? Zhou Xian sneered, as if she already had the answer. Humph, last time when my laptop disappeared, you accused me of taking it for no reason, and this time you must be taking revenge on purpose. When Xianya remained calm and indifferent. You say I took your watch, but do you have any evidence? You can't just falsely accuse someone. Just as the two were arguing, the class teacher Feng Gang pushed open the door. He frowned, clearly displeased by the noise in the classroom. You don't know how to be quiet when you're back in the classroom. What a racket! I could hear you all the way downstairs. Zhou Xian saw this and hurriedly took a step forward. Her voice was full of tears as she eagerly told Feng Gang. Teacher Feng, when Xianya stole my watch and won't admit it. She held a grudge against me last time because of the lost notebook, and this time she deliberately took my watch. She must have hidden it in her bag. Teacher Feng Gang's brows furrowed even more tightly as he looked at Wen Xianya. Wen Xianya remained calm and collected, so he said. Since you say you didn't take it, then open your bag and let the teacher check it, so that you can be cleared of this. The students began to whisper and discuss, and the atmosphere in the classroom became subtle and tense. However, Teacher Feng Gang's eyes changed slightly, and he changed the subject. If you really took it, then this is serious theft, and the school will give you the appropriate demerit according to the rules. Zhou Xian's face suddenly revealed a smug, evil smile, and Su Jiaozhou took the opportunity to agree. That's right, open it and take a look. It's not like you took it anyway, so what are you so nervous about? The other students also started to urge. Yeah, hurry up and open it, we want to get out of school early. That's right, it's not really in your bag, is it? Under the pressure of the others, when Xianya, although somewhat reluctant, took out her school bag from the desk. Zhou Xian saw this and immediately rushed forward, pulled open the zipper of the school bag and started to search impatiently. When Xianya, you're finished. However, when Xianya on the side silently watched Zhou Xian's actions, with a mysterious arc at the corner of her mouth.